It has been an impactful first two rounds of the OBS Endurance Series. We went from the coast of Spain all the way across the world to the coast of California. And now, we arrive at the Dutch coast. This will kick off a series of European races that sees classics such as Spa and Imola being thrown at the drivers. Then, it's another skip across the pond back over to the States with the sports car havens of Road Atlanta and Sebring. But for now, we get ready to watch the RENEVERSE 6 hours of Zandvoort. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Lewis McGlade. Lewis, tell us a little bit about the most famous of Dutch circuits.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, very historic indeed. The likes of Tarzan, the likes of Schivlak, all incredible corners. Obviously, it got reprofiled back in 2020 to add in a little bit more banking down at turn 3. We can see the Hugenholtz block and, of course, going around the final corner at Arie Luijendijk. It's been a historic circuit, opened back in 1948. It's undergone an awful lot of changes in that time, but it's going to be a very difficult circuit for these drivers to navigate. Obviously, 3 classes of racing going out to incredible speeds coming down at that first corner, mostly courtesy of the run around Arie Luijendijk. It's going to be a quick one. It's going to be a very risky one indeed. If there's one thing about this circuit, it is incredibly narrow. And when it comes to overtaking in class, but also the navigation of lap traffic, it's a proper roller coaster and very difficult. Let's see what they can do though.
Welcome to the OBS Endurance Cup powered by HundredForce and the Dutch seaside as we turn our attention to the RENEVERSE 6 hours of Zandvoort. It's a battle of the late breakers.
You heard Lewis talk about some of the major talking points here at this coastal track, and that is, of course, going to be the difficulty in overtaking traffic with how narrow and twisty it is at this circuit. We are going to be getting to qualifying in just a moment. The last of it is ticking down for the drivers in the OBSP class, and that is going to be important. Qualifying position, not typically as much of a talking point on endurance racing, but even with 6 hours, this is going to be one where drivers will want that clear air as much as they can throughout. But the revamp of this place sees banking such as here through Hugenholtz and as well through Luijendijk, changing the nature of it a bit since it was pre-2020, and it should be a blast out there. If anything, I love the unique nature that this banking gives to this circuit. Not many road courses see that sort of thing, and especially the progressive banking. That is one thing that surprised me, Lewis, down in Hugenholtz. It certainly gives it almost kind of an American oval feel to it.
Yeah, as you go in, you kind of like you feel the corner like really drop away on the inside. Actually, like you say, you're taking a line similar to what you would take at Bristol, taking the high line around there and running it around. Obviously, you can see here the success ballast, the Cadillacs. Obviously, this is courtesy of the race results they've got in the previous race, if memory serves. 30 kilos on the Cadillac. There's a track I don't want success ballast. Here is that circuit. Yeah, of course, 30 kilos is 30 kilos, but around here, it's going to make a huge difference. Such a difficult circuit to navigate at the best times. When you chuck that extra weight in the car, yeah, it's not going to be fun.
And it's the Ferrari that gets most of that success ballast over in the GT3s as well, with the BMW seeing the least of them. The Mercedes, no surprises that also that is getting a good chunk of it close to what the Ferrari is. The Mercedes known for being very compliant over the curbs and just all around great car for most drivers, easy to drive. So obviously they'll have to nerf that a little bit to kind of help the other two manufacturers in this one. And then if you're wondering about those LMP3 cars, well, it's single make, so no need to nerf anything on that one. Race Onion has the provisional pole right now by about a tenth of a second over Movano SimRacing team. I've been seeing a lot of drivers doing what they can to try and get themselves some clear air in this OBSP class, Lewis, and I don't blame them. I can't imagine this is one where you want to be stuck getting the dirty air off the car ahead during a qualifying lap.
No, I think you're absolutely spot on with how important it is to qualify well around here. So you kind of will throw a little extra at making sure you're getting a clean lap. You don't want any excuses in this qualifying session. If you're starting in the mid pack or down the order around here, as Team Fordzilla now move their way to the top of the session with a 20.145, yeah, you're going to be in a big bit of trouble. It's not an easy circuit to get around, by yourself. But then when you chuck in the fact that if you're in the mid pack going through traffic, it's asking for trouble, and this circuit really bites in those early stages. So I understand it. Find some clean air. We'll see Race Onion out of the final corner and see if there's going to be any further improvements from the Acura. And nope, they're going to be straight in the pit lane.
And Fordzilla was trying to do one more flyer, but they ran into the back of BC Vault by Simsa out on the track, so they're done on this one. Interesting. Hopefully BC Vault wasn't on a flyer themselves and ruined their final flying lap. But we're watching the OBS World by Simsa come down into the Hans Ernst chicane here. Another banked corner. Hasn't changed really since the revamp, but is certainly difficult and not what it was back before it was changed around in the 90s as well. That used to be a much more flowing, fast track, this one. From its original incarnation into the 1990s. And last lap for OBS World by Simsa does not see them improve on their 20.4, so fourth place at best for them. Trying to see if we have anybody else out there that is able to set a time. And I do see Alpha Esports Purple on the track, as there was a bit of a spin, but obviously qualifying is over there for OBS World by Simsa in the 66, so they don't need to world. Altus Esports number 30 is also out there looking like they might try and complete a lap. So, and no, Purple is coming into pit lane, so it looks like they are indeed done as we go through the starting results here with, of course, well, it was going to be Fordzilla on the pole, but it looks like we had a little bit of a technical problem showing one of the GT3s on the top spot. We'll get to that in just a moment here to run you through our starting order for today's event. Here we go. That's the qualifying results. Team Fordzilla is on the top spot with Race Onion in second. Movano SimRacing team will begin from third as OBS World by Simsa starts from fourth today. Alpha Esports Red will begin from P5 as Alpha Esports by G Performance flanks them on the outside of the third row. Beerskin by Simsa in seventh and Slow and Confused in P8. BC Vault by Simsa winds up in ninth, followed by Altus Esports number 30, rounding out your top 10. Then you've got ATRS Community starting in 11th, Alpha Esports Purple in 12th, and WSR Esports Butt Kicker in 13th. Last one to set a time in the OBSP class is Grow Racing Team Blue in 14th, and Team Fordzilla number 66 did not set a lap time. Lewis, what about the LMP3 class?
So it is NR Endurance Esports grabbing the pole position by a couple of tenths, which is not too bad over the yellow by Tace car. That was the one in second position at the moment. The SRB Motorsports, of course, they've had pole positions in the previous couple of races, not so on this occasion. Third place for them with their sister team, the Limvega car, which will be alongside on that second row. Beaver Grease Racing Pulse with the locals Autosport in sixth position, and then the other one of the Beaver Grease Racing cars starting from seventh position. MTS Garage, and then the YSS SimLab car with the SRB Motorsport G&E car starting from the back end of the top 10. So a few more cars to go through in this category. The locals Autosports Black car, SimSpot Racing with the SRB, their fourth car. The R&R starting in 13th position, 4SR, and Tutor Racing, Tutor Go Green rather, of course, starting from the rear of that field, but quite a way off the pole position. We'll see what that means when it comes to the race.
And there is the Sapphire SimSport Voltage car, which is, of course, the exhibition car, the all-electric Porsche. But Blue by TC starts on the pole for the GT3s. Over the line, Limit Racing Blue starts in the second position. Then you've got Sapphire SimSport Alpha third, and Over the Limit Racing Red on the outside of row 2. Yellow Submarine Squad will begin from fifth spot, followed by Valkyrie Competition. AKM Racing UK will follow them, and then PPF Racing Team begins in P8. And 9th and 10th, it is 10 tenths, and SRO Technic Endurance. Then it's Trispalv Esports in 11th. Transport Engineers will start from the 12th position, and Trail Breaking Racers in 13th. Outside of row 7 sees Turbo Turtles. RENEVERSE by Temido will begin in 15th. Then in 16th, it's HundredForce. 4X Racing Yellow starts 17th, then Icarus International 18th. Tuda Motorsports in the 19th and last spot on the field here today as the drivers now start to grid up out there. We are going to be ready to go for 6 hours of racing starting from noon and heading into the evening. It will not go into the dark, but obviously one of the big talking points, Lewis, is going to be the changing conditions as that sun continues to go down.
Yeah, exactly. It's well, to be fair, you know, obviously with where we are, we'll be starting the race around about midday, so it should be fine. But it is going to change some things as the race goes on. Nothing too major, but it is what it is.
Yeah, we'll cool the track down just a bit as the sun starts to head towards the horizon, but expect the shadows to be the main thing to cool it down, with it being set in May, this race. So should be relatively consistent. To the Dutch national anthem, and we are going to be on our way in just moments' time. So as the drivers get lined up and ready to go, can see almost the whole field already out there. It is a total of 50 cars racing here today around a circuit that sees the fastest class going a minute 20 at full tilt, and the slowest, the fastest of the slowest, I should say, going around about a minute 33. 13 seconds difference. They're going to be doing a lot of lapping those OBSP cars over the GT3s, Lewis.
Yeah, certainly so. Like I say, it's going to be a very difficult run for them. We're going to see a lot of drama over the next 6 hours. I have absolutely no doubt. But I think we should probably catch a little bit of an interview with our pole sitters as well and see how they're feeling, Joe, within their respective categories, because this is going to be a tricky 6 hours of racing.
Indeed, and we do have the pole sitter for Blue by TC with Mantas Povilaitis in with us. Pole position, we were talking during the pre-race, Mantas, how important it is to have that track position. Do you feel like this gives you guys a little bit of an edge to start ahead of the rest of your class?
Hello. Yeah, first of all, it's nice to be in pole position. But coming back to the question, track position is always important, especially at the start of the race. But you know, traffic will play the major part of the race regardless. So no matter which position you are at the start, everything after like 5th or 6th lap will become crucial because the GTPs will come for us, and afterwards LMP3s will come. So it's gonna be all about traffic management.
And of course, we saw that traffic management was difficult over at Long Beach, where it's street course, a little bit more open, but not by a whole lot. How much are you going to be having to watch those mirrors?
Apologies. Yeah, I was race control having at the same time speaking. So can you repeat the question?
How much are you going to having to be watching your mirrors with how narrow of a track it is here?
Oh, all the times, definitely. It's just like all about traffic. So spotter is gonna be the main factor of this race, I guess. Apart of course, driver being fast and saving tires, of course, because we will have limited sets of tires as well and 6 hours of race. So yeah, mirrors all the time, but also the spotter, I guess, is the main factor here.
Well, thanks for coming and chatting with us. That's your pole sitter in the number 14 of the GT3 class. I believe Lewis has caught up with one of our drivers from A&R Endurance Esports, number 59 car.
Yeah, indeed. Tim Tropp's grabbed the pole position, but Sean Chisholm's in here with in the comms booth with us. I mean, talk to us about this at the moment. It's not been the most solid start to the season for you lot as a team. Scoring just 4 points at the previous round. Starting from pole position here, though, this is the time for change, right, Sean?
Oh, we certainly hope so. The guys have been putting in an incredible amount of time on this. The pole, Tim Tromp, it's actually his home track. He's Dutch, and he wanted to make a statement.
Certainly so. Now, what's the most difficult thing about this circuit? Is it the navigation of traffic, or is it the circuit itself?
It's always the safety. That's, as we saw last week, the last race, and so that's our priority, is to just get around it. He's got the pace. We're not concerned about that at all. We're just want to have a clean race.
Have you lot already got a strategy in mind? Not asking what it is, don't worry. Have you all got a strategy in mind, though, for the race, or are you literally just going to play it as the race comes at you and kind of try and guide your way through it as the laps come by?
No, strategy is 100%. We got a limited set of tires. We got temperatures to deal with, and we've got traffic, safety cars, all kinds of things. And so, yeah, we definitely have plans.
Well, Sean, we'll let you jump back to the team. Pole sitter in the A&R Endurance Esport in the LMP3 category. Best of luck. Maybe we'll catch up with you a little bit through the race.
Thank you.
There we go, Joe. I think now we should probably catch up with our pole sitters for the second time this season. Team Fordzilla in our top category.
Indeed, Abel Torres sitting in the car up on the top spot with nothing but the pace car, the safety car in front of you. Abel, obviously the most desirable result, but how is the track itself feeling? This is a place kind of notorious for being a bit slippery with it being right on the coast.
Hello. Abel doesn't speak English, so I'm Jose Iglesias. I will try to translate, okay? Abel, te pregunta que qué tal es la pole position en este circuito con condiciones tan deslizantes y lo difícil que era.
Pues complicado porque, bueno, aquí si sales en pole position es fácil de defender porque es difícil adelantar y a intentar sobrevivir y no matarse.
He said it was very difficult with the track conditions, but he was aiming for the pole position because it is very important to defend the P1 because the overtakings are so difficult. So he will try to survive and keep the position.
Obviously, pushing hard going to be important. What is the main team you guys are looking at as a threat to victory today?
Abel, ¿cuál es el principal equipo al que quieres batir hoy?
Está muy fuerte Race Onion y Mivano. Vamos a intentar defenderles porque estamos luchando por el campeonato, estamos segundos. Y también los que van primero en el campeonato, los de... ¿cómo se llamaban? Sí, bueno, los que van primero... Sí, esos. Sí, y vamos a intentar arrebatarle la posición en el campeonato.
On the track, the principal rivals for today, it is Race Onion and Mivano. They look so strong. But in terms of championship, we have an eye on the WS Esports butt kicker because they are the leaders on the championship, and we want to gain some points against them.
Well, thank you for chatting with us, Abel, and thank you for translating Cody, and best of luck.
Thank you.
So that was the driver of the 966 Team Fordzilla of Abel Torres joining us. Of course, drivers just waiting to head on out here for the pace lap behind the safety car, and then we will be underway for 6 hours of racing, and it'll be a fun one. but it'll certainly be a frantic one. Like I said, they had practice at Long Beach with that one. Big thing that we're crossing our fingers for, Lewis, is because they have full course cautions in this series, that hopefully we can get some green flag racing, because last week certainly saw things slow down frequently.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we are going to see our fair share of cautions through this race. It's kind of one of those things that all the drivers and teams have to be prepared for. It's going to be on the horizon. We are going to see that safety car coming out. I don't see us getting through the race without that being the case. Always, a little bit of issues in traffic navigation. A mistake around here by yourself. This circuit really bites. Why people kind of love it so much, because with it being a classic circuit, if you go off the road, there's no 1,000 miles of runoff that can then bring you back on. If you go off a sheep, yeah, sure, there's a lot of gravel, fair enough, but trust me, you can go off fast enough that you can clear the gravel and visit a barrier around here. They aren't that far away. It's almost like I've always like it's claustrophobic, almost like a street circuit at points.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because the barriers are very tight to the side. You can see here on the main straight as well on that one. And yes, these, I mean, especially the OBSP cars, a lot of downforce on those things. Not quite as much as you'll see in Formula One, naturally, but there's some extremely fast corners where if they go flying off, you're going for quite a ride. So they're going to have to try and make sure and keep it on the black stuff if they hope to keep it together here today. And if you are new to this series, the other thing about that is the drivers are not allowed to simply tow the car immediately. They have to get permission from race control if they want to send it back into pit lane. They try to mimic realism in this series to the nth degree, and that will make things interesting. Some of these places, especially here on the first lap, you look at corners like Hugenholz, I could even see a track blockage happening.
Yeah, very much so. Like I say, I've been here in real life. I was here in October, and I was talking to you a little bit beforehand where they got to the Hugenholz and they crashed, and then we got a safety car out, then we got to the Hugenholz and they crashed again. Obviously, that was open wheel racing, fair enough, and it was in really, really tricky conditions. But that corner is always a bit of a bottleneck. The way you enter it coming in through turn 2, you go for this very fast right-hander and then you drop down. If you're on the inside line, what generally happens is you wash straight up the circuit. Kind of happens here down at Sheep Black as well. If you enter too narrow, if you're side-by-side at this point, which to be fair, there will be someone on the first lap that will be side-by-side through here. This is not a corner you want to be going side-by-side through. It almost always causes its fair share of drama. And especially when it comes to navigating lap traffic. I've just got to say, by the way, I love the idea that we've got, like I say, the safety car and stuff, so that race control, they have to get involved, they have to tell you that you can tow. I absolutely love that. That little bit of a mimic of reality.
Absolutely. It just brings it to another bit of realism, along with the lack of tires that they have. Yeah. We heard the drivers talking about that. They have to consider that in their strategy. It's not just take tires every single time, especially for the GT3s, since they can go quite a while on those tires. They have to think long-term about when they want to try and double stint them to try and make those sets be able to get to the end of this race and not run out of them, especially because if you do run the tires to zero tread, they will blow. So while it won't visually show in the sim, you can get a flat tire out there, and you don't want to stretch it too far.
Exactly, and I think in the top category in the OBSPs, I think they'll be double stinting tyres every time. They've got 4 sets of tyres basically, and we normally expect these stints to be around about 40 minutes. So hour and 20, do that a few times. Basically, it'll take you right up to the checker flag. We'll have to wait and see on that one. I don't really know how it's going to unfold, but I think we're in for 6 hours of pure excitement and maybe quite a bit of drama when it comes to the championship table.
And I'm glad you mentioned that championship challenge, because WSR starting from 13th.
Yeah.
So they are way in the back. That is good for Team Fordzilla. Can they capitalize on it? 6 hours is a long time for them to try and climb up through the field and challenge their rivals, especially if safety cars bunch it back up together. As the pace car is getting ready to peel off now, we wait patiently, and our pole sitter will be given the green flag here any moment first 6 hours of our third round of the championship. And there it is. Green flag is out. Big stack up there in the back, though, for the OBSPs. And thankfully, it looks like they're going to be able to get away with that as they now plunge into Tarzan round the outside. Race Onion is immediately on the attack. They're going to have the nose ahead, and they're going to take the lead away. And let's go to the LMP3 start.
Yeah, just a brilliant use of the bank in there from the Race Onion car right up to the front of the field. Like you say, LMP3s have already come through. They're already working their way through Hugenholtz at the moment. And I believe it is no longer the ANR Esports, Endurance Esports team that's leading. It's been taken over by, I believe, SRB. Might actually be the yellow by TC car that's actually taken the lead in that category, which, to be fair, it's the blue by TC car that's still leading in the GT3s.
Indeed, as they've taken the start, and Blue by TC has a handy little gap over the limit, racing Blue there in those GT3 category cars as they come into Sheavlock. A little bit slower through this right-hander, but not by much as they plunge through into the new part of the circuit. We check back in with our OBSP category. Race Onion taking the lead early is the big story up here. Movano by SimRacing still in third and under attack in the background, as you can see. And we've got a little bit of a fight up at the front of the LMP3s as Yellow by TC is still trying to hold back SRB Motorsport. Yeah,
exactly. It's not been a great start from Tim Tromp. Like we were having a little chat pre-race with his teammate, the ANR Endurance Esports team, Tim Tromp, home race, etc. But not quite getting the race start. Although to be fair, this is not a bad scenario. Drop into the slipstream and just basically try and hang on. Plenty of side-by-side in the background. I think the MTS garage car is trying to work its way past the Locals Autosport into the first corner of the LMP3 category. But I think it will be a hold for the 113.
Things getting very close back there. I think MTS Garage made contact with the back of Locals Autosport, but just lightly as they're still side by side. MTS trying to fend off on SRB Motorsports, riding the rim up around the outside, and there is a beautiful example of how the outside is faster and somebody is off. That is SRB Motorsport.
Yeah, it will be Zelanskis that was trying to work their way around the outside of Bjorn Claessen's, one of the Yellow Submarine Squad cars. Just a little bit of contact between the pair of them, departing Hugenholtz and into the barrier. We saw the SRB car go. Still on the circuit, still fine. No requirement of a safety car there, but I say first little bit of elbows out driving.
And that, unfortunately, is going to give them some serious damage on the right side of the car. Hopefully it won't slow them down too much. We're watching that 111 MTS Garage machine as we now check back in with Blue by TC leading up at the front of the GT3s. Over the limit racing Blue still hot on their heels. They've caught them back up slightly. It's been relatively single file here in the GT3s. I think they realize that they're going to have plenty of non-single file racing once they're caught by those prototypes.
Yeah, indeed, it is a Porsche 123 before you get to the Valkyrie competition car. That's the Ferrari that's in that fourth position. So at the moment the Porsche are looking strong, but then again, how the GT3s work, we'll see what happens when it comes to tyres, etc., etc. A bit of closing, just to give you an update on the race lead. It's come down by 0.3 of a second. Abel Torres closing in a little bit on the rear end of Marcus Deck, who did a great job at the start of the race to take over that race. He's obviously set the fastest lap of the race, but I get the feeling that might switch back into the hands of the Team Fordzilla BMW in the OBSP category. Every time I hear Abel Torres, I always forget he's like 13 years old. But really, honestly, when it comes to his driving, you would not be able to tell. Really fast and generally drives quite maturely, not going for anything too silly.
Exactly, and he's obviously already on it to try and get that lead back. You heard how important it was to them to try and lead this race and charge forward at the start, but Marcus has managed to deny him that on the first couple circuits around. Will we see a change as he closes on the back? And it looks like Race Onion will retain the lead into Tarzan. That is going to be perhaps the most popular place to overtake here today.
Yeah, you carry the speed off of Ari Leyendijk, off of the final corner coming through Kumo, and then round the final corner, and you're basically pinned from that point. It means the longest stretch of acceleration is obviously going down to Tarzan, but you don't unless the car ahead's got basically no battery left. It's really tricky to make a move because Tarzan's really quick. It's a hairpin, yes, but it is a very fast hairpin, mostly courtesy of the banking. I think the easiest way to make a move Save your fuel now. Play the long card now. Wait until you're going through traffic and then start making some pounces. Obviously, we're not seeing that in the LMP3 categories. We've got plenty of battling happening. This towards the back end of the top 10 in the battle for 9th place.
Oh, and I just saw 4SR Racing falling off of this as they continue to try and fight up and around through Hugenholtz. Once again, a high line is where you want to be through there. And shooting off ahead, it looks like the 111 going to be able to hold them back as got a replay, I think, of that spin into turn 1 with the 87, all on their own. Rear just did not want to grip.
Yeah, that is so easy to do. Like I say, just turn in maybe a little bit too much speed, maybe a little bit of downforce being ripped away by the car ahead, and alas, is what it is in that scenario. You just got to pay through it. Out a little bit wider goes Marcus Deck. The Race Onion car now feeling the real pressure from the Team Fordzilla. Also, do not count out the Movano SimRacing team car that is right there closing in. This will be a tight fight between the three of them as they are definitely closing in on lap traffic. I was trying to work out where they are. The next one will be as they're heading into Shivlak. I think it is our guest car in the Porsche Mission R car.
Yep, you are right. So they're going to be the first one that they catch up to. Again, this is an exhibition car, so it is trying to compete overall, but it's on its own in its class. So there's nobody really for them to race against other than to see what they can do. And I believe they are racing for charity this season as they're overtaken by those OBSP machines. And now they are catching the GT3s proper, and here's where it gets complicated.
This is where things get very sketchy indeed. Again, pick your timing right and don't risk anything too much. Again, remember that the cars, the GT3s in this scenario, it's their right to the line. You have to navigate them. You hear this all the time in endurance racing, and we will repeat it now. But for this will be the best opportunity for Abel Torres to potentially make a move if he sees Marcus Deck get wrong-footed at all in that Race Onion car. At the moment, though, make sure the gap doesn't extend too far and make sure that you aren't one making a mistake going through this lap traffic, because it's going to get very sketchy indeed heading towards Hugenholtz.
And they're all just bunching up. Everybody's trying to play patient.
Here comes Movano.
And he's got a good run indeed on Team Fordzilla. Unable, unfortunately, to try and cover him off, but the speed is not there for Simon, and he backs out of it by the time they reach Shivlak. Now he's under threat by Alexander Walton as well. Look at them diving through these cars as they get to the inside of the Mercedes of Maynard there through Masters.
That was, again, just so brave to have done so. I've got to say, I thought the Movano car was actually going to come through there, but I do get the feeling that Abel Torres dumped a fair amount of the battery to have pulled a little bit of a gap coming down into Shivlak. But to be fair, first a little navigation there through some of our GT3s and no major dramas. Shows the quality of the field. They pieced their way through brilliantly there. But I get the feeling this Fordzilla car, it's almost certainly from this point of view, maybe they're attacking the circuit a little bit harder. I don't know. Maybe they are just the fastest. At the moment, that Fordzilla car is absolutely the fastest car on circuit right now, and just struggled, bottlenecked a little bit by the 15-hour race leader.
Indeed, they position themselves well, and they go by Trispalv Esports, this time looking around the outside, but no dice, and they come upon the next bunch of GT3 cars. This could be another great opportunity depending on where they want to position themselves, ducking down low to use the downforce of these OBSP machines to try and get by them behind them. It's getting tight as well for third place still, as actually I think, did OBS World lose that position of Movano?
No, Movano have Movano's still there. Movano's still there. No, I've got to say, I thought Abel Torres played that really well going through the hairpin at Hugenholtz. Kind of went for a higher line. Might have to try that one a couple more times, but they're navigating their way now to the front of the GT3 pack. Of course, they're just getting past a couple of those cars that are towards the front end of those GT3s, going past both of the over the limit cars. The next one is the Blue by TC car that's pulled now a 2.5 second lead over the contingent behind. You can see there was like 3 and 4 wide in the background though, so it's not exactly easy for everyone in the pack.
Povilas Klemanskas in the lead GT3 car has pulled a hefty gap in these few laps where they had clear air, and he's going to do his best to try and stay ahead, as we saw Race Onion get a nice little gap through, just kind of picking the timing right. And now Fordzilla is on the reverse. It's the back foot for P2, as they go defensive into turn 1. And Movano SimRacing around the outside, trying to see if they can get that away from them. Just gets faded out to the 3rd position once again.
May have used a little bit too much of the energy in the Fordzilla car. Might have been a bit wrong-footed through traffic, which is fair enough. But may have just used a little too much in the opening phase. Now the gap opens out to 1.3. This will be the important part of the race. Can Race Onion keep that gap or maybe even extend it? If it starts going back down, then we're just going to see the same thing again when they get to the LMP3s. But for right now, it's really imperative that Marcus Deck pulls out as large a gap as possible before they get to the LMP3, so he's got enough time to work his way through and hopefully clear them to then pull out an even larger gap. Obviously, easier said than done. We're only 11 minutes into the race. That's one thing to note, that we've gone through the GT3s 11 minutes into this race. Now start to imagine how many times they will be going through the GT3 pack this race. It will be constant and constant and constant. Yes, it's calm now, but it will be a constant flow once we get 40 minutes into the race.
I sometimes describe it as a conveyor belt of cars that just is unending once they start lapping them the 2nd or 3rd time around. But they've already caught the LMP3s, the back of the pack, now being overtaken by our leaders. And we take a look in the meantime at our GT3 cars with Blue by TC still up at the point, but back here, this is Valkyrie competition sandwiched between Over the Limit Racing Blue and Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha, still allowing some of those OBSP cars to find their way by. Robbie McAfee and the 22 poking his nose down into the first corner, and a big look as well from Jonathan Poulet in the Valkyrie competition car. That's going to slide him wide and open the door for McAfee as they come up into the Hugenholtz section. Inside line has not worked so far for most drivers. McAfee knows that, and he is going to be clear.
That's a brilliant move. That is a really, really solid move. Like I said, to be fair, maybe a little bit too much of a dive into the first corner. It was covered off a little bit poorly from Jonathan Poulet, but that's fine. That, it happens. It's very easy to do so going into that first corner. Just the pair of them went wide. There was a little bit of contact. There's been some drama up here, though, with one of our OBSPs and a LMP3 as well. It's the Grow Racing Team Blue car, but what has happened to them?
Let's see on the replay. You talked about trying to go too wide, and unfortunately, they couldn't manage to get side by side in time. Both of them returning to the track quite well, although I'm sure that was sketchy for the GT3s coming through.
Yeah, it was the two to go green car that was on the outside. I think had already got some form of damage or something in that vein. Was trying to stay high through Sheevlack, but obviously, they weren't really predicting it too well in the OBSPs. This is getting a little bit sketchy within the OBSP category. Team Fordzilla, Abel Torres has closed down a little bit of the margin, but not too much as they work their way to the front of the LMP. Oh, sorry, to the front of the LMP3s. They've still got plenty more to navigate. Never mind, we'll cancel that one. But it was a little bit, maybe too much there from Team Fordzilla car, but to be fair, still holds about 1.2 seconds. And to be fair, navigating most of the LMP3s without too much drama.
Already, Race Control is having to hand out a black flag to Car 22 drive-through for changing lanes under braking and causing a collision. They were plenty busy during Long Beach. Let's cross our fingers that they don't have as much to do here today. But right now, Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha down in the GT3s, that is the number 22, is going to have to head in, and they actually just went off track now as we saw a change for position. That looks like, lapping there between our OBSPs and our LMP3s.
Yeah, indeed. So I say, just a little bit dicey going back into the GT3 category and checking out what's been happening in here. Obviously, we did see the Valkyrie car. This is a look at the AKM Racing UK car with the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car that's directly behind. Once again, more navigation of traffic from Movano, just trying to work their way past. Oh, there's a spin on the inside there going through. I don't know who that was, but someone was definitely backwards at Hugenholtz.
That was the 23 SRB Motorsports by GNE. Get the car going and thankfully don't get hit by anybody else. Let's see what happened. Did they get any help, or was this on
just
their own? Yeah. Like we said, shallower banking down there, and unfortunately the tires did not want to obey.
you could almost the way it kind of like it curves down. There's no solid transition between what you would normally see on an oval, where you go from the banking section to the apron. It's not like that down there, but that steady kind of curve. When you've got these kind of cars that are so low to the ground, once you go onto it, you can scrape a little bit of the floor down there. I don't think that's necessarily what happened. It was just like an awkward line. Was awkwardly on the banking and the rear end, just let it go. It was an unsavable one there for the SRB Motorsports car, but alas, like you say, thankfully when you're down low down there, not too many people are using that line. So if you do have a spin, if you can keep it low, you can generally get back going again without any major dramas. Obviously, first major passage through traffic done. 3 cars within a second at our race lead. Race Onion now leading by 7/10 over Team Fordzilla. Abel Torres has stemmed the bleeding.
You did say that one of the things they might want to do is try and save a bit of fuel. Not sure how much they've been able to do, because they've been under attack by Movano in that number 6 machine pretty much ever since they hit the traffic. So I don't know that they've been able to rest on their laurels.
No, I agree. I mean, there are a few teams that I've seen in these cars over the last year or so. Obviously, when you count for the BMW M Hybrid being that has been over a year. Goodness me, time's flown. I've seen a lot of people driving this. There are some that are exceptionally good at working their way through traffic and saving fuel, and sometimes it is very hard to tell from this distance to who's been saving the most fuel. With what I've been seeing through traffic, I think many people have been saving very much. They might be able to get like an extra lap compared to the normal stint time, if they were just driving around by themselves. But I don't think anyone's been particularly saving fuel, not even our race leader, Race Onion, who is going to be under pressure here because Team Fordzilla's there, but also is Movano.
Oh, and having to split on either side. Whoa, almost into the grass there for Movano, but they found enough of a racing line. Abel Torres having to be defensive up into Tarzan, almost making car contact now with the number 6 BMW. They'll get away with it. They're also bringing in Alexander Walton and OBS World by Simsa. It is 4 of our top 4 nose to tail.
It's that Porsche at the rear of this train is the one that I think's been saving the most fuel in this group. Kind of just sat in fourth position, just picked their way through traffic and lifting and coasting, kind of relying on that to work their way through without taking any major risks. The 4 of these are navigating traffic beautifully and, like you say, remaining exceptionally close. All 4 of them separated by, over the line that time it was less than a second between the top 4. Like you say, you've got an Acura in here, you've got a couple of Beamers, and you've got that Porsche at the rear. We're missing a Caddy, but never rule them out. We know how strong they've been in this category. But it is, of course, our race leaders, the Race Onion card, navigating their way through traffic. They're getting the. I don't know if it's ever the rough end of the stick being the first one through traffic. Everyone's like, the first one through traffic's always kind of like you're the one that's alerting the traffic that you're all coming through. To be fair, I'd rather be the first one to go through traffic, because you get to pick your way through as risky or as calmly as you want.
Exactly. You kind of make that decision, and the others have to decide if they want to risk trying to use that to attack you as well. Also, we got a black flag for the number 3 GT3 car, RENEVERSE by Tomedo, for an unsafe rejoin and causing a collision. I'm not sure if we caught a replay of that or not yet, but they are serving that one right now.
Lead change. This is going to be a lead change. Team Fordzilla, much better run coming out of Hugenholtz. Got to the outside now as we head up towards Schievelak. This could be a big one for Abel Torres. It's still going to be the inside line. Marcus Deck is going to be able to hang on. I thought that was a guaranteed lead change there. No, clearly not.
But you talked about the wise old head on the 13-year-old shoulders of Abel Torres. Backed out of it up through Schievelak. I think a less wise driver would have tried to force the issue. They saw an opening behind and slotted back in a second to preserve the car. Movano's still there, hot on their heels though, so they cannot sit around. They have to keep pushing to try and see if they can get that lead back. All this happening about 2.5 seconds ahead of 5th place, so they've actually managed to continue to gap the rest of the field, these top 4, but it has been frantic here as they're going to be able to get down to the inside through the banked Ari Lion Dyke and onto the main straight. Another good run there from Abel Torres on Marcus Deck as they come up to the braking of Tarzan. Not quite close enough, unfortunately.
No, like I said, just filling the mirrors, lifted out a little bit early there, just to once again save that little bit of fuel. Every little helps in that scenario. You know, just all about coasting your way in. Sometimes it's a little bit faster. Look at the much higher line being taken from Abel Torres, getting that much better run going out through Hugenholz. No gap to go through there on Marcus Deck. The door was already closed firmly.
And the track weaves back and forth here through Rob Schlotemacher and now into Sheeve Lock. It's difficult with those GT3 cars. That, I think, is the other thing we haven't mentioned, is the difficulty at some places where it isn't a completely straight line trying to pick where that slower class car is going to place themselves.
Yeah, well, you've got to always accept that the slower car class, generally speaking, should stick to the racing line. So going through that section, they're effectively going to be in the middle of the road at one point, working their way back over. If you commit too late to going around the outside, well, they're kind of already, you know, going over that part of the road. And for them, you've got to imagine it's very difficult for the GT3s to kind of just be like, ignore what's in your mirror to a certain degree, just do what you're doing, and just keep driving. That section going through Hugenholz to Sheeve Lock, honestly, I think is the most dangerous on this circuit by a country mile, because it is the least clear as to what to do in traffic.
Exactly, and where the gray area happens, that's where you get accidents, and with it being so fast, it's certainly going to see some action today. Let's hope that we don't get a big accident on that one. I think we had a change for 5th place in the LMP3s. I think MTS Garage just managed to get by Locals Autosports as we got a replay on Movano SimRacing's number 6. Or excuse me, we've come back live, actually, it looks like, so I missed the replay. Apologies.
Sorry, I missed it as well. It's fine. Oh no, I think we're chill. We're chill. It's fine. It's okay. I think Movano is certainly feeling the pressure from the OBS world by SimSicar. Alexander Walton. I'm just not sure if this Porsche actually wants to make a move right now. I get the feeling that if I'm in the boots of Walton, I'm actually pretty happy. I'm just saving the fuel. I'm letting things unfold. You've got a decent gap back to the Alpha Esports by G Performance car of Ronnie Smith. It's comfortable is maybe not the right word, but settled for the Porsche that runs in that 4th position. Definitely not settled back here though. LMP3 race lead. Of course, you've got the SRB Motorsport cars. You've got Yellow by TC, and you've got the Beaver Grease Racing Plus car. All 3 of these, well, you can tell they're separated by much less than a second.
Absolutely, and SRB Motorsport, remember, they started from 3rd in this race, leading now, have done an excellent job at the start, as Luke Zentalis in the Yellow by TC still where he began in 2nd place, trying to keep that from changing with the Beaver Grease car still hot on their heels, coming down into the braking zone now of Hans Ernst. Sometimes a potential place to try and overtake, but not this time, as they're not nearly close enough amongst them. We got a car off behind them, though. Tim Tromp, remember, he started on the pole position, unfortunately having a miserable start to this race. They just had to cut through the runoff.
Yeah, not 100% sure as to what's happened there. Maybe I don't know if there's any damage on that car, but Tim Tromp, who, we were talking to him. They've got the speed. We didn't hear from Tim Tromp. I think he was well in the zone. We were talking to his teammate, and just Sean was saying that they've got the speed in this car, but it's just about navigating the early portion of the race, maybe letting that get a little bit too much in their head ever so slightly, and having a couple of costly mistakes. Nothing too major. I mean, the car's still on the road. That's the important bit. But they're just a lot further down than they would have expected. Just navigate this part of the race, get to about the hour mark, and then sort of see where things settle.
Ooh, side by side coming up to Sheeve Lock, around the outside. Beaver Grease Racing going to hang tough. Going to see if they can hold onto it as Yellow by TC is challenging. It carries on into Masters, and Zentalis is the one to back out of that game of chicken.
Again, just so brave to have given that a go. But the important bit there is that when you're fighting for those positions, you're going to lose out a fair amount of time. The gap for the race lead's gone out to 1.1 seconds now. Although I will say, if you're looking at gaps, the safety car has been deployed. Ooh, what would that be for?
MTS Garage, I noticed that a little bit earlier that they had an off. I was going to mention it, but we got into that heated battle. See if this is going to be it in the replay. And this was with some help. Taras in the 111 got tipped off by Turbo Turtles coming into Gerlach, which is that fast right-hander turn 2 that you mentioned earlier. Here it is, here now.
Oh, just to be fair, you got to say, I mean, cutting across the nose of that Ferrari. It was a little bit naughty there. It was kind of you were kind of asking for. I don't want to be that guy, but kind of asking for a little bit. You can't just close the door when the car's there. You've got to give that car width and not take the risk. It's a big shame and a big, a sad moment to see that incident. But we do have the first safety car out of the day, and it's taken 25 minutes, which I'm not shocked by. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, kind of same here, but let's hope that's not a regular thing. Interesting to note, because I was watching, you could see that car kind of backing up a couple times, and it looks to be because as they tried to get the car going, it could only kind of turn to the right, it appears, or right or left. While it was under power, something was broken in the steering of the car, hence why they had to stop at the side of the track. Yeah,
which is, again, it's kind of like, it's the good thing to do. Whilst, yes, you might be able to work your way back round around this circuit, I'd always recommend, like, if you've got a damaged car and it's a little too risky, if your race is basically already done, accept that. Don't try and be a hero, drag it all the way back round and sit in the way of everyone. This circuit is way too dangerous to be playing that kind of game of chicken, and I wouldn't really want to fancy it. It's far too high speed and far too narrow.
And you can see our safety car, that is the 999. They've used a Porsche Cup car, so it is a manual safety car, actually being driven by a human being out there. We don't know who, actually, because they've just have, in the league, they are named safety car. But it is a real person that is driving it. Interesting to note that Race Onion decided to pit. It was split almost exactly down the middle in the OBSP class as to who pitted. Because I was going to say, this seems like a relatively advantageous time for them to stop here, being well into the stint. But Lewis, not everybody felt that way.
Do you know what? I would actually, I would have bitten. I would have come down pit lane.
Same.
I don't know if that's the right decision or the wrong decision, but I would have come down pit lane. I would have made sure, for obvious reasons, not to change tyres. Again, a reminder, every car, every team around here has just 4 sets of tyres. That includes the tyres that you start the race on. So you've got just 4. So I wouldn't change tyres. And these cars, they're generally going to go around. I've seen teams in this category get up to around about a 50-minute stint. I think even we had a couple in the BMW M-Sim Cup get close to an hour. I think it was more around the sort of 55-minute period. So it is possible to extend it that far, especially if you've got a bit of safety car intervention. But still, I would absolutely bite at this opportunity to jump into pit lane, to get some more fuel in the car, to sit on these tyres, and to just patiently wait for the race to unfold. I'm sure we'll see the safety car back out again, though, so I'm sure there'll be opportunities for those to jump on. But curious that so many didn't jump onto the opportunity.
Yeah, and I was trying to think about that as you were talking about, okay, what's the call here? You mentioned probably everybody did not take tires, that it was most likely just fuel. So maybe this is a fuel strategy call by those that stayed out, trying to extend this as far as they can, take one less stop out there. But I'm with you in that I feel like we're expecting slightly more safety cars than a typical race because of the nature of this track. So I feel like you're going to get opportunities, and saving the extra stop won't necessarily be as big of an advantage. I don't know. We'll see how it plays, and maybe the drivers have a better idea than we do with the practice that they've had in the month since our last race in the lead up to kind of read how this one is going. But it's unfortunately, this is kind of one of those sides of racing where you just don't know, and we have to wait and see.
This is the whole thing of like why I honestly I love safety cars. I understand why for special events that we don't have them, because obviously it's very hard to implement, and to have it as a consistent thing, fair enough. When you do like the Daytona 24-hour, so I understand why there is no safety cars. And to be fair, I kind of like it, because I like seeing the odd scenario where it's just kind of like it's just your strategy. You win or lose by your strategy. You cannot make a mistake. But then I love that we get to do leagues and stuff. I did the AHU Endurance, which was run by Shane Van Gisbergen and Nick Foster a couple of years back. We had safety cars in that. And during that, it kind of just every time it's really spiced up the strategy. I remember we had a really boring race at Silverstone for about 3 hours and 20 minutes, and then a safety car came out. It was a 4-hour race. The final 30 minutes is some of the best racing I've ever seen. And it's just kind of like, yeah, that's why I love a safety car. It really puts the cat amongst the pigeons.
Exactly. It is a variable that just kind of is something you can't always prepare for. It can suddenly toss your strategy out the window. You have to be able to work on the fly, and it forces you to be adaptable out there. So it keeps the drivers and the strategists on their toes. And here you're seeing the wave around, so they're going to wave those cars by that were ahead of their class leader but behind the overall leader. So that's why they are being waved through, so that they can be back on the same lap as their class, or at least close to it, in case they did lose some laps. Now, the one thing, and this is where I suppose from my years of being American, watching oval racing, it seems obvious to me. Sometimes it's not as obvious to others that aren't used to safety cars. If you're at the back of the field, this is almost a cheap, free pit stop.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of surprised we didn't see more of the GT3 cars come in and take advantage of this.
If I'm ever at like the back of oh my goodness, quite a bit of a stack up, by the way, going through the I was looking at the Race Onion car of Marcus Beck. There was a large stack up going out of Hugenholz. I think there might have been contact between a couple of cars, by the way. But yeah, you're absolutely right. If I'm towards the back of my category, as long as I'm on the lead lap and it's not going to cost me anything like that, 100% I am in pit lane. I'm taking the fuel, probably not now, but yeah, generally if it's a bit later on the race, it's the right time and I've got the tyres, maybe I'm taking tyres. Like, if you've got nothing really to lose, even if it costs you a position or two, I don't really care about that, because the advantage on strategy is far more important and more prevalent to the actual overall proceedings of the race. Then it makes more sense to come into the pit lane and just sneak a little extra fuel in, because it might make the difference come to the checker flag.
And you're right, it was Aaron Knight in the Alpha Esports Purple that made contact with Eduardo Sklepikas in the PPF Racing Team 227. So that was one of our OBSP cars contacting the GT3s. I don't think it was too hard of contact, but we'll see if Race Control makes a decision on that one, because obviously they'll take a dim view of contact under yellow. The 88, oh yeah, wow, they were right on it already. Car warning for collision with car 117 for the number 88. So that is, or wait, actually, is that might be a different car. That's 117 and not the 17 car. I need to double check which
Correct.
is the 88 here. That's SimSpot. Okay, so that is a different thing. Apologies.
They're not that on it. No, it is. As I say, we'll wait and see. I think the safety car is still going to remain out whilst we get everyone back in order. Obviously, what this has done is it's thrown like quite a few cars back up the order in the particularly looking towards our OBSP category. WSR Esports Butt Kicker, they've now worked their way up now into 5th position. Obviously, they started from the rear of the field. You might more recall the 116 as being Pure Sims. Ash Sutton put out an announcement recently that there's been some issues behind the scenes, blah, blah, blah. We're not going to go into it now because I've not actually read exactly as to what the dealio is. Obviously, the Alpha Esports cars also working their way up the order. Do see that Ronnie Smith's now in 3rd position. Obviously, he's quite used to finishing 3rd position. He did finish in 3rd position in the Formula Ford, which is the support series to the British Formula 4 Esports Championship. Won a couple of races. Dana Moore and Henry Moore were the other two that won races that season. But I don't think we're seeing them out in this, although Dana Moore is a teammate of Ronnie Smith, so you never know. But it's good to see the Alpha Esports bunch getting in there. Which is whether Ronnie Smith can maybe keep up with the Movano and Team Fordzilla car.
I wonder if we could give some love to the 333 team. This is a good opportunity to give them some screen time because they don't typically get it. That's our all-electric Porsche out there. They've got perhaps the most unique pit stop of this whole field because it takes them 15 minutes to recharge the car. Yeah. So they've taken advantage, and this is very smart of them. They've taken advantage of this to lose fewer laps in this opportunity during yellow to come in, top up on energy, and get back out there. They've been in there for about 9 minutes now, but they've obviously lost far fewer laps trying to plug in the machine and get it back out there, probably losing, I'd say, about 2 or 3 laps here under yellow.
I gotta say, I think it's really cool. Again, it's the very Garage 59-esque kind of thing. Obviously, we see this in Le Mans. Obviously, you saw it with the NASCAR entry at Le Mans, but we've seen this plenty of times, which is always very cool. It's nice to see it being done in this as well, because to be perfectly honest, the Porsche Mission R, I can't remember how long it's been on iRacing. It's not been like crazy long, but it's been on iRacing for a fair while now. I have never seen it. Genuinely, I've never seen it on track, with the exception of when I've raced it, or when I've driven it, right? I've never seen it, and so I think it's so cool to see it on track. Like, it's awesome.
It's one of my favorites. I love electric racing. I'm a big fan, and so having it being brought to iRacing was a great joy for me, and I love that they've included it in this one. It's funny that you mentioned the Garage 56 NASCAR. I had the pleasure of getting to go to Le Mans this year, and speaking to some of my British friends that I was over there with, seeing their biggest comment on that one was the noise of the car, and they said, they said, seeing 40 of those on track, I can understand the draw of why people go to NASCAR races. It's like, oh yes, it is quite the experience. Yeah, I mean, I would, as most people, we've all got like bucket list races and stuff, and for me, obviously, you've got things like the Bathurst 1000, you've got the Indy 500, and right at the top, I'd chuck Daytona 500 up there as well, because what an experience it would be. Safety car's not coming yet. I thought it was coming in then, just because of the gap that's being given. I'd love to go and see the Daytona 500. I think it's a fantastic race. I mean, I'd love to go and see a NASCAR race, but there's something about the 500 which is just sort of like, well, it's just the goated one, isn't it? You got to see it at the start of the season. That's one I still haven't been to yet. I did get to go in the early years of the Brickyard 400 in Indianapolis, and that was those are beautiful memories, that one. And yes, very cool stuff seeing them there. Only other NASCAR race I've been to is Watkins Glen, interestingly, but that was I'm going to show my age. That was back in 1999, I think it was. Goodness me. So I can tell you our race leader was not alive at that point. Exactly. Good point. Definitely not. Oh dear. Safety car in this lap. So the podcast can come to a close in a moment. But yeah, no, fascinating. I was alive at that point, but I won't say how old I was. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, actually, my birthday was yesterday, so I happy birthday! Thank you. I've just turned 40, so I am feeling the age now at this point. Oh no! Let's hope that Team Fordzilla can maybe make use of that youth here and find some speed now that they are in clear air. You talked about how they seem to be the fastest car in that group. This is really going to be telling, I think, because now with them stacked up behind the safety car, they're not going to find those lapped cars for what did we say, 11 minutes? Can they try and push and pull away? And you know what? I think there's another thing with this, is it's the push as hard as you can for 11 minutes and then maybe dive into pit lane before going through that traffic. You know what I mean? So then you're sticking the fuel in and stuff like that. I think they can go longer than that, because I think they would have saved enough fuel behind the safety car. I think they might be able to not quite touch an hour, but I think they'll be able to go comfortably past 11 more minutes. But for now, I think it is just push as hard as you can and then think about that before you get into the traffic and lose all the time. That is a good point. I wonder if their strategists are going to be thinking the same way. Could be clever. I mean, maybe it's not the way. We don't know, but we'll watch and see what Team Fordzilla will do. They were one of the quicker drivers, or quicker teams, I should say, last season in this series. Will it be the same this time around? And can they make use of that speed now that they are up at the front with about 39 minutes into this race? We get ready to go racing once again. Oh, big stack up behind them on the restart. Once again, drivers trying to take advantage of things, and it is just kind of chain reactioning down towards the back of the field, but it looks like nobody makes contact as the green flag is out, and Abel leads them down into Tarzan. So far, so good at the front of the field. A little bit of side-by-side farther back because of that big checkup, but it looks clean. Yeah, it was Marcus Deck instantly trying to make a move. It was on Aaron Knight, now trying to get one on Adam State as well, but that one is not going to work on the championship leaders. Our race leader, though, 0.3 of a second over the Movano
SimRacing team. So a nice tidy start in there. There is a switch though, blue by TC losing the lead in the GT3 category as they kick their way off the corner.
Yeah, and they ran into one of our LMP3s, unfortunately. A spin or half spin from 2 to go green. Thankfully, no caution, it looks like. Everybody's able to get going, but I think that was contact for the red 56 machine of Over the Limit Racing.
Yeah, we'll see this on replay. Of course, the 315 once again going for a spin, and unfortunately doing the right thing, getting on the brakes to come as well. Nearly Valkyrie got into it. You're absolutely right. It was the Over the Limit Racing red car of Edis Staskevicius. But I've got to say, it's the unfortunate thing. You're always trained when you go for a big slide like that, slam on the brakes, because you then go in basically in the straight line. You're on a consistent trajectory. Unfortunately, if they hadn't got on the brakes, they probably wouldn't have got in that crash there, the 315, just because you would have kind of stayed low on the banking. Not condoning not holding the brakes, but just honestly incredibly unfortunate there. Just wrong place, wrong time. Nothing they could really do.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that was the right thing to do in the moment. Unfortunately, just kind of caught out one of our front runners in the GT3s. And Alpha Esports Purple is now headed into pit lane. I'm trying to see if this is... Oh, they have a black and orange flag.
Oh,
Where did they get that?
Yeah, I don't know. It must have been obviously MTS Garage as well, coming out of the pit lane along with a load of the GT3s. Yeah, it must have been something that they got given around the safety car period, and then obviously they don't get to serve it under safety car. So
they were the ones that made contact under the safety car. I wonder if that's what caused it. I didn't think to check because again, it didn't look like hard contact. That's bizarre if that happened to them when they hit that GT3 cars. We continue to watch there. And, well, here we go. This is the answer. Whoa. It was not under yellow. And that is a good example of what you said of how fast you're going into Sheevlock.
Yeah, like I say, yeah, you got a load of runoff there. But if you go off, you can go off fast enough that you can visit a barrier. Unfortunately, exactly what we've seen there. So that car will be returning to pit lane to get some damage repair. But we look at our race leader, Abel Torres, under a lot of pressure from the Movano SimRacing team. And hey, don't count out Ronnie Smith, sat there in third position, knows how to sneak through when it comes to drama, when it comes to 2 cars ahead of him. So might just have to play his cards a little bit closer to his chest at the moment.
Yeah, he was the one that was trailing in 5th earlier when we saw the top 4 battling, but he's been promoted to 3rd because of the 2 ahead of him pitting in under yellow. Now, as he tries to keep up with those top 2, can he make himself a nuisance for them here in the second phase of the race? Coming down into the infield section at this point, it looks like Alpha Esports Purple, unfortunately, falling way down the order because of that black and orange flag. You can see the car crabbing when they try to drive it away. They were able to at least make it into pit lane under their own power, is the good news. But that Tech Pro barrier was not enough to keep them from damaging the suspension. And a spin! Off goes our leader, Team Fordzilla, facing the wrong way.
Yeah, just took way too much curb on the inside, lost the rear end. And then, again, I will say, at the moment, doing absolutely the right thing, holding the brakes, waiting for people to go through, and then getting back going. But it is an absolute unmitigated disaster for Team Fordzilla. Do not count them out, though, when it comes to a later point in the race. A safety car can bring them right back into it. But Movano now hold into the race lead. Alpha Esports running in 2nd and 3rd with the G Performance car ahead of the red.
Wow. I was not expecting a mistake like that out of Abel. Unfortunately, that means very back end of the field on the lead lap in the OBSP class for the 966. Movano SimRacing finds themselves handed a gift as they now lead the way.
Yeah, like I say, just dealt with the pressure. We'll see it once more and watch Abel Torres come through here. Takes a lot of the curb on the right, ends up dipping 2 wheels on the gravel and just getting beached a little bit. This curb sticks up. It doesn't look like it sticks up much, but it sticks up enough. Just got beached and then sat here. Again, respect for the patience. It would be so easy to see a slight gap there, slam the throttle down and hope for the best, or stick it in reverse, or try and do anything. Just remained calm, stayed where he was, understanding that there is still 5 hours and 16 minutes left to go in this race. That is plenty of time to drag yourself back into a decent result. And yes, I am including race victory on that as well. That car has been so fast in the hands of Abel Torres that you just never really know.
Well, and like we said, the cautions can change things around tremendously. if they do try to take an alternate strategy now, they could maybe use that to their advantage and roll the dice. And if you're wondering why they didn't try and maybe pull forward and turn around, remember that was gravel there to the inside. They probably did not want to get all kinds of gunk on their tires. That's hence why they sat and waited there on that paved runoff section.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of, sorry, just not making the worst of a bad situation. It's already bad. Don't try and make it worse. I mean, even if you reverse, you're then being more unpredictable, right? And yes. you're probably not going to be able to flick it around anyway until all the cars have gone past. So all you're doing is kind of just moving, right? You're still going to get going probably at about the same time. You're not going to be able to go any faster. You're still going to lose them. So you might as well just sit there and wait. And like I say, did the right thing. Now sits 7 seconds off of the Grow Racing Team blue car. And you're absolutely right. Now can maybe try something a bit more risky in strategy. And by the time they go through traffic, I get that gap will close down quite a bit. So don't worry too much about that one as we ride on board. Second position in the GT3 category, trying to make it first as the Blue by TC car is under pressure from the Yellow Submarine Squad car, the V533.
Alfonso Soto in that machine doing his best to try and hassle Blue by TC, but no dice into Tarzan once more. It does look like track position is really at a premium here. We might see some risky moves as it gets farther into the race and drivers feel a little bit more desperation to use the traffic to try and make some chances to get through, just because it's proving to be so tough to try and get by on raw pace here. But yellow versus blue, it looks like here up at the front of the field and pulling away from red there in the 56, who with the damage, I'd say are not doing too shabby.
I just saw genuinely a near very, very, very large crash. Ronnie Smith trying to navigate some lap traffic going up towards Shevlak and was very much wrong-footed, nearly absolutely cleaned out one of the cars. This might be... Oh, no, this is the Icarus car going into the barrier, just getting onto the curb. I don't know if it actually made contact with the barrier, but either way was able to... Oh, no, it's definitely made contact with the barrier, just with how that's grabbing. So a big shame there. But yeah, almost a near crash from Ronnie Smith. Speaking of which, by the way, I did see one of his championship rivals in that Formula 4 thing, Henry Moores, wished you a happy birthday, so at least there's that.
Nicely done. And as we come back, challenge maybe for third here. And unfortunately, now is when the damage hurts the the limit racing red Porsche, overtaking by their sister blue team. Maybe they facilitated it a little bit, knowing they'd be slow in a straight line.
They've actually got some, I say decent speed. It's not quite as slow as I would expect a car in that position. And to be fair, right now, Staskevicius could sit on the rear end of their teammate and maybe use a little bit of the slipstream to kind of negate some of that the straight line speed woes. Still keeping relatively in contention. It's probably not, maybe not the way to put it, but not a million miles off these two, because they work their way through. You see them in the background, both of the over the limit cars, not too far behind the Blue by TC and the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car that we're looking at here. So there's still potential for some closing, but considering the Blue by TC car was able to pull away to such a strong lead earlier in the race, then got caught back up, still seem to have pace in the tyres to at least hold the margins as we see more navigation of traffic.
And actually, our leaders are catching that 27 Ferrari that we saw crabbing, trying to make his way back. He's able to pull off. And it looks like he's found an opening where he's going to be able to get the car out of the way and either tow or at least just let everybody through. So hopefully that won't be a full safety car as we watch our OBSP cars now work their way on to the main straight. Race Onion has made their way up into fourth, and they're already trying to find their way onto the podium. That is Alpha Esports Red and the 37 ahead of them. Yeah, like I say, Marcus Deck got very aggressive going through the opening lap on the restart and was able to work his way up a couple of positions. Now might be able to work up onto the podium, as you were saying. Of course, the Race Onion car that was leading the race earlier, flashing of the lights there from the Alpha Esports Red car of Camilo Dehaan.
and you can see the pressure mounting from that Acura behind. It's 3 and a bit seconds, nearly 4 seconds up to the Movano car that hasn't stopped yet. Do remember that the Race Onion car has stopped under the safety car, so is much heavier than the 2 cars ahead. Probably hasn't changed tyres and all that one, although we'll probably need confirmation on that one. But at the moment, I'd say things are looking pretty good for Race Onion, to be honest.
Yeah, and that kind of harkens back to what you and I were talking about earlier of we felt like the right call was to make a pit stop under that yellow, and it does seem to be working out pretty nicely for the 15 team. But, I mean, there's so many unknowns that could change that around, and maybe we'll eat our words. We'll see as we check in behind them in the fight between OBS World by Simsa and WSR Esports Butt Kicker, vying for the 5th spot out on track. That is our highest Cadillac, who typically is the most desired car in this GTP category on iRacing, but with the weight penalty that they put on it, it does seem to be hindering it on this more technical circuit. Checking back in that battle for P4, Race Onion staying patient up till now.
Yeah, I've got to say my favourite in this category is the Cadillac. It's not because of the way it drives or even the way it looks. Does look pretty good, but it's mostly because of the way it sounds. She sounds good, so that's the important bit. I'm only here for the noise, and I've got to say I am absolutely loving this era. The GTPs, obviously for us, the OBSPs, absolutely loving this era of sports car racing. And to be fair, with how they're balanced, and even with the way the success penalty works in this, it's all very exciting. Indeed. If you did want to know a little bit, by the way, as to how the success penalty works, as to why the Cadillac has 30 kilos on it, if you were joining us a little bit earlier, is because the Cadillac was the victorious car in the opening round of the season and in the second round of the season. Of course, that was pure Sims then, but it is the WSR Bucking car, and it's the championship leader. It's 10 kilos for a round victory, 10 kilos again for another round victory, and then 10 kilos for being the current championship leader. That is why it is 30 kilos that the Cadillac has, if you were ever wondering earlier on in the broadcast.
Yeah, and so that is unfortunately giving them just a little bit of pain right now, but we'll see how they can adapt to it as we check back in with the leaders of the GT3s being overtaken by one of our OBSP cars, and thankfully carrying on their way without too much interruption. We hop on board with second place, 533, Alfonso Suto, just keeping that Porsche honest. This is a BMW that is kind of breaking up the Porsche domination that we saw at the front of the field early in this race.
Yeah, you can see there at the bottom of the screen confirmation stats-wise, the Movano SimRacing team yet to stop this race. The Race Onion car has a stop, and the gap between them about 5, nearly 6 seconds. So things are looking very good at the moment for the Race Onion team. But then again, it's I'd say it's far too early to tell. We expect the Movano SimRacing team, same with the Alpha Esports, both the G Performance and the Red car, to be in pit lane relatively soon. I'd say the GT3s who we're on board with here, of course, I don't know if too many of them made an entrance onto pit lane during that pit sequence. Certainly our race leaders most certainly did not, because it was a very awkward time. 25 minutes into the race, the safety car came out. The GT3s in normal racing conditions will generally last an hour out on the racetrack. I'd say with the safety car intervention that we had and how long it was, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw them get to about an hour 10 as we check another replay with the Turbo Turtles car. Oh, what's the spin?
On their own, coming through the infield portion. Thankfully, they had enough of a clear track that they're able to get it going once again. Have to say, I am, and I'm knocking on wood right here, I am pleasantly surprised at how well a lot of the teams have been handling incidents out on track. We haven't had much that's been too crazy, and when we have had cars that wind up in the firing line, if you will, it's cleared up relatively quickly.
Yeah, no, I think considering how difficult this track is for traffic at the best of times, I mean, look, I would say if I were making a calendar, there'd be certain circuits that I would avoid. Long Beach would be one of them, as we were having a discussion beforehand. I would avoid ZANDVOORT. But I will say, the drivers, the boys and girls out on the race circuit at the moment are proving why that doesn't need to be the case. It's not the circuit's fault if there's drama. It's all down to the drivers. I'll agree. At the moment, Yeah, we've seen a couple of bits in lap track, but you'd see that on any circuit. You'd see that around the wider circuits, the likes of Spa, the likes of Silverstone, the likes of Le Mans. You'd see it in those. So it kind of, I think it really shows that the drivers out on circuit today have been relatively well behaved. Now we've said that, we're about to enter the crash city zone, clearly, but I don't believe in the commentators, guys, actually, so no, that's total rubbish. Hats off to them.
Yeah, we'll see how much the superstition plays out here as we continue to watch the lead battle in the GT3s. We've been definitely blessed up to now to see a close fight here in the slowest class of the race, and as they come around onto the main straight, a little bit more clearance for the number 14 this time, just keeping Yellow Submarine kind of at arm's length behind them. Maybe they are entering a stage of this race where it's just rifle off the laps. Like you said, the safety car has extended this a little farther than what they normally could do. Oh, one of our front runners in the LMP3 is off, though. That's the other yellow by TC. That's going to be the number 38 machine.
Oh, yeah.
They'll get back onto the track, but they're losing multiple positions. We haven't seen them on screen quite yet. We got a replay, it looks like.
I can only imagine it was assisted. It's one of the Ferraris. Unfortunately, in the middle, it's the Tutor Motorsports car. Ooh, that was not pretty. A bit of 3 wide through there is never great, but unfortunately, just all of that was very messy. Remember how I said that we were said about how clean it had been? No, I still don't believe in the commentator's curse.
And that was kind of a weird one because they weren't initially the one I think that were in trouble there. It was the outside car I thought that was going to get the bad end of the stick, and unfortunately that Ferrari just kind of steered to the inside, 3 wide like you said, tipped him off the track as we got a battle for position. This is Alpha Esports Red trying to hold off Race Onion. Marcus Deck round the outside, coming through Sheevlock. Oh, but they come together and into the wall hard
That's
for
broken.
Marcus Deck. And unfortunately for Dahan and the Alpha Esports Red, they get spun around, I think. Oh, but they're dragging the tail of the car on my end, and it does look like maybe damage for Race Onion, as I think the car doesn't look like it's tracking straight now.
Both cars are absolutely broken from that. We'll see it once more. Going around the outside of Sheevlack. I mean, it was really risky. Marcus Deck was trying to stay there. Got to say, I'm always on the side of, if there is a car there, you've really got to give the room, and maybe that wasn't necessarily given. You can see on board here with the Alpha Esports Red car. Maybe there wasn't space given, but Marcus Deck was playing a very, very risky game trying to get around the outside there, and unfortunately has paid the price. I just don't know which way this race is going to go now. We've seen big, heavy hits for a couple of our fastest cars in this race. Of course, with only an hour into it, and onto the pit lane, Race Onion goes, and now Free Sports Red, obviously after that damage. And you know what? Drama like this is what allows teams like Team Fordzilla, who have been, again, arguably the fastest, despite that spin from Abel Torres, these are the kind of moments that might drag them back into the race,
Indeed, and I had posited earlier that we just don't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing for Race Onion for them pitting, and that was one of the things in the back of my mind that puts you back into the traffic, having to fight other cars, and it bit them just there. Unfortunately, I said that Alpha Esports Red just spun. No, we could see on the replay they did hit the wall a couple times, and that's what took the rear wing off, and that is why they are pitting right now.
I mean, the only thing that I'll say about that, if from the Race Onion point of view, is did they need to fight that hard, right? Because you've made that pit stop, and you're kind of behind everyone. You got to fight your way back through it. It's still only four and a bit seconds to the race leader, right? And they are due a pit stop fairly soon. I'd be sat back thinking, I'm not going to take any risky moves here. If I get the chance to get around the outside, fair enough. But I'm not going around the outside of Sheevlack. I'm playing my cards close to my chest. I'm saving a little bit of fuel. I'm playing the long game. I'm looking after my tyres. You've got to remember, again, the 4 sets of tyres. That'll be causing quite an issue throughout this race as we're approaching an hour mark where we're expecting these cars to at least start venturing onto pit lane. I don't think that was really the time to have taken those kind of risks.
I agree. It's just a little bit too early in the race for that sort of stuff. When we were watching on screen the Movano SimRacing car number 6, leading this race in OBSP. And I think this is one of our Fordzilla cars. This is Abel Torres in the 966, up to 9th now that we've had a couple other drivers pit and take their service in that category. Is down to the inside of Masters. That's always a risky spot for one of our Porsches here. Interesting to note, not just Movano in a good spot as the tires spin up. They're trying to get the accelerator down. But OBS World by Simsa in the 66, they are our highest car to have pitted right now. And they are sitting in 3rd place because of that incident. So I think it's kind of working out for them.
And they were the ones, obviously Alexander Walton behind the wheel, they were the ones playing the really long game earlier on in the race. You can see here the beer skin by Simsa car of Christopher Kindler. So it's their teammates further up that's kind of playing the cards right. Here's the Ferrari that we saw. No. Oh, that was a bit of a netcode there.
And safety car is out because of it. No wonder that was a big hit, and both instances into the Armco from the Ferrari. Is that the number 6? Is that what I'm seeing correctly there?
621, I believe, is the Ferrari there. Like I said, we've seen an incident with them a little earlier. It's the Tutor Motorsports car, Nave Kuskas behind the wheel there, and obviously the LMP3 had already lost a rear wing. What a disastrous moment. You could tell, obviously, by the Ferrari, it obviously popped the wheel off. This is why this Ferrari cannot move. Right, it's popped one of the rear wheels off. Obviously, the diff is then sending all of the power to following the path of least resistance. So it's going to the wheel that's basically not on, courtesy of how diffs work. And so, obviously, that car it's got no power, basically. To put it nicely, it's got no power going to the rear wheels.
And here's the crushing thing about that accident. That car that ran into them was 2 to go green. And that was Tuta Motorsports that they hit. So, and that was completely out of the hands of Tuta Go Green. I mean, maybe they could have tried to avoid, but it's a blind crest into Sheavlock. I'm not sure if they could even see where that car was positioned when it slid back onto the track. So they were heading full tilts into there, maybe had some time to try and slow down a little bit, but with it just kind of prone across the track, I don't know how they could have known where to place the car in that situation.
The thing is, it happened literally just ahead of them, right? So, like I say, there's just not real major times to react in all of that. Obviously, some of the cars that are in the pit lane getting some damage repair, this will be slightly better for them. Did see Movano have come into the pit lane, which means now our race leader is the OBS World by Simsa car of Alexander Walton, not coming back onto pit lane. Obviously, did make the stop under the first safety car, not decided to come down onto pit lane this time, which I do get. I think that's probably the right decision, just to stay out on the race circuit. You can see the car ahead. I believe that is the Alpha Esports red car, I'm not 100% sure.
And it's a busy pit lane. We haven't mentioned that sort of an aspect, a bit different, obviously, in sim racing, especially in iRacing, because they do ghost the cars when you're in the pit box. That said, once you are out of the pit box, it is possible to hit other cars in pit lane, and this is a notoriously short and narrow pit lane. So it's during these caution periods, it can get a little bit busy, and I did see a few situations where drivers had to check up to make sure that they didn't accidentally run into one another down there.
Like I say, I mean, I'm normally from the world of sim racing where you can make contact in pit lane, so I'm kind of well versed on the don't go near someone else's car.
Yes.
But when you have like the ghosting and stuff, it's very easy just to lob it straight back into the fast lane, completely forget that contact is absolutely on in the fast lane, and then cause quite a kerfuffle in pit lane. Like I say, this pit lane's narrow. In real life, you absolutely couldn't have 50 cars racing around here. You couldn't do it. The pit lane is not big enough. It's one of the beautiful things of sim racing is that we absolutely can. This is one of the joys we get to break reality, at least in that sense. But it just means that you've got to be very careful in pit lane because, like I say, that's where the mistakes happen, as you've rightly assumed. A couple of cars into pit lane from the GT3s. Makes sense for the GT3s to come in now. It's about an hour into the race. I'd absolutely be taking fuel. Do you know what? I wouldn't take tyres. Because you've had two safety cars.
Absolutely.
So this is where like you've not really used the tyres under safety cars. So I'd 100% be like double stint now.
This is a perfect opportunity for them. Yeah, so the GT3's probably just going to top up on fuel if they're smart here. our leader there, at least temporarily, the Sapphire SimSport Alpha 22 pitted in. So they're going to give up the track position, meaning that Blue by TC and Yellow Submarine are now back to the top spot in that GT3 class. But OBS World by Simsa and Slow and Confused now are leaders overall, but pitted 22 laps ago, and they both took their pit stop in the first caution. So they're going to try and go long this time, switching things around a little bit for them.
Yeah, which, like I say, this is where it's kind of like, are they on the right strategy call? There is the whole thing of just because of a safety car, you shouldn't pit under every safety car. That's where a lot of people actually see this is the kind of thing where, like, on iRacing, because obviously on road course racing, you don't generally get safety cars and stuff. This is where I think if you do oval racing, you start to pick up a little bit more on the strategy of when to pit and when not to pit, and the idea of not pitting just because of the safety car out. You don't have to come into the pit lane. It's about picking the right one to do so that kind of fits in relatively closely with the strategy that you want to run. And honestly, that's where I think you have to be well versed with doing lots of different forms of motorsport, or in this case it's sim racing, lots of different categories, because it teaches you some things that will help. But people always kind of doubt that when I say that if you do oval racing, it might help you on like driving a hypercar around a circuit. People are like, no, that's crazy. It's not just about the car control, it's about how you go through a race, how you piece yourself through a race, and what your mentality is. And right now, honestly, I've got no idea who's in the right boat. But we were criticising people for not pitting earlier, and now we're criticising people for yes, it's crazy.
There's never pleasing us up
no,
in the
absolutely
booth.
not.
It's easy to be armchair quarterbacks, but yeah, no, I'm completely with you that I do love seeing the variety that sim racing offers. That thankfully it is something we're seeing a lot more of. I feel like in the last couple years that drivers are starting to branch out a lot more. We're seeing them take part in a lot of different styles of racing. Apologies that we've lost pictures just a bit here. We'll have those back in a moment. But we're seeing that sort of I consider it the Mario Andretti effect, where it's get into anything and try to be fast. And
yeah,
I think that is giving us a real joy in seeing drivers experiencing different styles of racing and like you said, picking that up. Now, have we mentioned that the 181 SRB Motorsport by Lent Vega is leading down in the LMP3s because they have not stopped on this latest caution, but everybody else in class has. So they're the one contra strategy team to everybody else.
Yeah, which seems odd, but obviously they're doing the right thing as we regain live pictures. I mean, look, they've done really well this season. They did have a podium in the first round of the championship, and didn't quite have so at the previous one, but they've looked fairly fast, and they're looking quick again today. We know that they're a quick team. Again, just the strategy around here is it's so up and down that honestly you could say right now that everyone's made the wrong call and everyone's made the right call. There just is no answer just yet. We'll find out in 5 hours time, basically.
We have had a few race control decisions, but they've all been warnings. 777 and the 116 have both had warnings for various incidents out on track. So thankfully, that has been mostly uneventful instead of getting the drive-through penalties that we saw a lot of back at Long Beach. We're seeing drivers just being given a wag of the finger. Hopefully they'll take heed on that one. We'll see some clean racing once we get going once again. How many actually have we lost so far? Race Onion is in pit lane, but they are not officially out of this race. In fact, Alpha Esports Purple, unfortunately, looks like they have retired their car, and Z and LZ Racing are also the only other official retirement that I can see with a checkered flag next to their name. So we do still have what looks to be 48 cars running.
Yeah, exactly. And whilst we're here, I'm just going to touch on a little bit of the driver time. Now, this is quite complicated.
Yes.
So I'm not going to go into it too much, but it's not a simple, you've got to do, like, one driver has to do 2/3 of the race, the other driver has to do 1/3 of the race, and you're good to go. It's a little more complicated than that. It depends on what your rating is as a driver, and by rating I mean you would have heard of this in WEC and IMSA and that kind of stuff, where you've got bronze, silver, gold and platinum rated drivers, and in this that is done on iRacing. If you're below 2,500, you're a bronze driver. If you're between 2.5 and 3.5k, you're a silver. Between 3.5 and 5, you're a gold, and then anything above 5 and you're a platinum driver. And dependent on what you've got in your car and what category you're in, depends on when you have to be into the pit. I know I've done a horrible job of explaining that. It's because I've genuinely got a proper chart with how this works, and I will not be able to help you through this one. Mostly it's minimum drive time. There's no real maximum drive times, with the exception in GT3s of platinum drivers. They can't do more than 3 hours and 15 minutes. It's more about reaching the minimum lap time. That is the minimum driver time. That's the important bit.
I'm imagining you like Austin Powers trying to explain this. Just,
It's
oh no, I've
unbaffled.
gone cross-eyed.
I am bad. Honestly, I'm reading this being like, I don't know. Honestly, I don't think I was speaking English for the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, and the other thing, one thing we can speak to on this is what the driver changes and the minimum times also do, is that affects their pit strategy when we get these cautions, because we've been talking so much about, oh well, do you take the pit stop for fuel and tires and things like that? You also have to consider, okay, where are we on that drive time?
Yeah.
Is this now the ideal time? Or, in the past, even in real life endurance racing, we've seen where teams have missed a trick because they've gone over the time, or they realized, oh no, that caution we should have come in and changed, because now we have to pit under green to switch the drivers around, or else we're going to get a penalty on top of it.
Exactly. It's kind of one of those ones of, it's really important for you as a team to understand where you are with the drive times. At the moment, there are no major worries. Like I said, for the most part, like the minimum drive times, it's like 45 minutes. For some of them, it's an hour and 45, depending on how you've got the drivers. Again, we'll try and work this out a little bit. But for the drivers at the moment, for the team, you must know what your limit is. Don't try and work out what Billy at the back of the grid's trying to do as well. Don't try and work out what's happening with anyone. Like, just focus on yours, not even your rivals. It's not worth trying to calculate, because it can be a real head scratcher. Just work out what yours are and what the fastest way for you to get to the checkered flag. Deal with everything else afterwards, because that's where the troubles really come in, is when you're trying to juggle too many things. You're trying to work out what someone else's strategy is, who's been in the pit stops, what their driver time is, whether they've got any tyres left, have they changed tyres on the previous stop, how many tyres we've got 3 left, how many do they have? Don't just focus on you.
Absolutely. And speaking of the strategists having to focus on various things, one thing that just occurred to me is the cautions have actually come out relatively consistently here on this one. It was basically every half hour. And one thing I've learned about the strategists and race teams is that you can't gamble on a hunch necessarily. You have to work with numbers, because the numbers are the sure thing. And one thing that you can do with numbers is come up with statistics. And, well, we're starting to get, patterns and statistics here with these safety cars. So now, do you start to try and bank on that, play a game of poker here and say, okay, what are the chances, what are the percentages of us getting that yellow and white Porsche back out on the track?
Do you know what? I would say no. When I was always doing like my oval racing and stuff, I would always be prepared that every time we went green flag racing, that would be the last time we'd see the safety car, right? So you're always preparing to run long, to run to the end of the race, and sometimes that it does backfire. Sometimes you do, and like, fair enough. But I would rather be in that scenario of at least being, on the right side of things, preparing to go to the end of the race, rather than gambling of, oh yeah, but if we try and do this, and maybe a safety car will come out here and a safety car will come, like you're gambling there. And for some teams towards, maybe in the mid pack, maybe towards the back of the field, yeah, sure, maybe it is worth a bit of a gamble. But if you're at the front, don't gamble on it. Expect that we're going to run green now until the end of the race. obviously, realistically, we're probably not, but there's no chance, like reason to try and work out when that safety car is going to come out, because it's like trying to predict the weather in this country. It's just not. It's not a thing. Don't bother.
One of my favorite quotes from a driver turned commentator, Eddie Cheever, once said, "Luck is a bad strategy," and I think that sums it up well.
Absolutely.
So you kind of have to play it by the optimum, and if, like you said, if you're at the front, that's the way you got to go for it. But if you're at the back, well, at that point you can maybe gamble a little bit, roll the dice, and hope that it brings you to the fore. But we'll see if anybody does take that opportunity. As we did get a number of pitters this time through. Mivano SimRacing team is the highest one to have stopped in, but OBS World by Simsa and Slow and Confused stayed out. So they will try and stretch this stint for now, as the safety car has been announced to be coming in this lap. We're going to get ready to go racing once again. It is now the 66 team. I think our third different leader who's going to lead the way here, Lewis?
Yeah, I believe so. OBS World by Simsa, of course. We did. It might be fourth. We obviously have a Team Fordzilla earlier. Yeah, it's definitely fourth. Yeah, because obviously we've had Mivano as well as the Race Onion car. So very interesting indeed. Will he wait to go as long as we saw from the Fordzilla car of Abel Torres, who waited a very long time before seeing the green flag?
Indeed, and I got to imagine some of that is because you don't want to give the slipstream down the main straight. That's that good passing opportunity into Tarzan, and the longer you wait, the less slipstream you give down into that first corner. But you got to try and vary it up, and it looks like he did a little bit as he takes off now. Green flag is out once again, and the 66 gets a good jump over the 325. Slow and Confused with Arturas Kundalis is not going to be able to do anything, but one of our former race leaders is hot on their heels in the number 6.
Yeah, Sasha Gawler now behind the wheel of that Mivano SimRacing team car, of course, fresh off a pit stop, potentially with some fresh tyres on board, although we do expect the ABS World by Simsa car has older tyres. At the moment, that shouldn't be too much of a worry. These cars, they should be able to do hour and 20 minutes, hour and a half on these tyres without too much of a worry. But the Slow and Confused car could actually end up helping out Alexander Walton at the moment, as Cadillac might be able to keep Sasha Gawler at bay and fend off that Mivano car from working up any orders. Also, don't count out, in 5th place in this category is the WSR Esports butt kicker car, of course, our championship leader. I mean, let's be honest, let's not rule those out from working their way up the order in a very tasty way.
Yeah, now I'm trying to figure out. Fordzilla is still a couple spots behind them, so unfortunately have not been able to catch up to them quite yet. And we heard them say their real focus is making sure they finish ahead of them, at least for this race, to try and keep them behind in the points. But as we watch Mivano continue to try and chase down Slow and Confused, one of the things I do love about that 325 Cadillac is that Arturas Kundalis is actually racing from a wheelchair. He has a modified racing sim rig that allows him to have hand controls and is usually quite fast. I usually watch him over in what was the Camel GT series, what is now the IMSA Vintage series here on iRacing, over in older prototypes.
Yeah. You know, I've known of a few people in my sim racing days who have raced using hand controls. Ben Warren, who's a driver most, like 99% of people, I'm sure absolutely no one in this race or watching this broadcast has ever heard of. But when I first started racing in 2013, he was one that was very prevalent on hand controls. And trust me, was not slow. Just because they're on hand controls, had great throttle control, just had great feel for the car, and honestly was absolutely rapid. And that's one of the beautiful things with the world of sim racing, is that it's accessible for everyone. I've always said this whole thing of it doesn't matter if you're young, you're Abel Torres, age 13 or whatever. If you're old, I've raced against people. A guy called Ken Hunter who's in his mid-70s when I was racing with him. What ability level you are at when it comes to your ability behind the wheel of a car, or any issues you've got, any disabilities, you can absolutely race in the world of sim races. What's so fantastic about it, and I'm pretty sure anyone with any affliction can definitely be faster than me, because I'm not very quick these days.
Yeah, no, absolutely. In fact, one of the drivers I've called for many years is one hand and one foot has a special rig, and he's won multiple Indy 500s here in the sim that I've called. So yeah, it's amazing what is able to be done. Meanwhile, we've got a little bit of a battle here for the 4th position, BC Vault versus Alpha Esports. Also, SRB Motorsport lost a couple positions this last lap over in the LMP3s as they grazed the wall through Hugenholtz last time through, and we were watching the battle for the lead down to the GT3s for a while on our screen. So there's definitely action in the other classes as well happening, but this one here is continuing to close up for that P4. BC Vault under threat.
Yeah, and I know we didn't see it at the broadcast. We would have seen it in the background a lap and a half ago. But Abel Torres was able to pick through, did a double overtake, made it 3 wide on the start-finish straight, getting past the Beerskin by Simsa and the ATRS community car on the start-finish, with just a beautiful car by the two of them were fighting each other too hard, and now finds themselves behind the WSR Esports butt-kicking car. We're keeping our eye on this fight between that BC Vault by Simsa and the Alpha Esports car. I've got to say, I do really like the livery on that BC Vault by Simsa car. I think it's, for me, white, blue, orange, bit of black on there as well. It's not. Don't get me wrong. For me, I'm more of a dark blue and lime green kind of guy. But I think that's quite a fetching livery. I'm just going to say.
It does look very pretty, and they make good use of the spec maps on it. But in the meantime, some blinking from Ronnie Smith. Let's hope that clears up if they start racing closer to one another. But Fabio Rauer in the BC Vault car holds the upper hand with the track position. This is also directly behind Sasha Gorley, who we mentioned earlier, sitting in 3rd in the Movano Racing team, actually kind of falling behind our top 2, who've kind of scampered off, I guess, with those lighter cars.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the big thing there. As you can see, the Beerskin by Simsa cars getting overtaken by the Alpha Esports red car that is a couple of laps down. So don't worry about that too much. Camilo Dehan obviously having the car fairly repaired and back in the race, but obviously a couple of laps down on this grouping. But yeah, like you say, absolutely right. I think the top 2 are pulling away, mostly courtesy of them having lighter cars. I do believe they might get caught a little bit up as the stint goes on, as their tyres obviously drop off a little bit more, and the fact they've got an advantage on the fuel load starts to dissipate compared to the rest of the field. So we'll have to wait and see on that one as we ride on board with Ronnie Smith. Oh, switch behind. Team Fortilla's got past the WSR Esports butt-kicker car.
Oh, wow. Championship implications there. So Torres now overtaking Adam State in that number 116 machine, and I'm assuming that happened into Tarzan.
Yeah.
And this is closing in on this battle that we've been watching as well. Ronnie Smith had a big dive up the inside but couldn't pass through the infield section of the track and is now since backed off a little.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, it was definitely moving to T1. I've got to say, I think Adam State, gifted's probably not the right word, just didn't fight it. Obviously in deep understanding as to where that car is at the moment. Obviously it's carrying 30 kilos of weight. It doesn't mean that it's a weak vehicle around here, but it just means that it's maybe struggling a little bit more. Of course, we do have the slow and confused car currently running fast and probably fast and confused at the moment, considering they're running in 2nd position, 2.2 seconds off the race leader. That is also in a Cadillac. Also, just to note, by the way, I was speaking about the weight earlier because I wonder if people might have been a bit confused. When I was saying that it's about how the 30 kilos come around, it was a race victory, and then the lead of the championship. That is the last 2 races, and that will be the way throughout the whole season. It's not going to be they're going to keep adding 10 kilos. It's all about the last 2 races and their championship position as to where that weight comes from. Okay, cool. Now we're all aware. And that, again, I'm sure I'll explain it again in a slightly different way in about 20 minutes' time. Who knows?
Makes it clear as mud to me, but as we come around, it is still a fight for 3rd. Wow, from defense to attack for Fabio in the number 47, now getting all over the back of Sasha Gorley, and they've got traffic in front of them as Urbanus and the locals Autosport Black leaves just a lane underneath. All 3 of the cars managed to sneak through. Same thing down to the inside of the Porsche GT3 car. Somehow they are managing to get by, but it is not getting them away from Abel Torres, who has been gaining hand over fist. He is lit up and ready to try and challenge.
I was going to say, Abel Torres is now knocking at the door of this group, and pretty sure will want to fire his way through as quick as possible. More navigation as they work their way down into the chicane. It's the Icarus International car they work their way past. You've got the Porsche in there as well of the SR Technic Endurance team. So it's all a little scary, but Abel Torres, I think, will be absolutely loving the fact being right back in the fight after that issue. And I get the feeling the WSR Esports Buckler car will not be taking any major risks here. Obviously, he did not fight the Team Fordzilla car. Will probably be sat there using as much slipstream as possible, just trying to kind of keep up with the group and save a little bit of fuel. There is an extra car in this as well, and again, that was the Alpha Esports red car, Camila De Haan, I was talking about. There's been a spin and contact, and by the way, the Fordzilla car just received a massive whack from the WSR Esports bucket car. This might be another safety car at turn 3 at Hugenholtz.
Yeah, and WSR looks like they might be hindered. They're trying to get back turned around. Cars are still having to kind of weave their way through the wreckage. And yeah, they get hit in front and behind, unfortunately. And I think, yeah, WSR has a meatball flag. They are going to have to come in to repair the car from that damage that they received.
Yeah, I mean, it was a spin from the RENEVERSE by Tomedo car, which we can see here right in the middle, and then just kind of sat in the middle of the lane. Nothing they can really do, but obviously the Fordzilla car was the one that was coming through directly behind. Got to say, Abel Torres doing as good as they could. Unfortunately, coming through a blind corner, and yeah, very scary indeed. No safety car being called, so that's a good sign. Just a lot of damaged cars trying to work their way back into the pit lane. I'm going to see if the Team Fordzilla cars were going to come into pit lane. They are not, so that might be a good sign. The car's tracking ever so slightly left hand down, but nothing major.
Boy, it's been a rough one for them on this one. And I can report, going back and looking on my screen, that only 3 cars made contact, and all of them were the GTPs. It was the WSR Esports, the Team Fordzilla, and the Alpha Esports Red. Now, Alpha Esports Red was already a lap down because of their earlier incident, so that just kind of adds to their misery, unfortunately. But I think they also got away lightly in terms of the various cars that took contact in that one, as we go an attempt at side by side for fourth position. That is Alpha Esports by G Performance attacking Movano.
Yeah, Roddy Smith on the attack of Sasha Gorla, looking for a move. Not quite being able to find the pick and the way through at the moment, and these two sat around 5 and a bit, nearly 6 seconds off of our race lead, the OBS World by Simsa car. Whether that'd be too much of a worry at the moment, but Movano starting to feel the pressure. Honestly, I thought Sasha Gorla was going to go right on the attack earlier on, and we wouldn't have really seen them getting attacked. But alas, it is them trying to hold the defence. Ronnie Smith closing in, a look to the inside, going down to Tarzan. Just filling the mirrors, not close enough to go for a move, but alas, I think there might be an opportunity fairly sharpish, maybe even on the exit of the Hugenholtz bend.
Somewhat inconsequential, but Tuda Motorsports 621 Ferrari that's still taking repairs was given a drive-through penalty, and we got some more side-by-side as we come up and over the crest and into Rob Schlotemacher, but he has to back out of it. We do have Dario Frattini, one of the drivers for the 333 team. That is the electric Porsche that we've been following from time to time. Dario, welcome in. You join us in the midst of a heated battle, but how is the team feeling? Oh, excuse me, I'll have to back off because we got a side-by-side fight coming into turn 9, and through goes Alpha Esports by G Performance with an excellent overtake down through the infield. Dario, now hopefully I can talk to you. How is the team doing out there? We saw you taking advantage of at least one of the yellows to try and recharge the car.
Hi all. Yeah, it sounds like you're having a very exciting race on your hands. That's nice to hear. Yeah, we have a new team on today. I'm the only one of the 4 drivers today. I haven't driven yet, of course, but I'm the only one who's actually driven in this series before. So everybody's a bit excited about the whole thing. It's obviously a a bit of a weird experience, just trying to get out of the way of everyone, not competing, but still trying to go as fast as possible. And that kind of what you said with the safety cars, to maximize driving, we just, as soon as there's a safety car, we pit. So we can't. It's kind of hard to actually plan the stints because you can always get that odd safety car that'll force you to pit and mess stuff up. So we'll. Some of us are a little bit excited about the whole thing. It's nice to be here though. It's very fun.
What is the ultimate goal for the team, since you're in your own class, and also what is the charity that you guys are raising for?
You caught me unprepared for this because the team manager is not with us. I do apologize for that. I'm not sure. The one time you can't raise, of course, you asked me this question.
That's okay.
That's on you. No, I'll ask. I'm sorry. Sorry.
I'll help you out.
Ahead.
I'm being told in my ear it's Movember that you guys are raising.
Of course it is. Yeah, it says on the car, right? The ultimate goal really is, if possible, not to be last, not to lose too many laps in the pits, because as you know, it takes about 13-14 minutes to recharge this car. And this is not even a track where you get a lot of regen, unlike Long Beach, where we could go for maybe 45 minutes in a stint. I think this is 30 minutes at best, because there's just not a lot of hard braking. And really, we just hope not to get in the way of people too much. We know the car is fast in a very different way. It seems like everybody's doing a very good job for now. Hopefully we're not going to get involved in any crash.
And speaking of crashes, that is the 56 of Over the Limit Racing Red, who was formerly one of our front runners in the GT3s that is now in pit lane. We didn't see on the replay what caused the accident. Here we're finally going to get a view of it. Oh, big hit up into Sheevlock. That's not the first time we've seen the entry to that corner see drivers tangle with one another. And I'm trying to make out who the BMW is. Couldn't quite see the number on it, unfortunately.
22.
22.
It was the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car, no.
So both of them, I think, having to visit pit lane prematurely. And we'll get back to Dario in a second, because we come back to action-packed racing down into turn one as Kundalis overtaken by the BC Vault car, which has been on fire since the last restart, overtaking multiple cars and moving into second now. So they are the highest driver to have pitted on that last safety car and are looking very good right now. In fact, Slow and Confused might have another threat from behind without Esports by G Performance. Dario, so thank you for coming and joining us, and best of luck on your efforts for the charity. But give us a prediction. What do you think overall position you guys will have by the end of the race?
Oh, overall, I thought you were going to ask in class. That would have been an easy one. Overall, actually, let me have a look here. We are 48th at the moment. I mean, obviously, to gain positions, we're going to have to expect other teams to retire. So I don't want to go to end up better than 40th. Let's say that.
Okay. Well, best of luck on that, and thank you for coming and chatting with us.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Dario Frattini, driver of the number 333 exhibition car we have in the electric Porsche, as the battle rages on for what is now third position after second was lost by the Slow and Confused team. Don't be confused by that name. They're certainly not slow, even though it looks like they have been losing a position or two here, Lewis.
Yeah, I think they've slowed down a little bit over the last few laps, maybe losing a little bit of the advantage they were having. Obviously, they were only a couple of seconds off the ABS well by Simsakar, and now they sit 7 seconds off. The other Simsakar, the 47, since taken over the second position, has absolutely chomped the bit to close that gap down. And here comes a move from Ronnie Smith. That's super risky, going into T8 now, down into what is effectively a hairpin at 9, working their way through. Got to get around the outside of 10 though, and once again that Cadillac with the inside line. Ronnie Smith's trying to get his way through on the Slow and Confused car with the outside line here. If he's got any battery, he'll dump it before they get down into sort of like this chicane hairpin bit.
4.5 hours to go, and they are fighting hard for this one. Again, surprises me how much they count track position as being critical here. One of the places where the cars will switch across the track, and Robbie McAfee tries to stay out of the way. Thankfully, they're able to get through. Big checkup, though, for Arturas Kundalis as he predicted wrong through Ari Leindijk. That slows him up along the main straight. This is a gift for Ronnie Smith. He's going to have the inside down into Tarzan, and that's the one that gets the move done.
Yeah, Porsche gets past on the Cadillac then. Well read from Ronnie Smith. Now got to watch out for the lap traffic departing pit lane, and it's the slow and confused car that gets delayed by them. Well read there from Ronnie Smith. Again, just piecing their way through the traffic, now having to navigate a couple of the Ferraris, that one being the Turtles. They're working their way through. I've got to say, by the way, your question to Dario Frattini, where do you think you're going to finish overall? I did think instantly, I was like, basically that question is how many retirements do you think we're going to have this race? And to be fair, I can see them definitely being in the top 40, if you know what I mean.
I think so too, especially if this race continues to be as frantic as it is. The top of the LMP3 sees a nice little fight here, although this is not all the way up at the top. This is yellow by TC, fighting for 6 with Beaver Grease Racing. And actually, SRB Motorsport, who I had mentioned earlier, was losing a few spots. Looks like maybe they are struggling a little bit with where the car is right now. In fact, they're being caught quickly by this pair who are also battling.
Yeah, exactly. Like I say, I think the SRB Motorsport car has got past the Beaver Grease Racing this lap. Has Justin Asbuka. So I think there's been a switch that way. But either way, the three of these, I mean, look, we know the yellow by TC and the SRB Motorsports car, that T45, they're rapid. Bits of navigation of lap traffic happens on the start finish. But alas, there are battles up and down the order, and it's. I think it's been a difficult race for some in the opening hour and 40 minutes. To be fair, I think it's been a difficult race for pretty much everyone in the opening hour and 40 minutes. That is what this race was always going to be, though. I think everyone surely has been prepared for that mentally, as once again this time we look at the blue by TC car in the race lead in the GT3s still, with the yellow submarine squad Simlab car sat right on the rear end.
And I don't know if you mentioned, Slow and Confused has pitted in under green.
Oh, really?
I think that is the first green flag stop we've seen for any of the OBSP machines. I'm kind of curious if they'll be able to stay on the lead lap with this.
Did you see, by the way, the SRB Motorsports by Vega car in the LMP3s has just dropped down the order. They had an incident with one of the Mercedes. I think it was the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech. This is that incident I was talking about there. And that is where the SRB Motorsports Vega car went into the barrier, out into the gravel trap at Sheevlack, and was able to rejoin the race there, but obviously with a fair amount of damage.
That entry, that crest, has been Calamity Corner, unfortunately. We've seen multiple big accidents there, so drivers really will need to try and watch out. Hopefully those on the box are going to tell them to keep their eyes peeled and play it safe into there. And that Mercedes doing a good job keeping that from becoming a big accident for themselves, eventually finding their way back onto the track. As we check back in with the battle for the lead between Blue by TC and Yellow Submarine Squad, this has honestly been this close for the entire race, but I don't think we've seen a whole lot of hard charges by the 533. Are they doing what you were saying, Lewis, and maybe saving some fuel? I
think so. I think they're playing the fuel game at the moment. Is the BMW on the rear end of that Porsche, and to be fair, understandably so. I think also part of it is a lack of ability to overtake. You know, unlike say for example in the OBSP category where they've got battery to dump, they can play a little bit more strategy with how it works. GT3, no, there's none of that. It's literally just you get a chance if you've had a good drive off the last corner. Same with the LMP3s. It's all about making the most of the previous corner to overtake, i.e. how normal overtakes happen. And so for them, I think that has been the bigger reason as to why there's not been a move from the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car. And why we've seen a couple more big lock up there from Ronnie Smith, who's going to go out wide. Ooh, that was a little bit sketchy. And the 15 that has come through, of course, is not off position. That is the Race Onion car. Robin Mast now behind the wheel. Obviously, after we saw the fantastic performance earlier on from Marcus Deck, but unfortunately, that incident between themselves and of course the Alpha Esports red car.
Oh, and change for the lead in the LMP3s. A&R Endurance slowed down the main straight for some reason. Not sure if they were just kind of letting them through, but Beaver Grease's 815 is now your top driver in the LMP3s with Kazimierz Dombruskis behind the wheel of that bright yellow and blue machine. Can they start to run away with it? Certainly looks like it is quick right now. And they're going to have to try and carefully go through one of the more dangerous parts. We found out Switch is back underneath behind the Porsche of the 313 and able to make that overtake stick safely. So we've seen at least one pit stop under green flag conditions. By the way, Slow and Confused did stay on the lead lap, but not by much. I think they are, oh, well, now it's going to be by more because OBS World by Simsa has pitted. That's our leader.
Yeah, to be fair, not too much of a shock because you know they obviously didn't stop in the last stop, so it makes sense they'll be coming in now. An hour and 40 minutes into the race, they can bin these tyres off and get themselves back involved in the race. As Ronnie Smith's trying to work their way through, as we can see this battle, the Alpha Esports by G Performance against the BC Volt by Simpson, which now becomes that battle for the race lead. No move happening just yet. I will update you on a couple of drive-through penalties. The 245, which is fourth position in the LMP3 category, has just been given a warning from race control. A drive-through has been dished out to the 983. That's the AKM Racing UK car in the GT3 category, running towards the back end of the top 10. That was for contact between themselves and the 213. Not sure which one the 213 is, but carry on as you were. It's the Locals Autosport black car. There we go. Whew. Big entry list.
Yep, so it looks like OBS World by Simsa is going to swap their drivers out after Walton started things in this race and carried it through a good hour and a half and some change. But Alpha Esports by G Performance takes over the lead, having taken their stop under yellow, still being chased by BC Vault. So this has changed from a battle for the podium to battle for the lead. Fabio Rauer hoping to try and keep up with Ronnie Smith. It's been an exciting race for Ronnie, I have to say. He's kind of been in the thick of things for much of this event, but I admire the way that he's dealt with it so far. It feels like he's kind of been making the right decisions at the right time. Yeah,
exactly. Like I say, has been right involved in the fight, was sat back. There was a slow car there. It was one of the... was it one of the yellow? It was the yellow by TC car. It is the yellow by TC car in the LMP3s. The 38 going very slowly has been clearly involved in an incident, maybe coming out of Hugenholtz. But for a team that was battling for the race lead at points in the LMP3 category, is finding an awful lot of struggles. We'll find out, I'm sure, as to what's happened to that car fairly sharpish. But you're absolutely right. Ronnie Smith's been absolutely phenomenal. Let's see this replay.
So Luke Zentalis wound up on the side of the track. We're watching, I think, the other
teammate,
PC. Yeah. So this is the 38 car that had the incident, and it's causing a safety car. They're counting it down now. Although it looks like their sister team also involved in an incident into turn one. TC's teams have had a bit of a miserable last couple laps. It was out, I can tell you, it was out of Hugenholtz that Zentalis spun the number 38 and then got hit hard that damaged the suspension and have since been trying to limp the car back.
And there we go, safety car, like you say, confirmed, back out for the third time this race. And yes, that is pretty much around the half-hour mark. So maybe there is some knowledge and some practice with this. Like I say, disastrous lap from the TC boys. Obviously, you've got the yellow car, which is now basically out of the race. You've got the blue, which has been cost the race lead in the GT3 category. Oh, yeah, it's been a disastrous lap.
And you know who else was involved? Actually, the first one to come to that scene of that accident and hit, 2 to go green. For the second time in this race, up to a car out of a blind corner. Unfortunately for them, they probably would have been able to drive it back. And they were, I think, maybe a bigger part of why we had this caution, because they also were trying to limp back. And then they got hit by Icarus International in the number 27. Very, very hard. So that is, we had 2 damaged cars trying to get back to pit lane, hence why we had to have this safety car. It is unfortunately been slowed down at consistent stints, we're finding out here in this race. So everybody is going to stack up behind the pace car. And so how is this going to work out for Slow and Confused and for OBS World by Simsa? Because they just had their pit stop and they managed to stay on the lead lap. So will this actually work out well for them?
Well, maybe, because the Alpha Esports car is into the pit lane, as is BC Volt by Simsa. I believe the Altus Esports car also joined them on the pit lane. The last stop for the Alpha Esports G Performance car, you can see there in the top right, was on lap 39. We are on lap, what was it? I was going to say 60, but it's definitely not. It's 65 now. So not too long ago was their last stop. But do you know what? Take the opportunity. Jump into pit lane, get the fuel in the car, and look who's retaken the race lead. Finally, find themselves back up there. Of course, Team Fordzilla.
Indeed, and they're going to try and take advantage of this. This is going to back them up to everybody as well. They were needing this to kind of eliminate some of the loss there, leading this race at this stage, but they stayed out. So, okay, so they're going to try and run a little bit long. Interesting once again for them, maybe trying to do a counter strategy to everybody else since they already were set behind. And that is going to have us to get out our notepads and be scribbling down furiously to figure out how far they can go as well once again. And you know, honestly, that is one thing that I also like about what this does for endurance racing is, like you said, it's the strategy is relatively straightforward when it is a sprint without a safety car, because we know pretty much exactly how far each team can go within about a lap.
Yeah.
These safety cars can give us a guesstimate, Lewis, but it's often how far can they really go?
Yeah, exactly, and this is what makes it exciting. Obviously, the safety car is generally out for a little while, so I'm sure there'll be a lot of clutching in, letting the car roll around just to save that extra little tiny bit of fuel. Obviously, these race cars, they barely use fuel under the safety car. I think you get like 1/3 of the fuel, if that. You can use even less than that if you're very cautious. It just means that you can just save an absolute boatload of fuel at this time. And of course, again, the other thing is that whilst generally speaking for racing, when we're all talking of strategy and stuff, especially if it's races without safety cars, we generally do strategy on time. Right, we're saying, oh yeah, that car can go around about 45 minutes, that car can go around about an hour, because it's relatively the same on most circuits. Whereas when the safety car comes out, you're obviously not burning as much fuel per lap, but the laps take a lot longer to get round, meaning that you're saving fuel, obviously courtesy of distance, and then you're able to go much further into the race time-wise. So like it's a double whammy of, this is where you save fuel. But this is what completely opens up the strategy. I can see, late on in the race, I can see maybe a couple of gambles coming in from some of these drivers, maybe expecting a pit stop, a safety car to come out in the latter portion to maybe help them reach the checkered flag, which again is very risky, but sometimes you got to risk it all to win.
That's true, and the drivers are going to be measuring that as well as they can. The risks do have to be weighted, unless you're at the very back, in which case you can throw everything out the window and just go for it, because what have you got to lose?
It's normally my strategy, yeah.
Yeah. But we'll see. I mean, we're not even quite about a third of the way through this race, so there's so much that can unfold on this one. I am seeing, as they are riding around the outside there of Tarzan, they have to do that to try and leave space open for cars that are getting waved through. But the bad thing about that is that the marbles do build up here in the sim. And it's a little difficult to see here on the cameras, but I can see from my cameras in the sim that they are becoming quite the mess out there. So once they get done with those wave throughs, I can guarantee you're going to see a lot of cars weaving to try and clean those tires.
Yeah, and you're definitely going to want to. Although to be fair, having seen how things have been under the racing scenario, obviously if you're in the higher category right now, I'd want to be cleaning the marbled line. I'd want to be getting rid of that as best as possible, because again, if you're getting some of those marbles picked up by a tire, sure, it's fine now, whatever. But if you're just cleaning that line a little bit, it means then you might not have quite as much risk by trying to get around the outside later on in the race of lapped traffic. I'm not saying in class, but just of the lapped traffic. So the wave rounds do begin, just for a couple, but nothing too major. But I'm not sure which one was the one that went through. I think it was the number 10. It was the 10/10 car that worked their way through the Mercedes, of course, because the car that's directly behind the 966 is actually your Afonso Cito, who is the race leader in the GT3 category anyway.
And looks like Locals Autosport Black also got their wave around. And checking to see if we'll have anybody else. I don't see anybody looking like they're making motions to pull out a line, so it's just maybe those two that needed to try and get their lap back. We were talking a little bit earlier about how this track has changed, and I'll be honest, my first experience actually with this circuit was with the old sim Grand Prix Legends, which has the original version. Yeah. And I have to say, I'm a bit sad that we don't have that. If someday iRacing figures out how to do classic tracks, I would love to have that, because basically where they are now did not exist in the old version. They just went straight instead of turning right at Masters. And it's just a series of kind of fast S's. And Lyondike actually was, I can't remember, it was a different name, was a long flat corner that was even faster and longer. That led them onto the front straight.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, this is the whole thing with the world of sim racing. It's one thing that I've loved generally with sim racing, is that we can have these builds of circuits where, obviously in iRacing's case, they're laser scanned, and then they're kind of like they're held in a capsule of time, and so we can always go back and revisit them. Obviously, it means with classic circuits, you can't just go and laser scan something from the 1940s, because I can tell you for sure it ain't there. Which is where you get other sims, like Automobilista 2, which has gone through like a load of things of like trying to build old circuits on reference images and basically doing it by eye and with local data and stuff. As we can see here, the last pit stop, it was lap 38 from Team Fordzilla, which is the exact same basically as to where we saw Ronnie Smith in the Alfa Esports Budget Performance car into the pit. And of course, Movano have pitted fairly recently, but not on the most recent lap. They pitted pre-pit stop, pre-safety car rather, and I say, is the Fordzilla car now into the race lead?
It is.
I don't know how long they'll stay out for though.
Yeah, that's a big question mark. Also, we saw a car that was heading into pit lane there. That was the WSR Esports by Butt Kicker, current championship leader, who I think was just topping up on fuel. They are still running along with Race Onion. After they both had serious incidents. They're multiple laps down. Basically, this is kind of an aspect of the endurance racing that you will see. It's a never say die attitude that you have to keep, that they have to hope that there is a bit of attrition in this race to gift them positions, because it is worth carrying on and try to get as many points as they can. But at this point, it's far out of their control.
Well, I mean, I've commentated on the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Challenge recently, and in that championship, we had Team Redline, who were involved in an incident on lap 1 of the last race we did, which was at Sebring. But they were the championship leaders by quite a comfortable margin as well. They were the championship leaders, and you just watch them and you're like, right. It was 2 hours and 40 minutes of racing. They stayed out. Obviously, they got the car repaired, then just stayed in the race. They kept going. They took the point. They still hold what is a very narrow championship lead going into the season finale next week. Point being, though, is that even though we're on round 3 of this championship, which we do have quite a few more rounds left to go after this, it is almost always worth just staying out. It is painful. It sucks to stay out for 4 hours with a car that's basically broken. But trust me, those extra couple of points that you might get, someone else might retire. The Team Fordzilla car might end up retiring from the race. Or they might end up dropping back, and those extra couple of points you might take might A, hold you the championship lead, but also they might be the difference maker coming into the season finale. I've already commentated on a championship this year where the points difference between first and second was 0. You never really know what's going to happen to this. Those 2 extra points might make all the difference.
Exactly. We've seen it come down to the narrowest of margins in various championships, so you cannot give up. You have to try and get out there and maximize every opportunity as they come back onto the main straight behind the safety car still, so it's not coming in this time quite yet. I heard some instructions from race control, but I kind of missed what exactly they're doing. I think it's more wave arounds. Yes. No,
I'm not actually sure it's wave arounds. I think it's allowing the OBSPs to pass the GT3, so they're kind of reorganizing the train without letting anyone wave around, which makes sense.
Yes, exactly. So this is to make sure that they're not having to weave by them and increasing the chance of another safety car on the restart. So they're just going to order them. And this is the one thing I do love about the manual safety cars that they do. They don't have to worry about any of the automatic stuff that iRacing does on the safety cars. They can easily order the drivers around. And I will say, I do want to give a pat on the back to race control in this series, because, and all the drivers as well. They do such an excellent job. The term herding cats doesn't begin to describe trying to deal with race car drivers in both real and sim racing. And they are so well organized in this series, to everybody paying attention, knowing what they need to do, and doing the right things at the right time in these scenarios.
Yeah, race control showing how it should be done on the safety car, unlike what we've seen in real world motorsport a few years back. Won't talk about that too much, but yes, you all know what I'm talking about. No, I've got to say, this whole thing of organising, nearly 50 cars still in this race, under safety cars in 3 different categories. It's where you need your safety car driver, you need race control to obviously communicate to all the drivers as to what to do. The drivers all need to listen, and I can tell you from a driving perspective, this side's actually really confusing. Right, it is quite hard to do. So you need that clear communication from race control, and like you say, big shout out, because it's clearly what they are getting. They are getting that clear communication from race control, which means that we're not sat under safety car for 40 minutes every single time as they try and navigate their way through. Yes, it does take a little bit more time, but it's fine. This is the time that it needs to take to do this.
And let's not forget, it's not just that many drivers. Some of them, English is not their first language.
Exactly.
We just heard in the interviews, so that makes it even more difficult. And everybody is still managing extremely well, because they do, even though this is not an American-based series or American or UK-based series, this is they still give all the instructions in English, which is nice for us because we can at least understand.
Exactly. I don't speak Lithuanian. I don't know about you.
No, I have to say I'm a little rusty. But yeah, so everybody has adapted quite well out there, and hopefully, I think I just heard them say that safety cars should be in this lap, because I think they've sorted everybody out.
Yeah, we'll get the call here, and we'll see if safety car will accelerate their way ahead of the field as we're prepared to get back under racing. Also, another thing, by the way, this is more of a shout out to the drivers. There's this whole thing of safety cars breed safety cars, right? Yes, we've had 3 safety cars this race, but that has most certainly not been the case. It's not been safety car into safety car into safety car. They've all been separated by, like we've kind of gone into, it's been separated by around about half an hour between each one, which, to be fair, do you know what? I'll take that.
Yeah, that's plenty of green flag racing. I've had a great time today. This is, for as tight as this track is, we've had excellent racecraft out there, and drivers doing a fantastic job, giving us some excitement, while also being respectful to one another. And there is the information at the top of your screen. Safety car is in this lap, and here comes the cleaning of the tires as drivers both try to warm up the rubber and also get them prepped to go. Much like in real life here in the sim, that is modeled, and the drivers have to try and get them to the optimum before we go back to racing.
Got to remember as well, for quite a few of these drivers, the likes of Abel Torres, the likes of Ronnie Smith as well, they have been in the car since the very start of the race. Sasha Gawler's the freshest one, really, having jumped in the car not that long ago in that second position. Got to be very fresh here on mine. I think Abel Torres will hold it until the pit entry line as he did on the initial restart of the race.
Here we go. He is slowing them down quite a bit, stacking them up. When is he going to elect to go? There it is. Green flag is out once again. Team Fordzilla jumping away. We saw them get the lead earlier, but last time that happened, they spun and moved to the back of the pack. Can Abel avoid the pitfalls of the last time out as they stream through Tarzan?
Bit early on the brakes there was Torres, just trying to feel the car nestle the way into T1. Ronnie Smith's the one closest on the rear end of Sasha Gawler, who goes really wide going through Tarzan. The up and under is going to try and work for Ronnie Smith. Just try and take that speed using the banking coming down the hill, but loses a little bit more speed coming back up the hill. It's going to be very close coming up towards the likes of Shivak, but does not work their way through. I think if I'm a driver on the grid right now, the big note that I'll take from the opening 2 hours of the race is do not use that curb on the right-hand side when you're preparing your way into Shivak, even if you're navigating traffic. That is what has caught out most of the drivers today.
You're absolutely right. We've seen them bounce off of it, so it looks to be a little bit too aggressive for these low-slung cars to handle. A little bit slow off the corner, spinning up the tires for Ronnie Smith. Here comes Fabio Rauer. They've been fighting one another for much of this recent race, but Fabio, round the outside, cannot get it down past him into the chicane. He falls back.
Yeah, but a brilliant little look there. Like I say, just trying to pounce on the opportunity thus far. 1 second lead has been now been made and established from Abel Torres, courtesy of the attacker from behind. Movano, we've seen a couple of struggles on speed from them over the last few laps. And by the way, you can see their expected stop will be about lap 76 for our race leader, the Team Fordzilla car. We're on lap 71 now. There's only about 5 or 6 laps left to go before we're expecting that Fordzilla car to be in the pit lane. I do remember that car is also damaged after we saw an incident going into Tarzan earlier on in the race.
Yeah, we've got Larry Vaticunas in the background kind of doing a lot of that math for us, and we can't thank him enough because math is not my strong suit. It's much better with words than I am with numbers. We got a big battle here for that second place. Movano has Ronnie Smith breathing down his neck.
Look at this one though. The age of the tyres, 69 laps. Oh my goodness, Ronnie Smith's round.
And
is that solo?
Yes, I'm pretty sure. I don't think that was contact. That was the Porsche. Usually it's the Cadillac we've seen, or no, I think it was the BMW that has trouble under braking with the brake-by-wire system. Yeah, and it looks like he was just caught out by the car in front. The Movano car maybe a little slower into the turn than he anticipated. Yeah,
like I say, got on the brakes, was committing for his normal point, and then when you're kind of at that point, you're struggling a little bit for grip at the best of times. Just increase the brake pressure a little bit, clearly a little bit too much, and Ronnie Smith went round. We're normally seeing him in Formula Fords, where the downforce is at a premium. In this, the downforce, you've got plenty of it, but still, if you get on the brakes like that, this car will still bite. Big shame for Ronnie Smith, but trust me, well, we've seen one of the cars, or seen plenty of the cars backwards this race. One of them is our race leader. What I was about to touch on, still on the same tyres as at the start of the race. So that's the important bit for Fordzilla, is that they have not changed tyres yet this race, which is great for them because, again, they only have 4 sets of tyres throughout the race. We've got 4 hours left to go. They've spent 2 hours on one of those sets of tyres, which means they've got 3 to get through the next 4 hours, which means that they are in probably about as good a position as you could possibly want to be in.
I was just about to say, I think this is incredibly clever on their part, because this means if we do keep getting the safety cars, they have basically all that fresh rubber sitting and waiting for them to pick it up at the end of the race if their other rivals have run out of them. So basically they have 4 aces up their sleeve.
Yeah, exactly. There's I mean, this is becoming a very fascinating race. Honestly, I'm very much enjoying this. You've got the safety cars and you've got the limitation on tyres. I love both of those features. Again, this is turning it into an endurance classic a little bit, and we've got 3 for the race leads to really show us how it's done. You've got Abel Torres, of course, in the Team Fordzilla car. You've got Sasha Gawler in the Movano SimRacing team, and you've got Fabio Rua, of course, in that BC Volt by Simsa car. I'm just going to say it now. Best livery of these 3 is absolutely that BC Volt by Simsa car. I love that livery. I'm like that honestly, and I've said it before in this broadcast. That is a solid livery. I do like myself a bit of Team Fordzilla, but nah, Nah. We got a new winner in town for me.
As we come up to the break-in, they're going to just sneak by Icarus International, who thankfully is able to stay out of the way this time. Through Masters Corner, nose to tail, 1, 2, and 3 in the OBSP category, and switch 1 and 2, because there goes Movano, almost making it look easy. And did he let them through? Did Abel Torres just pull to the side there?
I think as soon as there was a look from Sasha Gore, I think Abel Torres was like, no thanks, and just got out of it, because he obviously stayed out of it and allowed the BC Volt by Simsa car to come through. And again, this is that heads-up driver that we've been speaking about Abel Torres. Yes, he's young, but he's been in sim racing for so long. You know, he's already kind of worked out quite a lot of the do's and don'ts of the world of sim racing. We're seeing a lot of maturity. If you want to know a driver, which you'll be seeing a lot of in the world of sim racing at the front, Abel Torres is one of those. And it's times like that where I'm actually just sort of like, yeah, that actually shows it. Car's damaged, tyres are old, you're in the wrong position. Yes, you're leading. What's the point in trying to hang on to the race lead for now? Like, let them through, save maybe a little bit of fuel, maybe even go an extra lap, who knows? But yeah, a very wise driving. Here's one from the Altus Esports car trying to fend off Ronnie Smith on his comeback charge.
And he was unsuccessful. Ronnie managed to get by through Tarzan and is up into 7th. Ronnie, interestingly, is on the same strategy as BC Vault, but they are far apart from one another on the track. BC Vault's in 2nd, and Ronnie currently down in 7th place in that 77 Alpha Esports by G Performance. So he's kind of at a disadvantage, just doesn't have the track position, as I think we had a swap of position between Beerskin and OBS World by Simsa.
Yeah, absolutely right. Obviously, the pair of these being Simsa-backed cars, and so it was the OBS World car getting down the inside of the Beerskin Mobile as they worked their way past the Mustache Mobile. I do love that car. I always love a car like that obviously plays into a charity, into an event and stuff. And obviously, for Movember, you've got to stick a mustache car. Yes, I know it's December, but still at the same time, banter. Love seeing a car with a mustache on it. I'm not going to grow one. I denied. I'm not that kind of guy. I saw a few sim racers giving it a go, and if there's one thing that I can tell you is that sim racing, that we should just don't try it. Most sim races, you can't. Like, stop trying it. Gordy Much had a good attempt, but still, even then, just don't try it. It's a great cause, though, so respect.
I've had facial hair for pretty much all of my adult life, so I have the mustache, but I also have a full beard, so I don't know if that counts. This is getting close once again down into Masters, and Fabio's having to wait behind Sasha Ogorla. This is for the lead as they go by the Mercedes of 10 tenths. Not able to do it there. You talked about the patience. I think that is a good example once again. I think a more aggressive driver maybe would have tried something into the hairpin.
And the distinctive purple machine as well in the background of Candelis. That slow and confused car is also going to try and work its way past the Team Fordzilla car fairly soon. I've just seen someone straight lining it going over the hairpin. As you can see, that Mercedes in the background. That will be the 10 tenths car that's having a couple of problems. Navigating their way through lap traffic, coming back out on the start-finish straight. We are expecting the Team Fordzilla car, not this lap, but we're expecting it either this lap, next lap, or the lap after. That's kind of when we're expecting that Fordzilla car to work its way down onto pit lane from that 3rd position.
And slow and confused, who you mentioned was catching them, is actually being overtaken by Alpha Esports Red, who's still a lap down, or at least they attempted to. Now had to back out. Once again, traffic potentially offering opportunities, almost 3 wide. Now we're going 3 wide up and over Hoons Ridge, and they're managing it without an accident. Just a little bit of a touch of the curb there by Sashi Gorley, and it's not going to help him, even though he doesn't wreck the car round the outside of Shivlak for Fabio Bauer. That was a brave move, but it worked.
That, honestly, move of the day there for the BC Volt by Simsa car. That was absolutely incredible. What a stunning move. I mean, the bravery to have done that, seeing the BMW staying around the outside of the Movano sim racing car, seeing the bit of lap traffic up ahead and thinking, I'm going for this. And yeah, wow, that was impressive. Like I say, 2 hours and 8 minutes into this race, still plenty of time left to go to have the bravery and the gusto to pull off that move. Yeah, that was honestly seriously impressive, and great driving between the pair of them, because there wasn't contact between either of them. There wasn't much space given, but there was not contact.
And Fabio's another one of those that has been in the car since the beginning. Whew, that was close there for the Movano car. 2 wheels in the grass. He survives. But yeah, Fabio, after more than 2 hours of racing, still had the energy and the focus to pull that move. Let's take a look at a replay. I think this might be the overtake. No, WSR Esports butt kicker. Wow, what a save that was.
Do you remember what I said when we got to the restart? If I was any driver on this grid, the main note that I would be wanting from the race engineers, from the other drivers, from anyone in my ear would be stop using that curb. And that's exactly what we saw the WSR by butt kicker car do. Touch that curb on the inside and the run into Shevlak, as we've got basically a big old traffic jam happening here. It looks like all the traffic jam you see around LA. On the highways. This is looking very sketchy indeed, as they're all trying to navigate their bits around lap traffic. But yeah, I'd stay off that curb. These cars, they're too low to keep attacking that one.
I agree completely, and it's definitely been causing some really scary moments. Thankfully, that wasn't another accident to bring out the caution here today. It's a Valkyrie competition and a little bit of a fight here. There's one of those cars that was part of that little checkup, that stack up that we saw of traffic. They're going to get overtaken by Beerskin, by Simsa, as they tried their best to chase down the Porsche of Over the Limit Racing Blue. This is for third. This is for a podium position in the GT3s. And in fact, wasn't Valkyrie involved in an incident earlier in the race, if I'm remembering correctly?
I don't know if they're involved in an incident. I think they've had a couple, but like nothing major. They're just running in a really solid spot in that 4th position. Like I say, big shout out to the likes of Over the Limit Racing, and obviously an incredible performance as of the restart coming in from our yellow submarine squad car, now leading in that category by a few seconds. Very impressive indeed. In fact, the race leaders of each of the categories, with the exception of our overall leaders, have pulled out quite comfortable margins over their respective categories.
Yeah, after Fabio made that amazing move, he's basically kind of scampered off by about a second over Movano. So he's sitting pretty, but we're watching behind them as Slow and Confused is up against it with the 66 of OBS World by Simsa, who are down 1 from where they started. Arturis has taken this car up 4 spots from where that purple machine began this race, qualifying in 8th. So qualifying, as we said, doesn't always mean everything in endurance racing, and they've done a great job of making those overtakes so far today. Now, can they play defense, though, is the question on this one, as they approach a little bit more of the traffic. No, excuse me, that is still all the OBSPs in front of them. So I guess they managed to get their way through most of the traffic for the first time.
Yeah, exactly. They've navigated it well. They've taken the right risk at the right time. You're absolutely right. I was talking of how the qualifying position is really important and stuff. They kind of it's an endurance race, it's fine. Obviously navigating their bits of lap traffic here. That one on the right-hand side of the OBS World car, that is the Alpha Esports red car going obviously going a lap or an extra lap down on this group. Is 2 laps down on these drivers, obviously just kind of in the way a little bit. Got wrong-footed and passed there by the Slow and Confused car, and now they're the ones feeling slow and confused as the OBS World by Simpson car is trying to find their way into it. You can see the other Alpha Esports car, that's the G Performance car, the light blue one closing their way in, and the extra OBSP car in all of that is the Race Onion Acura. That we were seeing running really well earlier on in the race. We take a look in the GT3 category and seeing this potential battle with the Valkyrie. And of course, the drivers trying to go on the attack of them. The PPF SimRacing team car not quite finding an option to pass, nor is the Valkyrie car on the car ahead of them.
No, not yet. That's Over the Limit Blue in 3rd, just in front of them. But PPF Racing team making sure to keep that Ferrari honest, at least at this stage of the race. Remember, we haven't even hit the halfway point of this, so there is still plenty to go. And drivers do have to be mindful about the long term in this one. So keep the car clean, keep the pace steady, and listen to your strategist on what to do and when to do it. As we see a little flash of the lights there of lap being put on, I think that's 2 to go green. Yes, indeed, they're going to pull out of the way. Nicely nice of them, since they seem to be off the pace, I think due to some of the damage, to just kind of let some of these GT3s by, because normally it is the other way. The LMP3 is supposed to be lapping them.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, it was almost a bit naughty in all of that, but alas, we've had quite an exciting race thus far. And like I say, all the positions that they've all kind of worked their way up, and all the navigation that we've had 3 safety cars. We're technically on time. We're not far away from being due another safety car when it comes to that. So maybe there will be one out in the fairly near future. One thing that I am shocked by the way, Team Fortilla, we were expecting them in the pit lane ages ago. They've clearly done an excellent job of saving under the safety cars because they remain out. They'll probably be hoping for a safety car in the fairly near future because they remain out in that 3rd spot. And again, that's the ties they've been on for the last 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Well, let's take a look at what all has happened in this race. As you can see at the start, we already had a little bit of a scare in the back of the OBSP group, but thankfully we didn't have any incidents. Everybody knew it's a long race and started it. But the big thing is that Race Onion took the lead away from Fordzilla. Won't matter as much later down the line, but we'll talk about that in a bit. In the meantime, some good battles here between Sapphire SimSport and Valkyrie. Then, of course, we had a bit of an incident coming into Sheevlock between some of our LMP3s just tangling with one another, while we had Fordzilla having to play defense instead of re-attacking for the lead. Movano trying to take that away from them early on. This was our first yellow. The 111, Lewis, unfortunately getting stranded at Gerlach.
Yeah, just coming across the nose of one of the Ferraris and getting involved in an incident. Unfortunately, the Racing green car having a bit of a spin and waiting for some of the other cars to come through. It's a bit of a shame there, just wrong place, wrong time for the over-the-limit Racing red car. Of course, we saw a big spin for Team Fordzilla. It was Abel Torres behind the wheel at this point, right at the lead of the field, just too much curb being taken before there was this incident in the battle for the race lead. Highly dramatic indeed. The Alpha Esports red car. You can see the incidents were really just growing and growing and growing through the race, and like you say, Joe, it was a pretty chaotic affair and a lot of spins in front of a lot of drivers, and not that many places to go around here.
Another big implication there down into Hugenholtz with a couple more of the leaders making contact, and yeah, the accidents have not been small ones in a lot of cases. Which is why we've had as many safety cars as we have. And then, of course, leader in the GT3s getting tipped out of the way by the LMP3s. Brings us back up to speed, where now we have Fabio in the BC Vault by Simsa leading in the OBSP. SRB Motorsport by G&E is leading in the LMP3s. And then Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab is leading down in the GT3s. Blue by TC has not been able to keep up with that 533 since they lost the lead from that contact. Hopefully there's not damage on that Porsche.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I will say these have all been progressed up into 3rd and 4th position, courtesy of the Team Fordzilla car dropping backwards. It is not because the Fordzilla car has been in the pit lane, just wrong-footed heavily through traffic. Here, slow and confused under pressure from the OBS well by Simsa car, and Maring's getting to the inside, going down to Tarzan. A couple of moves in the LMP3s as well in the background. You can see that, but a lovely move there by the OBS world by Simsa car. Now on to the podium in that 3rd position. Lovely stuff.
Just fantastic. And yeah, that Team Fordzilla, I wonder if they're trying to save fuel heavily in this section. As
maybe. Oh,
Valkyrie making a bit of a move, sending that Porsche down to the Armco, the 227 machine. Again, that has got to be a scary place through Sheevlock. Drivers cannot see that car until they're committed to that corner.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of made sure when reversing did the PPF racing car to make sure there was always enough room for a car to go around the outside through Sheevlock. Still, it's not exactly easy to do so. Managed to get back going without any major drama. Just contact between themselves and the Valkyrie car. A bit of an odd one, but I think it's more just the two of them kind of got a little bit awkward in there. The Valkyrie car was ahead, got driven into a little bit into the rear end by the PPF racing team car, and the pair of them lost time. Is what it is, so easily to have happen in all of that. And I do think, by the way, one thing I am going to touch on is over the last few laps, maybe courtesy of some awkward traffic, our battle for the overall race lead is coming down. Movano SimRacing, of course, have the fastest lap. That's not been set recently, that was set ages ago. But they are closing in. The gap's now 1.7 seconds, and it is closing down.
Here is the overall order on your screen. And Movano has looked like they are one of the fastest pretty consistently throughout this race. Has been challenging for the top spot for a good chunk of it. And I don't know that we're going to see a fast lap anytime soon. Maybe a little bit later on if somebody puts on fresh tires, especially late in the race if they are light on fuel. But it's 95 Fahrenheit on the track surface. It's up from about, I think it was about 89 Fahrenheit earlier. So it's continuing to get a little bit more slick.
Yeah, exactly. You can see the rest of the order coming in. Of course, you are alluding to it. BC by Simsa leading at the moment in our lead category. Of course, the LMP3s being the SRB Motorsport by G&E, the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car leading in the GT3s. And in the two other categories, it's fairly comfortable for the race lead. Not so comfortable in the LMP3s for second position, though, must be said, because the local Autosport car and the SimSpot Racing, those two are extremely close. Let's see if there is going to be a move this time and a return of serve from the Slow and Confused car. And no movement there. A couple of cars, though, into the pit lane in the background. I think there's some of the GT3s working their way through, which kind of makes sense. Probably about right for them. An hour and 2 hours and 20 minutes rather into the race. I think it was about an hour and 10 on the first stint, courtesy of where the safety car was. And so now they're diving their way back in.
Also have a great battle here in the LMP3s. This is for third position. That's Beaver Grease on the inside through Tarzan and through Gerlach. That puts them onto the podium. They passed SimSpot Racing, and they were also close behind Locals Autosport. Basically all three nose to tail to one another, on top of also dealing with traffic at that same time. So they did a great job keeping that from becoming a worse situation. I am seeing Locals Autosport was black flag, the 213, trying to see if we've reported that. Don't know that we have. So they've got a drive-through penalty to go through now themselves, unfortunately, and I think they are one of those that's a little bit farther down the order. Try to find them here. I've lost track of them now.
I'm not sure where they've ended up as well.
In fact, there it is. They are currently, ninth in category, and they haven't served that black flag yet. So the LMP3 team shall have to come in under green and drive through pit lane here shortly, most likely. Other than that, haven't seen, it's been more warnings than penalties from the stewards, which is honestly good to hear. That even if we have been getting transgressions, it's been mostly stuff that's more on the limit instead of anything egregious. As we come through Tarzan once again, still fighting for that third spot.
Yeah, and it is now the third spot, courtesy of the SRB Motorsport by G&E car, is into the pit lane from the LMP3 lead. That's why it's all started to close up a little bit. Why you see there's only 1.2 seconds between our race leader in the LMP3 category and the Beaver Grease Racing Plus car. So things closing up in that category, courtesy of that. But it does mean that probably the rest of them will be into the pit lane. It is the Locals Autosport car that leads. So the navigation through traffic isn't made to be any easier. Let's put it that way. They've got the Altus Esports car as well, directly behind, really sending one in. Wow, that was a proper send from the Altus car. And you've also got the Beerskin by Simpson car that's battling that Altus Esports car in the OBSP category as well. So it's all very sketchy. I've got to say, again, more livery talk. Everyone knows this. I always talk about liveries all the time. I do quite like the Beerskin by Simpson livery. I think that's quite fair. I just like colours.
I'm surprised it's, not bear fur color, though. I feel like that's an obvious one missed. But
surely.
It does look fantastic there with a lot of colors on it. Currently running in at 7th position out on track, and they were fighting with Altus Esports, but the traffic kind of held them up in comparison to that number 30. In fact, I think they're going to get covered off by the lap traffic once again. Somebody peeling into pit lane looks to be...
and oh no, who was it?
Yeah, now I've lost it.
Sim Spot Racing that was into pit lane.
Gotcha. So looks like they're going to take their service under green flag conditions. And again, I know you don't believe in the superstitions. I personally don't either. But
Good.
we are getting to be a half an hour since our last yellow. So
Look, I don't believe in the commentators. There are some things where, yeah, fair enough. But I don't believe in the commentators curse. And the only reason why I don't is because I always say it's bad luck or bad driving, right? Because bad luck is definitely a thing. And bad driving is most certainly a thing. I've seen enough of it. And I always feel like the commentator's curse is 95% of the time it's a driver trying to blame someone else, right, for their own mistake. So, controversial opinion, yes. Sorry, drivers who believe in it, but no, it doesn't exist. But no, of course there are patterns for sure, and you can draw on that. And to be fair, the pattern is that we are effectively due a safety car right now.
And hopefully it doesn't come from the electric Porsche here, because it looks like Mission R has now reached 234 kilowatts of energy used, we hear, on lap 64 of the race. They're up to 45th right now. They have gained a number of them. They've passed Icarus International, 2 to Go Green, Over the Limit Racing Red, and 2 to Motorsport, although I think those last 2 have been in pit lane for more than an hour for both of them, so I'm not sure if they're returning.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think there might not be a return to the racetrack from them. Maybe there will be, and they're just like really repairing some serious damage. Who knows? I didn't realise the Mission R, the R stood for rally, because he was off the road quite a bit. Speaking of off the road, there is the is it TC? Is it the yellow car? Isn't it the LMP3? It's backwards again. They are not having a solid race of the yellow by TC car. Obviously, they were running so well earlier on, and now had this spin. Oh, it looked like someone might drive in there.
Yeah, rear wheels, unfortunately, did not agree with how much they applied the throttle, and that turns them around, and eventually they get going, thankfully, but they've lost quite a bit because of that. If drivers blame me for the commentator's curse, I just tell them, you need to make the race more exciting.
Exactly.
We don't have to elicit it, so...
Gus Grimberg is saying that it's the definition of the commentator's curse. It's fine. No, it's clearly he believes in it. It's fine. Not going to talk about it. Maybe, to be fair, I've commentated on Gus a fair amount. Maybe I've given him the commentator's curse a couple of times. I don't know. Into the pit lane, the locals Autosport car is going to come in. So Beaver Grease Racing Plus is going to take over the race lead. You can see there, obviously, the current stint, 46 laps from them, which is quite long. Around here, obviously, if you include the safety car, it's a lot of time that they've been out on the race circuit. So it makes sense that they've now made their way onto pit lane.
Yeah, thanks to Larry for that one, and also Team Fordzilla finally pitted about 3 laps ago. I don't know if we mentioned that, so they're down to 8th. And here's the critical thing: they're a lap down. This is where they really don't want a safety car because they will be, unless they are ahead of their class leader somehow, they will essentially lose a lap under this one. So they have to try and cross their fingers that their strategy won't leave them vulnerable.
It's the longest run of green flag racing, that was hard to say, goodness me, that we've seen thus far. Movano SimRacing work their way onto pit lane also. So, like I say, seeing quite a few more green flag pit stops. We're seeing this battle here for 5th position, the YSS SimLab car. Of course, that is the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car, currently holding on to 5th position, whilst it is their sister car that's leading in the GT3 category by now, let's be honest, a very healthy margin. I think that's because we're due quite a few pit stops in that GT3 category, although, let's be honest, with who's due pit stops and who's not, courtesy of how the safety cars have unfolded here, the 3 that we've had, I've honestly got no idea, and trying to work it out would make my brain into mashed potato, and that is exactly why we have Larinus Vantakunis being the one trying to run the strategy numbers behind the scenes and help us out a little bit, because let's be honest, we're not very smart.
Exactly. We can handle words, sort of, but
I don't know about that. I certainly can't.
Just don't throw numbers at us. It looks like Yellow Submarine was the last one that owed us a pit stop, I think. Although AKM Racing also, I think, needed theirs, but they just also took theirs. everybody has now taken at least 2 stops in the GT3s, and trying to see if any of them have had 3. Yeah, some of those farther down, I think that have been in incidents, have racked up 3 pit stops thus far, which makes sense with us being about 2.5 hours in.
Yeah.
That most of them would at least have that many visits to their teams. Back to that beerskin car you were talking about a little bit earlier, trying to see if he can catch back up to Altus Esports. Still have not managed to overtake them, though they have been hanging about this far back since we last spoke about them.
Yeah, these two have not been separated by very much at all, and they remain in that stead. Oh, Altus Esports going way out wide, opening up the opportunity. Surely the drive off of Tarzan is going to favour the Cadillac a little bit more there. Obviously, maybe struggling with the 30 kilos of weight that's added on board the Cadillac and the Altus Esports car. Matt Danson tried to hang on from Christopher Kindler, I believe might have been in the car since the start of the race. In that beerskin by Simsa car. Of course, for the Simsa squad right now, things are looking pretty good on the timesheets. Of course, it's the BT Volt and the OBS World cars, the 2 Simsa mobiles that's running first and second, riding on board with the third of those. And to be fair, I don't think either of these two are faster than the other, to the point where it's just like, I'll sit behind and I'll save my fuel, thanks.
Yeah, it does seem to be relatively evenly matched, and both drivers have been in the car since the start of the race. Christopher Kindler as well as Matt Danson have been carrying on for about 2.5 hours now behind the wheel, which isn't too incredibly hard. I've certainly seen a lot longer and crazier stints in endurance racing before, but you do feel it, and I'm sure that once they're out, they're going to be ready to just relax, because yes, it might not be as physical as real racing, but you feel it mentally as there goes into the pits Christopher Kindler for beerskin and taking their service. That thing that always strikes me after a stint on sim racing, Lewis, is just your brain has been so focused for so long, it just needs to not think about something.
Yeah. No, it's kind of one of those ones. I've had conversations with plenty of drivers that have done real world endurance racing and of course sim racing, endurance racing, and when you ask like which one's the harder one, and honestly that the answer is almost, because you always assume it's going to be a slam dunk, the real world one's much harder, but having spoken to quite a lot of them, they're like, nah, there's a bit in the real world when you're 40 minutes into your third stint or whatever, your brain just goes into autopilot. You don't really think about what you're doing. You're just doing the same thing because you're feeling everything. You just kind of like go into this full autopilot mode where you just kind of like drive round and don't really think about anything. By the way, Movano and Altus getting very close for a position switch there, and I think Altus going for a bit of a spin in the OBSP category. That's going to cost them a position for the Altus Esports car. You can see them there just going in the foreground, having lost a bit of time as we see Valkyrie versus the AKM Racing UK car. But yeah, a lot of them are saying that it's sim racing, endurance racing is much more taxing mentally, because you have to be mentally focused all the way through, and that is really tough.
It is 100%. I'm with you as we get a side-by-side battle here down into turn 1 between Valkyrie Competition and AKM Racing UK. Looks like AKM is going to be able to take that 5th spot in class through Tarzan. I hope we get a replay of that contact, because that was Movano that made that contact that caused the spin. I wonder if that's going to elicit a penalty or at least a warning.
Like I say, I mean, it was definitely contact between the 6 and the 30, going into what turn 11, turn 12, that kind of section on the previous lap. So definitely we'll want to check that one out, because I don't really know. I saw the contact, but again I only saw it once, and I'd have to go and see through it a few times. Obviously we haven't seen it on the broadcast yet, as you can see the once again the Alpha Esports by G Performance car working their way through. I believe it is no longer Ronnie Smith behind the wheel. It's not. It's Jordi Speckens who's behind the wheel right now. So Ronnie Smith has jumped out finally. Honestly, past about 2 hours, I'd want to jump out of the car, especially in a race around here. Imagine the mental strain of this one. Let's take a look at the replay.
So this is Locals Autosports. This is a different incident to what we were talking about, but good save there through the gravel. Gets it back on the circuit and carries on, maybe just losing a little bit of time and ego But yeah, you're right. Jordy Spetjens is in that number 77 now, having taken over for Ronnie Smith. And Altus Esports is now in pit lane.
Yeah, indeed. Which probably is expected, fuel and tyres for them. Yeah, maybe, but again, we're a bit like kind of up in the air as to where all the strategy is for a lot of these teams and drivers. Obviously, we're still awaiting a few pit stops in the GT3 category. We're still awaiting a pit stop from the 777, the Turbo Turtles car. Great name, but unfortunately I've not quite had the race so far. That means the battle for second place, I do believe, is a legit battle for the race lead in that category. Of course, the Yellow Submarine Squad and the Blue by TC car that find themselves in there. I don't believe that there's anyone else that's quite as close to them as we can see that battle now. I do believe this is the battle for the race. I say that. Obviously, you do have behind them, of course, the charge. Ooh.
Off goes Yellow Submarine, and unfortunately, that's going to hand it over easily to Blue by TC. Over the limit, Racing Blue also sneaks through. They fall down to fourth position now because of that. And once again, cars looking like they can be a little bit slippery, because that was all the own doing of the 533 driver, Mike Gaff. Just nobody near him.
It's just, honestly, I took my eye off the screen for literally a second there to go and look at the entry list, and bang, he's round. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing it again a little bit. Yeah, it's definitely just, it's a solo slide, no contact, no nothing. I mean, this is a brutally difficult circuit. Like, this is really hard. I'd argue, is it the hardest track of the season? Do you know what? I'm gonna commit to it. I think yes. I mean, a lot of people probably say Long Beach. Or maybe even Road Atlantic could be an absolute pain. Love the circuit. It's in my top 5 best circuits on planet Earth. Is Road Atlanta. But I'd still say, I don't know. There is something about this place that it is, in my opinion, the hardest circuit to go to.
Yeah, I think this would definitely be up there. Sebring also, I feel like, would be a difficult one, just because of those bumps. It is sometimes hard to position the car just right, because no two laps are the same there. But letting more of the lapping cars through. We have now gotten into the thick of this race with just a half an hour to go until we reach the halfway point. Everybody's probably in that mode you were talking about, of just trying to not necessarily turn your brain off, but just rifle off the laps and go into autopilot and just try to get through and wait till the next big thing to happen.
It's kind of like, it's one of those awful ones. This is not the race where, you know, you can sit back, stick on some banging tunes and just tick the laps off. You have to be fully concentrated all the way through, just because, like I said, the 3 categories normally around here, you know, if you were just driving around by yourself, you probably could get away with doing that. But with the 3 categories you're navigating around here, nah, you just cannot afford to lose focus for even half a second. The complacency is always the enemy in endurance racing, and around here it is absolutely no different. If not, to be fair, it's really turned up to 11. Yeah, I was thinking about that as we do see the slow and confused car into the pit lane. With this calendar, there are a lot of really difficult circuits on this calendar. I think that's one thing that really should be noted. As I say, you obviously got Brett Atlanta, you got Sebring, you got here, you got Long Beach. Aragon's not exactly easy. It's not an easy calendar to muster your way round. Oh, whoa. Valkyrie!
As evidenced by that little spin from Matteo Schroeder. Looks like the 177 will be able to get going without hitting anything, but I think that loses them some positions as well. Up through Shevlock now, as the Porsche Simonas Grigas lets some of the traffic through. Bottom line, again, just seems to be quite tricky if you're not used to how the car handles on the lesser banking.
Just got too low. Easier, easily done from a lot of these teams and drivers. We look at the A&R Endurance Esports car, the Beaver Grease Racing car, not that far behind. Sorry, it's the one that's ahead. They're trying to work their way through. Obviously, plenty of cars navigating them. That was the Race Onion car working their way through that distinctive blue, yellow, with a little bit of black car. That is the race leader in the LMP3 category, and they will be feeling the pressure, you've got to say, in a moment's time. Not sure if any of them owe us the stop in the near future, although to be fair, I think everyone's kind of on the cycle of we'll come into pit lane when we come into pit lane, as we head back out onto the start-finish straight once more. Just trying to tick off the the GT3s. Which class would you want to be in, by the way? It's always an interesting question, because I know which class I'd want to be in this.
Oof, that is tough, because I prefer to be the fastest class, but I also don't like driving high downforce cars, so I don't know if I really want to be in the OBSP. I'd probably want to be in the GT3 class, I think.
I will always say this as we will ride on board with the A&R Endurance team. Tim Tromp, obviously behind the wheel, had pole position earlier on, trying to work his way past the Beaver Grease Racing Plus car. I'd always want to be in the top category, almost regardless of what they're like. I'd always want to be in the top category, and it's nothing to do with like I'm egotistical and I believe I should be in the top category. Obviously, I should be. Obviously, 2.8 KI ratings. Obviously, no. It's more because when you're in the top category, you're the one that makes the decision going through traffic. Whereas if you're in a GT3 or an LMP3, for example, GT3 is obviously much worse than the scenario. You're hoping that every single car that laps you over the entire course of this 6-hour race does it in a nice and respectful way, and is doing it in a calculated way. Never happens. It just never happens. Whereas at least when you're in control, like, you can make that decision.
I completely get you, and that's exactly why I said I usually pick the fastest class for that very reason. It's easier to look forward than to have to watch your mirrors. But at the same time, that's why I never pick the middle class, because then you've got the worst of both. Yeah. Also, it seems that we've had perhaps the most egregious contravene of the rules here so far, because we've got a stop and go 30 seconds. 30-second hold for the 22 car. That is Isaac Barclay and the Sapphire SimSport Alpha. They've caused damage to the 245, and so they've been given a pretty stern talking to here in terms of penalty. And we've got a safety car coming out.
Oh, no.
Oh, whoa! And that might be the cause of it right there.
Yep, certainly was. You've got the Icarus International car there making contact. Kind of didn't really give enough room to the car on the inside. Not 100% sure as to which one it was working their way through on the inside, but it was one of the LMP3s, and you saw the Ferrari just kind of come down. We'll see this once more. It is the SimSpot racing car on the inside. Yeah, okay. See, from that one, I'm not 100% sure. Was there room? Was that the gap? Was that? I don't know.
It's a hard call, and I mean that's pretty much their race over. Unfortunately, no wonder we had to have. There's no way they're driving that car back. It was just stranded in a very fast portion of the track there, coming out of the banking. So they essentially needed that. That's honestly one of those things I've thought about, even in real life racing, since Formula One has come back here. I do love that banked corner. I love the uniqueness that it brings, but I always in the back of my mind worry, man, if we have an accident like that, it's going to be a huge accident there.
Yeah, it's a really, really fast corner. And to be fair, with some of the reprofiling, as we can see our race leader, I think is waiting for the safety car to maybe come through, which I believe is stationary at the corner behind. So maybe just a little bit of communication from race control there, maybe coming to a stop. The safety car's not come back round. Obviously, they've all got to juggle quite a bit here, so it makes sense. I think now they're just going to, the RC Volt by Simsa car is just going to get on with it.
And I believe Larry, our stats man / pit reporter, is ready to bring us some information. What have you got, Larry?
Oh. Yeah, hi guys. Nice to join you in this really interesting race. I've been focusing a little bit on the stats if you can say that, a little bit on the stats of the OBSP class, and I'm just trying to look at it, how it evolves. And actually this exact safety car is really great news for the OBS World by Simsa team, and actually for BC Volt by Simsa, because they were on the very end of their normal stint, so they kind of got cheap pit stops. And basically, all the 5 leaders are currently on the second tire set. So they have 4 tire sets in total. So it basically they try to fit those in for a 65 stint time. So because it's looking to be a race of roughly 245 laps. It depends on how many safety cars we'll have. So basically the tires are currently 2 used and 2 to go.
I mean, that makes sense. Just about halfway through. So ideally, you'd only have taken that many. If you've used up more than that, then you're going to be in trouble at the end of the race. Thank you for coming in and giving us all the up-to-date stuff, Larry. We're super appreciative of having you back there, being able to crunch the numbers for us. But it seems like even the drivers the teams having a bit of trouble trying to figure out the strategy at times, because typically, Lewis, it isn't as straightforward in this series because of the safety cars. So we get some variance. I'm amazed at how much variance we're getting.
Yeah, honestly, this has been crazy. This is why I don't really envy our little Larry. Obviously, Laurinus Batakinis. I don't envy him right now, because to be able to try and see what's going on with all these categories, this is crazy. I've commentated on a lot of races when it comes to strategy and stuff, and a lot of the time it's crazy. Cool, fair enough. This has been different, even past the most of that, because everyone's doing something completely different, which is always very exciting. Obviously, the safety cars have really aided with that. We are on our 4th safety car of the day, and we aren't quite halfway yet, so I do suspect we will have the safety car intervention at least a couple of points before we get to the checkered flag. That's for sure. But yeah, wow, it's been a very up in the air kind of race, and right now, I mean, normally, in an endurance race, obviously, if it's 24 hours, you get to a point where about 12 hours to go, you start running the strategy backwards because you want to know when you're going to make your final stop. Now, in this kind of race, you really should be doing that from the start of the race, but you simply can't, because you just don't know when your last stop's going to be. You can't figure it out.
Exactly, and honestly, it's like we've seen. There's some variables with that safety car that can extend that a little bit. Plus, if you try to work it from the back at the start of this one, you lock yourself into that strategy. So you have to work from the front at the start to just leave it open, and then be able to kind of work on the fly as things change from there. The 815 has pitted this lap and have been in there for some time. That's Beaver Grease Racing Plus. Now, did they get some damage? Because it's over a minute and a half they've been sitting in there.
And they're going to go a lap down here, which would be very weird, because obviously they were running really strong. They were running 3rd in class, but as we're seeing, there's all come round the final corner. They're most certainly going to lose a lap here.
I found it. They came upon the back of the train behind the safety car at Hans Ernst chicane, and they actually clipped 4SR Racing, the number 87, and then just kind of slithered into the tire barrier. So they took some serious damage from that, apparently.
Oh no, that's one place where you really don't want to have any incident is under safety car, because it's just like, oh great, fantastic. Yeah, unfortunately, like I say, for those, they're going to be dropping a lap. As we can see, pit lane. You may be sat there thinking, well, it's weird seeing a lot of cars inside each other in the pit lane. That's obviously because we've got so many cars here at ZANDVOORT. There aren't enough boxes, so people share boxes in the pit lane, which can be very confusing. And as sort of expected, to be perfectly honest, the 333 is down onto the lane. Of course, we were catching up with those a little bit earlier on, the Sapphire SimSport Voltage car, probably just to plug the car in and get it charged.
Yep. If they've completely run it out, then you can set your watch for a 15-minute timer, and then they'll be back out. Oh no, they're not.
Fortini straight out.
1 seconds. Okay, interesting.
Just wanted to do a driver swap. I would have taken at least a little bit of charge there.
Yeah. So Fortini has hopped in for Pierre Chou. We were talking to him earlier. He's going to try and carry it on from here. It's actually the 3rd driver. Laws Moncanot was in there to start it out, and let's see, do they have more than just the 3?
I believe he said they had 4 drivers, did Dario, when we were
Yes.
interviewing earlier.
Maxime Grenal also out there going to take over. And I love the variety, honestly, that they have. The clubs and countries that they hail from here. Dario is Italian. Pierre was from Club Scandinavia. Maxime is Canadian, and then Lars is from the DH Club, so he could be anywhere from Germany to Switzerland to now I'm trying to remember what the CH is.
Austria. Oh no, Switzerland is CH. It's very confusing.
That's right.
But
So
Switzerland is CH.
Austria,
So yeah, Austria. Yeah, no. So it always gets me. It's just like, because I remember playing weird thing, GeoGuessr, and obviously you try and work out where you are in the world, and if you see a number plate, it's like CH. You're like .ch. You're like, where's CH? It's like, I don't know. Checkers. That's probably CZ. And you're like, oh, it's Switzerland. Because why wouldn't it be? It's like, right,
Exactly,
okay,
yeah.
fair enough. Yes, that's the bit of the edge. No, I do like a very international team. It's always it's boring if you have just everyone from the same country.
Well, and going back to the endurance aspect, one thing that you can do in sim racing that you can't really do in the real world is, at times it's a hindrance, because if you do have everybody from the same time zone and it's a 24-hour race, well, that can be a little bit harder, because who gets the bad end of the stick on the hours, being up at 3 a.m. in the morning? If you have an international team, you can try and time it so that part of the team is up and awake when it's their normal time to be awake, and the other half of the team gets to take their time when it's their normal hours. But it doesn't always work out like that. But ideally, you try your best to try and schedule it in that manner. But again, just you talked about how long sometimes we've been sim racing. And like I have, as I've been showing my age, for me, I never can quite get over how cool of a world we live in, that we can have these opportunities to all race people around the world in real time against one another.
Yeah, I was on a cheeky little golf holiday to Portugal a week or so ago. And I had to work on one of the evenings because it was the season finale of the British Formula 4 Esports Championship, and obviously the Formula 4 does have to go with it. And it was a 2-hour broadcast, whatever. I was like, look, I'm just going to go back to the apartment and do this broadcast. Fair enough. And then afterwards, like the next day, when I met up with everyone again, they were like, "Oh, we found the broadcast, and we were having a good watch." It's very real and stuff, doesn't it? Like, obviously, they have no idea about like what sim racing is or anything like that. And I started explaining to it, and they're like, "That is insane! Like, it's so cool that we get to have this world where, like I said, you can do your basically your fake motorsport from the comfort of your own seat. You can make it as realistic as you want, and I love that championships do their own thing. Some make it really realistic, others go completely the other route and do something completely different, which you could never see in the world of motorsport. Whereas you go to something like this, and it's a bit more akin to what you would actually kind of see, although you would get 3 categories racing around here like this. But still, you understand the logic of, like, there is still that more reality involved. And I love the fact that we've got all of that, and then you get people racing from all over the world. There are still some markets that we don't really attack quite as much in the world of sim racing that we've started to. Obviously, the South African market, the African market, and we're getting a few from South Africa jumping in. The Asian market, we don't actually see quite as many drivers come from there as people think, but then some championships are really showing it. It is more predominantly North America, European and Australian based, but I think that is starting to change, where it is becoming completely global, which is great.
Really is. Yeah, I've met a lot of incredible people from around the world thanks to this incredible sport and hobby. And unfortunately, one driver not doing a lot of racing right now is Joshua Eisenram in the Icarus International car. Not only are they parked for the damage, but they've been given a stop and go 30 seconds for that incident through the final turn.
And like I say, from the angle that we saw, I mean, it's kind of like, I don't really want to just like jump on him a little bit, but I get it. Like the LMP3 had kind of committed fully to the inside. You've got to give a little bit more room and stay a little bit higher. It's what caused the incident. So it's like, I get it. It's tough, but like I say, I mean, this is the whole thing with this, is that we're not watching the entirety of the world's sim racing elite here. There are a lot of people in this that may well be in, maybe not their first time doing multi-class racing, but they're in the early stage. They've not done too much multi-class racing, and so it's kind of one of those ones where it's like, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. These mistakes happen, especially when you're fairly new to this kind of world of multi-class racing, especially around here. Like, you're asking an awful lot of these drivers that maybe aren't quite as experienced as some of them on the grid.
Yeah, that's a great point. And it is, honestly, what I do love about this series. It is quite a breadth and width of talent because Race Onion, for example, Marcus Deck still in the car, 8,000 I rating. You heard Lewis mention earlier it's about 2,800. I'm around that same area. That puts us probably in the realm of your average iRacer. We're not fast, we're not slow, we're just a safe pair of hands. So when you say 8,000, that is when you are getting very serious with it. And compare that to, we've also got, and I won't name names, but we have drivers as low as 1,200 I rating out there. So this league does a very good job considering how many different skill levels you have out there, bringing them all out on track and having some great racing.
Which I think, I think is very important to have these kind of leagues where you do share the track with the very fast people and the very slow people. I think it's very important. I say most of the things that I commentate on it does generally involve the SimRacing Elite, and I think it's very important that they have their leagues, like say like the IMSA Esports one and things like that. Obviously Le Mans Virtual and stuff like that. Like it is important where the SimRacing Elite have their place to go racing, where it is literally just it's a grid full of the who's of the best drivers in the world of sim racing. That's great. But it is great to see a championship where there are, still some quality drivers. Like I say, Marcus Deck is rapid. I've commented on him quite a few times. And when you're at that 8K kind of like region, you're really not much slower than anyone that's got like 10K. You're not much slower than them. Like you're talking difference there. At the most, generally, it's like half a second, if that, because it's once you get past about like 7K. The pace differential kind of slows down, whereas the difference between like a 2.5k I rated driver and a 5k I rated driver is generally quite a bit, and so we've got a large disparity on this grid, which is great. It just means that you've got to be a little bit more careful when navigating the traffic, and that's the bit where we start to see some of the issues. It was a bit earlier on in the race where we saw the is this replays?
This is highlights of what we saw in the last hour. So one of our top runners spinning out, unfortunately losing position in the GTPs, that first clip. And as the race carries on, good battle between Movano and their rivals up at the front. Also, of course, Slow and Confused still fighting hard with OBS World, who eventually managed to get their way past them through Tarzan, had to set themselves up a little bit to make that one stick. In the meantime, one of our Porsches down in GT3 getting stuck on the inside of Shevlock. Thankfully, nobody ran into them as they got themselves turned around before things kind of unfortunately went haywire for one of the LMP3s as well, the yellow by TC facing the wrong way, as well as their the yellow submarine car winding up at the wrong side. And a massive impact brings us to this caution right now, this full course yellow that we have. Unfortunately, both those cars that you saw now out of the race.
Yeah, exactly. That was the last incident that we saw. Of course, we know that the Ferrari and all of that, as the Icarus International car, has been obviously given a penalty for that one, whether they return out to the race. Of course, we're only 3 minutes away from passing over the halfway point of this one. And the safety car is just out. Whilst we're just getting the field organised and such, and I think we might be going racing fairly sharpish. And like I say, things are. There you go, safety cars in this lap. There we go. We're very sharpish.
Speaking of which, looks like car 777, which is Turbo Turtles, were given a drive-through penalty for passing after the safety car was called. So that's a big no-no. It says 5 minutes after the safety car was called. So that wasn't just everybody slowed down. That was you passed someone when you shouldn't have, for sure. And then a drive-through for collision with car 87 for the 815 team, which is Beaver Grease Racing Plus. So a couple drivers getting the naughty flag today here. And we'll have to serve that under green flag racing, as we heard Lewis mention. They're just getting ready to take the restart with about the halfway mark gone. And we just have to do this all over again.
So we've had 4 safety cars in the opening 3 hours of this race. How many are we getting over the final 3 hours? Surely it's not going to be 4. Surely not. Yes, yeah, exactly. Now I say that, I'm like, that was a really stupid thing to say. What's the over/under on that? Where's the bet? Do you know what? I think 2 more.
I hope so. I think that sounds like that would be a good race if we get 2 more. That'd be once an hour, and that would certainly mix things up a little bit. But I mean, who knows? Maybe it'll clean up completely, and we'll go green straight to the end. We just don't know. Well, honestly, that could be another thing that throws things. Now I can't talk. Throws things for a loop because everybody's probably now banking on getting them somewhat regularly with how this race has been going, and maybe leaning towards that and not taking your advice. We'll see which way it all swings. But right now, Alpha Esports by G Performance weaving to heat up the tires, trying to run away from OBS World here as the green flag gets ready to be shown. And so far, most of the drivers have been waiting at least a little while. Now, they do have a restart zone that they do have to wait for. I don't have it right in front of me right now, but they can't just go in the final corner. They have to wait until they are into that restart portion of the track, which is around here. And it does look like that Jordy waited a little bit this time before he got going and backed them up a little bit. But this does mean that Slow and Confused is under threat down into the first corner and almost chops off Movano.
That was very aggressive indeed. Obviously, to note, there is a car in here that's not for position. That is the 3rd car in line, that orange, black and white Acura. That is Marcus Deck. That is the Race Onion car that was obviously involved in an incident. It's running 9 laps down on the race lead. So they're probably just going to try and either keep out of trouble or try and work their way to the front of this and gain one of those laps back. But yes, very sketchy indeed there with the Slow and Confused car against the Movano. Plenty of battles. All in behind. Also do note that the other car involved in this, the WSR Esports Bucker car, is also not for position. Is in this tray. That's the Cadillac behind this one.
I saw Valkyrie Competition sliding down the order as they continue to fight here. Movano and Slow and Confused, and it looks like Movano will come out ahead on that one. We missed a wreck on the front straight in which Valkyrie Competition was slammed into, and that's why they are in pit lane right now. I would not be shocked if the stewards take a very dim view on that one.
Yeah, indeed. That's a big shape of Valkyrie. Have been looking really strong this afternoon. Do love a little bit of the Valkyrie team. Seen them quite a few times. Normally racing in BMW M4s in the BMW M-Sim competition last year, but now I say in that Ferrari, now out of the race. So we're going to see a move for the race lead. The OBS World by Simsa car trying to get past the Alpha Esports by G Performance into the first corner. And of course, you do have to keep your eye on the background, that black and red striped car. No, it's not a Team Redline car. I know it's confusing sometimes. That is the Movano SimRacing team trying to close their way back. And they do have the fastest lap of the race. And to be fair, if we're going to see that fastest lap get broken, it'll probably be around now when you've got clean air.
Exactly. And the track has cooled down somewhat. It's down to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm sure the drivers slowing down under caution has helped that somewhat. But as they come through Masters now, it is the battle for the lead that has been hot these last couple laps, as OBS World by Simsa has been getting scarily close to that number 77, just not close enough to attack quite yet.
We might have another safety car, the ANR Endurance Esports 58. An awful lot of damage going into turn 3 at the Hugenholtz. Let's see what's happened to them. This is ahead. Oh my goodness, enormous wreck ahead. Load of the LMP3s getting involved. Is that pretty much all of them?
Just about, because yeah, I think that was our leader, I believe, the ANR Endurance car. When you mentioned their name, I went to look, and they were leading that class. I was confused as to what you meant, but oh my goodness. Yeah, involved in that, looks like 4SR Racing got a big hit. And then I believe, yeah, Beaver Grease had just massive damage, along with ANR Endurance number 58 as well.
Absolute kerfuffle. And I think the ANR Endurance Esports 58 has been given permission from race control to have a tow outside of the normal requirement without requiring a safety car to be brought out onto the racetrack. But that entire sequence was just very, very messy. Unfortunately, it's just the line that you take going through there as you go onto the high line. And actually, we've got a load of people coming into pit lane. Is this just a damage repair? Or has a safety car been called?
Safety car has been called.
It has been called. Interesting.
So yeah, that was Beerskin came in. I think there was a few others I saw. from in class. I'm trying to see. No, it looks like that's other classes maybe. Yellow Submarine Squad pitting. Actually, that's all the LMP3s involved in that incident that I'm seeing now in pit lane. No surprises there, but they're going to have to get extensive repairs on those machines. But yeah, at least the number 11 pitted in there at the start of that safety car, sacrificing a bit of track position maybe to sneak a little bit of a cheeky move on their rivals here under what is our first actually back-to-back cautions.
Yeah, I was going to say this is the first time. Yes, I know it says in the top right 5th caution of the race, which is a lot. Yes, it's not. I wouldn't say it's more than we were expecting, but it being the 5th caution, fair enough. I think the important thing, though, is like you say, that is the first time they've actually had the caution breeds caution kind of deal actually come to fruition. It's been, it's almost always been an instant sort of just kind of its own volition like throughout the race, rather than one that's been where they've all been stacked up. And it was literally just the entire front of the LMP3 field. I wonder if there's any one of those that doesn't actually have now that much damage. I think the locals Autosport car might have been the only one to have really got away with that, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I'm going to go back and look at the replay here to see if I can find out if that was the case. Because if it was, then one of those just lucky breaks that sometimes happen in sim racing is, we'll take a look. Oh, did we have problems?
Fordzilla. Ooh, wow, that's scary.
That was some... You mentioned bad luck. There's some good luck right there for Team Fordzilla. They were inches away from being involved in an accident that was completely not their fault.
Yeah, that was real close. It was the ATRS community car, the 75, was having a big moment on the inside. Like you say, and to be fair, I will say that ATRS community car, that was a lap down on the Team Fordzilla car. At least it is now. It might not have been at that point, but it definitely is now. As Fordzilla, you can see in the background, Cody Iglesias, who we were chatting to earlier when we were having a little bit of a conversation with Abel Torres, is into the pit lane. You can see there, the top right, the tyre age. The Alpha Esports by G Performance have fresher tyres than the car behind. Although what I will say is that probably means their car's heavier than the car behind, because they probably have more fuel on board than the OBS World by Sims car. And to be fair, with a couple of safety cars, whilst that tyre age is quite high for the OBS World by Sims Esports car, they've probably not used them quite as much. They've had enough time to like bring them down in temperature, keep them in a nice window, not wear them out too much. So the car's probably quite light and good to go on the attack.
I was digging around while you were talking to look at some of the stuff that has been happening lately, and I can tell you that the 313 car that was the one that ran into Valkyrie competition, they've been given a stop and go 10 seconds for that one. Also, for some reason, Arturas Kundalis, because we can actually, I guess we have the virtual version of a window over to race control waiting room, and we can see who's waiting in there. Arturas Kundalis is in there. That's the slow and confused car. Not sure what they've been involved in that they're getting ready to talk to the stewards.
Maybe we're becoming slow and confused in this commentary box, because I've got no idea. But I say, I mean, to be fair, with all the there could be a lot of incidents that's happened throughout this race, and I think it's good. Like I say, jump in, have a little chat with race control, and be like, look, this guy did this. Give them penalty. Like, to be fair, it's always a dangerous game having like a race control where you can come and have a chat, because drivers and race control, not normally a solid duo that completely agree eye to eye. Let's be completely honest. Not normally a driver is kind of like, oh yeah, that penalty is fair. Which I think is ridiculous, by the way. I think people should be a bit more objective about what's actually happened in the race. I think they should accept sometimes. Yes. It's this whole thing with like football in this country, obviously, where like someone will like slide tackle someone and it'll be a yellow, and they're like, "Oh my god, ref, no!" And I'm like, "Sorry, mate, but like, be real here. There's no point in fighting that. Just accept the yellow and move on." And it is the same a lot of time in sim racing. There'll be an enormous dive to the inside. You'll absolutely clean someone out. You get a drive-through penalty and be like, "That is unacceptable. Ridiculous. Race control. Don't know what they're talking." Everyone's just looking at you, being like, "All right, mate, pipe down."
So I just went a little aggressive on the brakes. That's all right.
Yeah. Again, William Levesque once described an incident that he was involved in. This was like genuine. This is like over 10 years ago. He described an incident he was involved in as a clean bump and run, which I think everyone was just sort of like, okay, cool. No.
Right. That's we're just getting a little bit of law breaking. That's all,
Exactly. What's a bit of contact between mates? Motorsport's a contact sport, isn't it? No, motorsport is a non-contact sport with the very specific exceptions of things like rallycross.
I was going to say, Crash Derby, I guess, over here.
Yeah,
Derby,
exactly.
Where I'm from, is intentional. But anyways,
yes, that's a very different. It's a very different form of racing. Most on-track racing is contact-free. Thanks.
They have obviously slowed down here under the caution. They're getting things sorted out. Hopefully, this will be a short one, but unfortunately, I do think the sort of schmozzle that we had with the LMP3s did kind of mix things up more than it naturally would, because back-to-back yellows, usually the second one's going to be a little bit shorter since everybody's pretty much where they should be by that stage. But they're taking their time to make sure that they get everything right and get on their way. But as we wait patiently, the drivers are doing a great job with all of this. That's the other thing, with all these yellows, and we were commending the drivers before. You talked about the unrealistic expectations of what's penalty and what's not. There's also the impatience, and when you have these cautions, drivers start to get a little heated if you have too many of them, because they want to go racing too, and that can often cause just as many issues.
Last pit stop, Alpha Esports, 88 laps ago. OBS World. It was on lap 88. I was going to say 88 laps ago. That seems ridiculous. No, on lap 88. That makes far more sense. Helps when I actually read what's said on screen. On lap 88, and the OBS World car was obviously on lap 99. So as much as I said the OBS World car might be heavier, whilst it's the OBS World by SimRacing car is on the older tyres, they obviously just didn't take tyres on the previous stop. So as much as they're on older tyres, they are on a lot of fuel. So their car is not actually, in fact, lighter than the Alpha Esports by G Performance car that's leading the way. So thank you once again to Larinas Vitakunas to clear that one up. Next stat I want is in time. How long have we been under safety car this race? In hours and minutes? Because I say hours and minutes. I don't think it's not been an hour. It might have been an hour, actually. And you're absolutely right. This will make things boil over for the drivers. This, when you're driving around, is dull as the cool kids would say.
And honestly, I mean, you talk about how much they've had it. Long Beach was worse. Long Beach was definitely quite a bit of a mess at times. So they had good racing. It was definitely some exciting stuff that went down, but that one would probably still have far more laps and minutes and hours under caution than what we've got here. I do think we may have been at least over an hour under caution in this one, or close to it. Yeah, since we're on number 6, we said, or is it 5?
5. Yeah. No, we're almost certainly over an hour of cautions. I was kind of like jesting. Now the more I've thought about it, the more I'm like, oh no, we're almost certainly over an hour.
Yeah, I mean, if it's even 10 minutes each, that's close to an hour right there. So
yeah, exactly. And some of these have been, like say 20 minutes, which again, and that is not a dig at race control, because they're doing them as quick as they can to reshuffle the order into the right way. That's why these take a little while. So they take as long as they need to take, which is a good thing, because if the last thing you want to do is rush this and then have it wrong. There we go. 1 hour and 20 minutes under safety car. He's quick. Cheers, Larry.
Fantastic stuff there from Larry. So he's again, I think he's got some tools that he can dig into on a lot of this stuff. So he probably figured that one out and immediately crunched the numbers. But so an hour and 20 minutes now that we've been under safety car, and we still have 2 hours and 47 minutes to go. So let's hope we don't have another hour and 20 minutes here, because that actually would put us close to half the race under safety car, now that I think about it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, I can see us having definitely another safety car before the end of the race. Maybe even maybe I should say another 2 from now. But who knows? I say the thing is, the more safety cars you have, this is kind of one of those things like the more safety cars you have, eventually the less safety cars you have. And the reason being is because the more cars that are involved in the crashes, it means the less cars you have out on the circuit, or at least less of the ones that cause the safety cars out on the circuit, which generally means that the likelihood, the percentage chance of us running green for the rest of the race is actually higher now than it would have been earlier. Slightly counterintuitive, yes, but it is slightly higher. Yeah, if you follow my logic.
No, absolutely. I describe it as thinning the herd.
Yes, definitely.
It's you lose more, and then there's just fewer cars that can hit each other or anything out there. So hopefully that will help clean it up. And we definitely have lost a couple recently. The 2 that I mentioned officially out of this race, although I don't see any others officially having retired, but there's definitely 2 to Motorsport. It has been grayed out for a long time. Over the Limit Racing Red looks like they have pulled it behind the wall. So there's definitely a number of them that SR Technic Endurance I also see has been grayed out for quite some time. So I think we can count them as retired from this race at this stage. Definitely not 50 cars out there as they get ready to take the green once again. And Alpha Esports by G Performance with Jordi Spetchens is on his way down to the first corner with a good restart over OBS World. So he's going to be able to hold on to the lead into there this time. And Marcus Deck, Race Onion behind them. Remember, he is not for position, even though he's 3rd in line.
Yeah, indeed, and Movano are nearly getting quite aggressive to try and get through. You can kind of feel the frustration for them. Up high goes Marcus Deck, nice and cleanly as they work their way through the Hugenholtz block. We'll keep our fingers crossed the LMP3s go through it cleanly this time, and they most certainly do. And now it's the GT3's attempt to work their way past, and I'm keeping an eye on that on my side of things, and it is all nice and tidy, so we should be able to at least finish this lap off. The 77 Alpha Esports by G Performance then continuing to lead. But again, the car behind theoretically should be heavier, but it is on the slightly older tyres. Clearly, it's not slowing down the OBS World by SimRacing Esports car.
Ooh, we got some black flags handed out to Slow and Confused and to Beaver Grease Racing. I don't see the stewards' decisions posted up yet. And off goes Marcus Deck in the Race Onion car. There you can see him in the background, just kind of off to the side, so thankfully out of the firing line, and I don't think he hit the wall. So he's going to be able to get it going once he finds some clear track. But a couple of our fast teams, because 325, Slow and Confused, are in 3rd. They're going to have to serve that penalty.
Let's see what happened to Marcus Deck. He's too much curb on the inside, I can tell you immediately. And just as soon as he took it, there's an enormous sausage curb on the inside there, and just clearly took too much. But again, these cars are really low to the ground. They're extremely stiff as well. Just took that. Like I say, went for a spin. It'll bruise the ego more than it'll bruise anything else. But to be fair, it's not going to cost them any position right now. At the moment, they're just trying to keep on the road, try and hold themselves in the race and try and score some points now. That's all they're fighting for.
I found out what the penalties were for. These were the old ones that I reported earlier, but they just held off on giving the black flag officially in the sim until after the yellow was over. So that is for passing when the safety car was called, which is bizarre that Slow and Confused. I guess they really were confused on that.
Must have been.
Half of the name, yeah. But they did that. And then the 815 was for collision with car 87, but they had their penalty to serve. Well then, already Beaver Grease has taken their penalty. What's going on track?
I saw the Beaver Grease Racing car, the number 12, has had a huge crash. And I don't know exactly what's happened here, but it is down at Shevlak, and they have lost the rear of the car. Let's have a look. Team Fordzilla's directly behind. Oh, and they try and get around the outside there. That's very confusing.
Well, it looks like they got away with it. The contact, though, makes me wonder if they wound up taking some significant damage because it popped the rear off of the 12, but it didn't seem like it did much to Fordzilla. And it does look like Beaver Grease can get the car going. They're trying to drive it, I suspect, to an opening in the wall.
It is not pleasant looking at that one come round. I think they're going to maybe they'll try and bring it round even into the pit lane to avoid there being a safety car coming out. Not 100% sure on that one. I say Ford did the wrong place, wrong time for that one. I don't actually really blame them for that because it was a very weird moment for the Beaver Grease racing car. They kind of there you can see the damaged car. It was going through Sheevlack, and then it seemed like it got on the brakes to lock the tyres or something like that. I'm not 100% sure. But either way, we'll take a look. Whoa! My goodness, that was a big old moment from the yellow by TC car in the first corner as well.
And great heads up by all the drivers approaching. You could see them manage to pick their way around, even though the car was perpendicular to the track, right where they needed to be. Everybody kind of found their way by without any further incident. So we stay green. That poor Beaver Grease Racing number 12 is very pathetically limping right now, unfortunately. They're trying their best to drive it back, but they've got a lot of clear space, thankfully, for being able to try and get it home without us having to throw another yellow. Meanwhile, up at the front, OBS World chasing Alpha Esports by G Performance. This is for the overall lead. Yeah, I will say Race Control is doing an excellent job at telling all the drivers which corner the Beaver Grease racing car is in. It is in the final corner now on the inside. And I say Race Control have communicated this. They are keeping the drivers and teams up to date with which corner this damaged car is working their way back in, trying to get it back into the pit lane to avoid us going under safety car for the 6th time this afternoon. So alas, it is on the start-finish straight and into pit lane now. So I think we most certainly have avoided a requirement once again for a race interruption once more, as we can see this fight for the race lead in the LMP3s, the SRB Motorsports G&E car and the local Autosport car fighting two of the cars that got through the that instant that caused the last caution unscathed. To finish first you must finish, and I think these two are finding themselves very much on the good end of that one, at least at this stage. It's still early though, and it could change around. Slow and Confused, by the way, is serving their penalty right now, so they're going to drop down your time in scoring tower, at least for the time being. But SRB Motorsports up 9 positions from where they started here in the LMP3 class, and they've been outdone by their sister team, SRB Motorsport by RR. They're up 10 spots to be in 3rd in class. Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, some of the teams that have actually gone up positions in this has been ridiculous, just courtesy of the drama that we've seen. This is the battle in that GT3 category, like we said before. We've seen the over-the-limit racing blue car be involved in this fight for quite a while. The blue by TC car was running up there. Give a shout out as well to the AKM Racing UK car, the car that's currently running in that 3rd position, that BMW behind. That is a car that has been onto pit lane for a drive-through penalty this race. Also, hilariously, on my end, they actually have the wireframe still on their livery, so 10 out of 10. Sorry, it's just a hilarious thing to bring up. I'm really sorry. I don't think it is. You can't sit in game, so it's on this broadcast. It's absolutely fine. They've got it set on that side, the important bit. But the fact they've had a drive-through and they're involved in the battle for the race lead, I'm going to say I think that's very impressive. Agree. Ages ago with the drive-through, by the way. I mean, if you're going to have a problem, they always say have a problem early in endurance races, and they've made good on that. Also, I'm a bit surprised because we're continuing to watch Over the Limit Blue try to chase down Blue TC. Remember, it was Yellow Submarine Squad that was racing with Blue TC for much of this race. I would have thought with the cautions and things being bunched back up that we'd see the 533 get back into this race and try to at least fight for podium positions, but they're down in 5th and kind of nowhere compared to before. Yeah, exactly. So they're not involved in the fight there, is going way out wide, the top two in the LMP3 category. Once again, the locals Autosport trying to at least keep up with the SRB Motorsports by G&E. Yeah, I mean, well, there they are. There is a look at them. You've got the PPF Racing Team and the YSS SimLab. These two have made a little bit of contact earlier on this race. I can't remember where it was. Was it the contact between these two at Sheevlack? I can't remember. So much has happened in this race. Honestly, I'm completely baffled that we've even got cars out on track, and I can still speak. But either way, these two have fought higher up the order. That is most certainly on the table, and now they fight for 5th spot. Bit of a shot, but to be fair,
I'm going to say 2 hours, 40 minutes left on the clock. I wouldn't be too worried just yet.
Yeah, and as they come down, oh, that was a little close there. I think that was Yellow Submarine losing yet another position as one of the prototypes snuck to the inside, and PPF Racing decided to use that as a pick. The Porsche moves into the top 5.
Is our race leader working their way through the Alpha Esports by G Performance car that was the one kind of picking their way through and causing that problemo, unfortunately, allowing the PPF car to work their way through. So not being a great restart to the race here from the Yellow Submarine squad's SimLab car in the GT3 category. We've seen lead quite a bit today, although to be fair, I think we've seen most of the categories of most of the teams and lead in their respective category at some point, because it's just been that kind of day. And there's still plenty more time left on the clock. And the important bit for quite a lot of these teams is they're not a lap down, quite a lot of them, which means that, in effect, you know, you're involved in the fight. It's kind of one of those things of like, because of the safety car and stuff, yeah, you might be you know, toward the end of the lap. I don't know. As long as you're on the lead lap of your given category, you are involved in the fight. Oh, big shame here for the Valkyrie car. Look at the damage on the front of that. It's been so good today.
It's unfortunate to see, especially with the pace that they've shown. But, you know, you mentioned cars being kind of up and down and everybody having a chance at the front. The one that's impressed me is Blue by TC in that 14 in these GT3s. I'm trying to think of a time that we've seen them that far down the order. They've most consistently been up at this spot at the front of the field.
Yeah, despite having, I think, didn't they have like a half spin? We've seen some drama from them, and then still they didn't even drop back from that very much. And I was like, oh, brilliant. They've been probably one of the more consistent drivers and consistent teams on the grid. To be fair, I think you can also give the same sort of level of plaudits to the Alpha Esports by G Performance car in our OBSP category, because I think they've kind of had the same sort of thing where they've dropped down a little bit, mostly through strategy. For the most part, though, when it comes to on pace and stuff, you know, they've kind of kept themselves right in contention. Ronnie Smith and Jordy Speckens have been right in, at least at a bare minimum, in contention, you know, for victory, and they now find themselves in the lead of the race by 1.5 seconds.
Exactly. So the OBS by World by Simsa is going to have to play a little bit of catch up now. Traffic has not been kind to them, honestly, and you can see having to head around the LMP3 of SRB Motorsport by Len Vega held them up just a little bit before they're able to carry on, and it's up to 1.8 seconds now to our leaders. Movano is back in 4th. Interestingly, I don't think we saw a penalty for them with the contact they made earlier on. Although I don't think we ever actually saw the replay of that either, and I know that our producer said that they couldn't quite find the incident, so I wonder if even the race control never really saw what happened there.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's kind of one of those things of it because of the way the incident was. Maybe it wasn't reported. Maybe the whole thing with a lot of these incidents is that, you know, the teams report them, and I've always said this before. Is I kind of, you know, sometimes you have an incident with someone. You discuss it between yourselves, between the two teams. And you go, do you know what? Fine, whatever. We move on. Like, fair enough. Shake hands. Get on with it. Maybe that's kind of what's happened as well. Maybe they've just not felt the requirement of reporting. But like I say, we didn't see a replay of it. We didn't even see it. It happened. We're not making it up. We promise. It did happen. It wasn't a large incident. It wasn't a crazy large incident, but clearly they've got away with that one, and they find themselves in the race. They are the car that still holds the fastest lap. Obviously, I think that was in the hands of Sasha Gorla a little earlier on in the race. I do believe might have been in the hands of Simon Coulats, but I'm not sure. Obviously, they've switched drivers a couple of times. I have been told, by the way, that some of the teams that have switched drivers, those drivers are going to the end of the race. I believe the Alpha Esports by G Performance car, I believe Jordi Speckens is going to the end of the race, by the way.
And I mean, that makes sense. If it's just a 2-driver team, then I mean, what better way to try and ensure that you get the right amount is just split it in half, and everybody's got what they need.
Yep.
So, especially if you feel confident, both of your drivers. Holy cow, Movano! I don't know if they saw what happened. We did, and it was scary there. That was local Autosport Black that they nearly ran into.
That was really scary indeed. Like I say, you got the Yellow Submarine squad SimLab car. I think not that far ahead. It's certainly one of the LMP3s anyway, and that was, like I say, a very near, huge moment. Just on the high side at Tarzan, as we can see the Movano car working their way through to try and find a way past the BC Volt by Simsa car. As we check out a replay of that incident, that was where the move was coming from. Let's see what happens to the other one. We'll cut back to the live pictures, because it is going to be Movano working their way through. Not quite yet. It's not going to be complete as they head their way through into the chicane hairpin, the hairpin, as I'm going to start calling it. Movano do work their way through onto the podium.
I'll have to remember that one. And BC Vault, who's also been pretty fast at times, apparently unable to hold them back. So we've got a replay on the Yellow Submarine car, I believe, that we're looking at. Down into Kumho. Did they lose control of the car, or did we have some sort of contact here? That's Fordzilla coming up behind them. I really hope they don't run into one another with the interclass traffic. This is down into the first turn, and I'm not sure exactly what we're seeing.
Well, I think we did see a bit of a moment from them in the penultimate corner at Kumho, so I think there might be a couple of struggles on the tyres being shown here a little bit from the Yellow Submarine squad. SimLab car in the GT3 category, of course, like we said, they found themselves a little bit further down the order than where we would have where we would expect them to run, considering how they've been running throughout the day. But alas, like I say, it seems as though they've got quite a few struggles with keeping that car gripped up. Also, the Fordzilla car, by the way, did you see how much it got boxed in there? Very unfortunate.
Maybe that's what we were taking a look at. Yeah, they're still down in 8th position, despite their speed. Honestly, I feel like luck has just simply not been on the side of the 966, and we've seen them have to struggle to try and make up for what has been just a bit of an unfortunate race on their end, as we watch Movano now up into the podium positions, back to, interestingly, where they started this race in 3rd. 6 seconds to make up to get the next car. That's OBS World, so the traffic definitely did them no favors on this latest restart.
But now drivers and teams will really be running the strategy backwards. Obviously 2.5 hours left to go in this race. For at least for the OBS P category, really an expected maybe 3 stops left to go in the race. Depends on how much fuel saving you do, but realistically 3. For the GT3s, realistically for the LMP3s as well, it's probably going to be 2. But obviously that depends on a safety car intervention and anything like that. Obviously we've had 5 of those throughout the proceedings here in the 6 hours of ZANDVOORT, so maybe we're going to see some more. This is the battle for 3rd position. The Yellow Submarine squad SimLab car under pressure from the SRB Motorsports by R&R.
And behind them, obviously, you see another car, but that is a lap down for Locals Autosport Black, so don't need to pay much mind to them. Even though they are scored in 5th position, they still need to do a complete lap around to catch up and fight these drivers right now. Up through the infield section and trying to work their way towards the hairpin, as I guess we're calling it.
Hairpin, we're committed.
Yes, Basile as the track position, not really under threat into there. SRB's R&R is going to have to get a little bit closer.
Yeah, I say just again finding a way past around it. Like I said before, in the OBS P category, like because you can you could save battery and then you can go on the attack. You can use the boost. So you got a few more things. You got a few more toys to play with when it comes to making moves. In the GT3s and the LMP3s, you've got to do it on track yourself. You've got to find your way through. You've got to find your opportunity, which is what's being shown here by the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech, in the Mercedes, trying to get past the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car. Mike Gaff, who has spun at that corner before today, sorry to remind you, mate, but has had a little bit of a mistake there, just a bit of a slide in the rear end. Maybe not quite as quick as his teammates, which again, this is the whole thing. This is a team sport. Like, not everyone in the team is going to be the same speed, and especially when you have some drivers where like the iRacing differences may be fairly large, that difference in speed is naturally going to be very large with it.
Well, Mike tries to forget his gaff. He's focused now on Vilnius Tech. Thank you. On the defending for that 6th position. And in the meantime, it looks like we got a little traffic. Whoa! The BMW nearly getting into the back of that LMP3. Not sure who all was involved in that, but it was frightening.
That was very sketchy indeed. Very, very close. Not 100% sure as to which one that was. Like you said, that was
trail-breaking racers and 2 to go green that were involved in that, it looks like.
I mean, it was very close next to the corner. I think the BMW did not expect the LMP3 to be going that slow on the exit of the corner. Normally, they'd be revving it up and sending it out of the corner fairly quickly compared to one of the GT3s. Alas, on that occasion, it wasn't the case. Maybe struggling with a bit of damage. Here is Movano SimRacing under pressure from the BC Volt by Simsa car, Fabio Rua, who I still maintain has had absolute move of the day. Which was around this section as well, and I still stand by that. It was definitely the best move that we've seen. It's not quite getting past the Movano car just yet, as they can make their way through on one of the. I was going to say, I can't remember which car that was. The one that's missing the entire rear of it. Let's go with that one.
and I think I swore in the background. I'm not sure if we can get a replay, but the 30 with Jordi Lopez, Altus Esports, I think made contact with the exhibition car with Isaac. No, that's not the exhibition car. That's the 22 at Sapphire SimSport Alpha and the GT3s. Almost sent them spinning around. They're both able to carry on, but again, that number 30 car has got to be careful making that contact in some of the quicker corners. They're very lucky they got away with it. Yeah,
like I say, I mean, normally if there's contact around those kind of sections, it's normally, like I say, it throws into this is exactly what you were talking about. The Altus Esports car getting around the outside. Like I say, very risky to try that one, to try and go around the outside through T8 of all places.
And Movano Racing just lost a position. They lost 3rd place back to BC Volt. They were slow off of Hugenholtz, and Fabio just blasted by.
Yeah, maybe, like I say, maybe saved up some of the battery and fired his way through. We'll see again on replay. This is up towards Hugenholtz. We can see May as to what's happened. You can see in the foreground, whoa, big slide. There was an enormous slide on the low side from the Movano car. Just about caught that one. And Fabio did not need a second invitation for that one.
That explains it then. I wondered why they were so slow off of there. And now they're back on it. If we come back live, they're already on the rear of the 47. Hoping that they can maybe pick it back off of them in this traffic that they're coming through now. That's going to be SR Technic Endurance trying to stay off to the side. They blast past the Ferrari as well onto the main straight. It's a very good run. But as you said, surely Fabio is on the button to use up that battery, but so is his rival, as Coulartz is going to be able to get down to the inside and takes it right back. Oh no, contact behind them. That's going to spin around Trispalv Esports.
Yeah, then they are stationary on the exit at T1. Did see the note pop up there about the fastest lap of the race, which has been set by Simon Coulartz. We're kind of discussing this as to whether it was him or Sasha Gula that set the fastest lap of the race. It was Simon Coulartz, as once again we'll see what's happened in the background. Keep your eye on the Porsche, and it is Altus. No, I actually think they lost it a little bit by themselves. I think they touched the curb on the inside, and it just unweighted the rear. Very hard to tell from that angle, and kind of a bit messy and all of that.
I do think BC Volt made the initial contact that started to spin them.
Maybe,
Altus turned them the rest of the way around, unfortunately. But that is significant because that was, I think, our 4th place. Yeah, I think they were in 4th place in class, and now they've fallen to 6th.
Yeah, naughty indeed. Like I say, if you're going to have contact like that, obviously you don't want it at the best of times, but when it's against someone who's up there battling for the fairly top honours within the category, it's kind of even a bit more painful. As we can see some of the navigation stuff. We're talking about this battle, by the way, as we're all being like, yeah, it's Movano versus the BC Volt by Simsa car. Do not count out that Cadillac, like you said before, of Jordi Lopez. He's not that far behind. Has been a lot closer, of course. Flashing the lights as he comes down the start-finish straight. Probably to send one on the blue by TC car, the race leader in the GT3 category. Goes around the outside at Tarzan to try and close up. Is very much involved in this fight for the final step on the podium.
Certainly is. And Altus Esports, definitely another one of those big names in sim racing. I mean, you have a name like Jordi Lopez out there. So yeah, fast drivers. In fact, let me check to see what his iRating is. Yeah, 6,100, almost 6,200 iRating.
It's lower than I would have expected, actually, from Lopez. I thought it was higher. Genuinely, I thought it was higher. I thought it would have been close to like 7 or 8K. Maybe it has been.
We'll have to let him know that you're disappointed in his 6,000 plus.
Yeah, 6,000. It's not high enough. It's not high enough, Jordy. Get on with it. Where's the 7? Where's the 10? We've got. I think there's 26 drivers now on iRacing that have more than 10k. Why aren't you a part of them, Jordy Lopez?
Unbelievable.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
I've gotten to talk to and work with one of the drivers that was the first one to get over 10k on the dirt road side, and just nice. Incredible. Yeah. Well, we've been watching the battle there between Movano and BC Vault for a bit until we've stepped over here to our GT3s once again. Yellow Submarine still kind of on the back foot here. Mike Gaff has not been able to make up the lost time. Afonso Suto is handed over to him for the second half of the race, and Vilnius Tech have been threatening them as Fordzilla is going to sneak through. Coti Iglesias, who is kindly our translator for his teammate a little bit earlier, is going to be able to get by without any drama.
Yeah, like I say, just pacing their way through. Fordzilla probably a little bit maybe disappointed with how this race has unfolded, although maybe, considering they did swap a bit earlier, I wonder if they've got a plan to stick Abel Torres back in the car. Provided they've done their mandatory minimum drive time, maybe they'll stick Torres back in for the final stint and see what the young superstar can do. Maybe dragging the car back into some form of contention, riding on board. Oh my goodness, out wide, turning it into a bit of a rallycross circuit here at Zandvoort goes the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car.
I was about to say, I watched him go into that corner and I thought to myself, surely that speed will not stick. And no, it did not. So he loses another spot to Transport Engineers, and he at least gets back onto the track, but it's been a bit of a messy latter half of the race for Yellow Submarine, unfortunately. As we come back to Fabio, once again, Movano ahead of him. He's not letting him get away.
No, exactly. And again, this is the fight for the final step on the podium. You can see that Altus Esports car looming in the background. The three of these going to go toe-to-toe. You've got a BMW in here. You've got a Porsche in here. You've got a Cadillac in here, which is obviously excellent to see. We love seeing all the different cars in the given category going toe-to-toe. At the front, it's a couple of Porsches, though. And to be fair, it kind of, I will say, when it comes to it, obviously we did have an Acura involved in this fight as well earlier, courtesy of Race Onion. So the BOP and stuff was on iRacing and all that kind of stuff. Maybe it is a little bit as well with the success ballast and success penalty, who knows. It does seem fairly well balanced, to be perfectly honest. We've got a lot of cars, a lot of representation, which is great to see. I hate seeing seeing a GT3 field and seeing everyone in a BMW M4. It's so boring.
Yeah, I agree completely. And I think that BOP definitely helps drivers feel safe and trying to drive whichever car is most comfortable to them and not worry about the outright speed. Things getting tense, though, for Fabio Rauer as Jordi Lopez is getting close to the rear wing. At least he was temporarily before he gets held up by SRB Motorsport Lynn Vega. And that gives some breathing room to Fabio.
Indeed. Out onto the start-finish straight once more. Into the pit lane goes one of the LMP3s as well. So maybe we are approaching the pit sequence for some of these. 2 hours and 20 minutes left to go. Again, like I've said before, I've always said you kind of got to prepare for there to not be a safety car, right? That's the important bit right now. That you kind of got to sit there and think, right, if there's not a safety car, how do I want to run the strategy? And you've got to think for the at least for our league category in the OBSPs. Oh, that's very close to remove from the from our fourth place car, the BC Vault by Simpson car that we're on board with here. When do you want to make your next stop? Prepare yourself for the final portion of the race. This is going to get very tight through this lap traffic, though.
And he's still poking his nose, trying to see if he could find a way by, but nothing doing quite yet. He has to be careful because behind him, Jordi Lopez is now on the attack. He goes around the outside and they come together. He gets spun, and off the course goes Fabio Rauer. He's going to lose the position. He gets a clear spot to try and come back, but he spins on his return, loses a couple more positions in the process.
Got to remember, he's got dirty tyres at the moment, which makes sense for the spin, as we're being told there might be something wrong as well with the number 6 car, the Movano SimRacing team. So things are all starting to kick off in the OBSP category. Once again, we'll see this. So Jordi Lopez to the outside, tries sticking it there. I think the two of them got stuck together.
A little bit, but that's a strange one, because yes, you need to steer into the corner, but it was the car ahead that needed to be steering in. So, I mean, where do you place the blame on that one? Because, I mean, he can position his car. Yeah.
It's not our problem. It's fine. We've seen it. And now we get to brush our hands with it and say, race control, deal with that. Good luck. I was saying about the issue, by the way, for the number 6 car. We're being told that he's losing speed on some exits of corners. Now, this could be maybe an issue with like a potentiometer on a throttle. Yeah, maybe it's not allowing you to get to 100%. I've seen that before. Could be that the brake pedal maybe not being calibrated properly and not having a dead zone or anything like that, and maybe just sticking on just ever so slightly. There's a couple of reasons what it could be. Unlikely it's a physical thing, or a thing within the car itself, like simulated.
And so apologies for making noises there. I wonder if nope, we're not going to see it. This was a spin.
Me.
Whoa! And a huge accident. Surely that's going to be a safety car. Did he tow? I mean, he can't get that car out of there.
This got no rear wheel.
Yeah.
Is that the?
There it is. There
yeah,
it is.
we are indeed getting it. That was the BC Volt by Simsa car. What? I clearly just got on the curb and it just went.
And that was Race Onion that ran into them, unfortunately. So they also are probably done on that one. Yeah, I mean, it was a bit strange looking, but once you said that, I think you're right. Because I feared that maybe they rage quit, but that definitely isn't the case. Taking another look at it, he just lost control, and it was bad timing all around because Marcus Deck just couldn't avoid it in time, and both drivers are taken out in one smooth incident.
Well, this is going to be looking at it from the Race Onion point of view. Of course, they battle for the race victory, and there is nowhere on planet Earth they could have gone to have avoided that one. That's a big shame for them of what's been a very difficult day. But like I say, safety car is out now for the 6th time of the day. We'll take a real look on board, and you'll really see this. Car just bouncing back over the road.
Yeah.
It's kind of, this is the whole thing of like I always got told this on oval racing, and this is counterintuitive. Drive to where the car is.
Yes.
Because hopefully it won't be there when you get there, which is really counterintuitive.
And to be fair to Deck, part of it too is, and I guess you're used to this within the sim, because you can see the car bounces. In real life, off the Armco, it wouldn't, I don't think it would have ricocheted that hard. Yeah, it's some of the limitations of the sim. And yeah, I don't think he expected the car to just suddenly shoot back across the track like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like obviously how it is in iRacing is that the walls don't move. They're effectively, whether it's an Armco or concrete or whatever, it's a solid surface that does not move, which means all of the energy that the car pushes into the barrier, it effectively pushes back out of the barrier, which is not how things happen in real life. Obviously, when you crash into Armco, it's designed to absorb a lot of the impact, which is what stops you from going out onto the racetrack. And then when you go into a wall that definitely isn't designed like a concrete wall, like Alan McNish in 2011, where he hit, so it was a concrete wall, wasn't it? And Le Mans, and caused just one of the largest insane crashes that I've seen in the LMP1 era. Yeah, that was just a very unfortunate incident, unfortunately.
Well, this did hand the lead to OBS World by Simsa, but they have now pit here under the caution. And Alpha Esports by G Performance in the 77 have elected to stay out, so they inherit the lead. No, excuse me, no, they did pit before.
Yeah.
Okay, this is interesting. So they pitted one lap before the 66 team.
This is where it's weird. It's like, why would you not pit on the same lap? Unless the OBS World by Simsa had kind of accepted that, look, we're going to be in second place if we pit this lap or next lap. Might as well pit next lap when it's not as busy on pit lane. Maybe it's something like that. I don't know.
And I don't think they close pit lane when the cautions come out. I don't think this is IMSA style, as we see.
Oh, here we go.
The pit stops, I think.
Yep.
For the various teams. So there you go. And they were on somewhat similar strategy, though. It does look like Walton at the 66 did pit. Well, actually, it's Maring in the car right now. Did pit a little bit later, but it was close enough, though. I think that was about 11 laps apart from one another.
I don't know how many tyres have used, because obviously we know the OBS World by SimSacar, when it did not the last stop but the stop before, although technically now it's not the last stop, it's not the last stop before that, and it's the stop before that, in the cities. That was when they changed the tyres last on that car. Now I wonder if they'd run the tyres from the start of the race, then they'd run it for the two, which kind of actually makes sense. With now 2 hours and 12 minutes left to go, I wonder how many teams have just one set of tyres on. Maybe they've gone on to their last set of tyres. Maybe the likes of this car here, the Alpha Esports by G Performance car, maybe they haven't changed tyres on that pit stop to make sure they've got a couple, or at least they're saving one until later, because obviously they changed more recently. It's all very confusing. But we do love the fact that we've got just 4 sets of tyres for every single one of these cars across the race distance, and how they've been using those through the race has been very difficult to follow.
It's been fascinating, the OBSP class, how this race is definitely become who makes the fewest mistakes and who stays out of trouble. Because you think about the big names that we've lost, BC Vault most recently. We've also seen Movano SimRacing slip backwards. We've seen Team Fordzilla have their problems fall to the back of the field. Race Onion, who is now finally out of this race. All major players, all with a lot of speed. And then, of course, if you count championship-wise, WSR Esports also finding themselves 9 laps down from the leaders in this race. It's kind of a outlast your rivals situation.
Yeah, and even despite some of the issues that some teams have had today, for example, Team Fordzilla, where they've been arguably the fastest car, at least obviously in the hands that we saw from Abel Torres, pole sitter, in the day. They're still in the race. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't classify them as being majorly in contention, but they are still in the race, and they are still, importantly, on the lead lap, right? And that is incredibly important. With 2 hours and 10 minutes left to go, I don't think we're going racing probably within the next sort of 5-10 minutes anyway, whilst they reset themselves. And then a couple of hours left to go. The fact that they're on the lead lap, do you know that Fordzilla car, it might sneak its way through to a decent result? And there was, you asked the question before we went racing as to what are they aiming for in this race. It was to beat the WSR Esports butt kicker car, and that's what they're doing. By default, yes, but still.
Yes, yeah, it's by not the margins that they had hoped for, but the end justifies the means, I guess you could say. It's as long as they are ahead of them. But, we still have a lot of races left. We're only in round 3 here today in this season. They can't just focus on that team. There's going to be some other quick teams that could overtake them. In fact, if I go and look at the championship here for the OBSP, Race Onion, definitely one, which I guess no longer a concern for them, is one of the fast drivers. And Movano, too. Movano, incredibly fast, especially today. They're still ahead of them, and still right now, you can see on screen, on the podium.
Yeah, it could be a good day for Movano, and knowing that they've been extremely fast today as well is probably a bit of a concern to some of those a little bit lower down. Of course, most notably your champion, the WSR Esports butt kicker, obviously 2 victories on the season. Obviously, when it was a Pure Sims car, now it is no longer. It's the changing of the guard, the hands. A lot of that in the world of sim racing recently, where teams have either folded or changed hands, or it's all very confusing. Last year really at the start of this year rather, but end of last year, start of this year, it was the silly season of where all the drivers are going to end up. At the moment, it's now where are all the teams going to end up? Like what's going to happen with the teams in 2024? Because we've had a lot of closures and stuff behind the scenes, but it's a difficult time in the world of sim racing. I think that's to be said, but it means that it's great and a great opportunity for teams like Alpha Esports, for example, to rise through it and show that they mean business.
I often will joke that sim racers will change their teams as much as they change their underwear. Someone once pointed out to me, that you assume they change their underwear frequently.
That's true. Very true.
So. Yeah, but I think you're right. It is. There is still stuff on the line in sim racing, and I don't want to downplay it. But one of the things that we have to remember, real racing, there's huge contracts. There's a lot of stuff that holds a driver to a team that you can't just jump out. And there's still contracts here, mind you. but the money is obviously a lot smaller. So there's lower stakes in that sense, and it makes it more possible and more easy for a lot of drivers to hop around a little bit, if you will. And on top of it, the lack of the physical element means that, you know, getting into a different car is not as crazy of a transition. So you can get the practice in that you need that wouldn't necessarily be as easy. So that's why we see at times SimRacing see teams kind of be a little bit in flux and a little bit harder, which as commentators kind of annoys me because I would love to have the storylines of you know, team versus team a little bit better. At least the major teams for the most part are a bit more consistent. We've had over, you know, the past 10, 12 years or something that it's, you know, you've got names like Redline that have been up at the top, and Williams Esports has become a big major player as well. So you certainly get faces in terms of the teams themselves. It's just the drivers within it that sometimes it's a bit of a rotating door.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the in lower down, right? You know, when there aren't contracts. Obviously, for those higher teams, like you say, Redline, Coanda, the likes of Williams Esports, of RHG, all these teams, they all definitely have contracts, right? There are all contracts that will stop them from moving teams, and they're not, maybe not all of them are getting paid like a proper rate, but they're getting paid. For the most part, so there is also that to deal with at this level. So, you know, which means, yeah, you can jump around teams a little bit more. That's why it's crazy when you see at this level, you know, even teams like Movano or like Altus Esports. You said they're a strong team in the world of sim racing. Make a huge note of how they did with Jordan Caruso in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Victory for him, obviously being an Altus Esports driver. So. Basically, we've got 2 hours and 5 minutes left to go. I'm going to step aside just for a little bit because I think it's probably good that Cam Roger jumps in here and gets himself accustomed to the comms booth. Joe, you're going to guide him through it for a little bit whilst I go and grab myself a snacky snack. This has been a crazy race, though, and I just want that really noted. I can't wait to see the end of this.
Absolutely. And Cameron, like you just heard Lewis say, it's been a bit of a crazy race, so we'll try our best to get you up to speed, but just know that things have certainly been a bit all over the place, especially in the OBSP category. We've been talking about this a lot, where Alpha Esports by G Performance is leading it, but I mean, there's just about everybody in the category has led at least once, it feels like at times, and a lot of our fast drivers have fallen out of it. Down in the LMP3s, SRB Motorsport by G&E is leading that one, but that has also changed hands. And in fact, we saw an incident that just about collected everybody in that class at one point on one of the restarts. And then down to the GT3s, that's about been the only stable one here, Cameron. Over the Limit Racing, Blue is leading, but Blue by TC has been by far one of the more dominant teams, has been up at the top for much of it. Right now they sit in second.
Yeah, when I just got online, I saw that huge crash that obviously brought us out to this safety car. So it certainly looks like it's been interesting, and ZANDVOORT is a pretty crazy track on your own, let alone multi-class racing. So I'm definitely excited to see it. I think actually this is my first endurance race around this track. So very excited to see how this one is going to come, and especially with the fact that everything's been backed up together. I know there's a couple of gaps here and there, a bit lower down, but especially as you say in this OBSP class, it looks like it is going to be massive. And here comes some highlights.
Absolutely. So there is the LMP3 Schmazel that happened down in Hugenholz. Team Fordzilla, another team that was up at the front, involved in another one with one of our LMP3s who lost the back of the car. And then we saw this great battle for the LMP3 lead for a brief moment. Before things changed hands with Yellow Submarine and the GT3s, they've been kind of slipping backwards. Movano with an incredible battle briefly with BC Vault, and of course contact with one of the GT3s with Altus Esports. Then things picked up once again using the traffic. Movano snuck back by, costing a fourth place for AMK Racing. More contact in the GT3s with one of our OBSP cars. And then big problems here, unfortunately, for one of our LMP or OBSP cars into the infield section, and finally taking out the leader of BC Vaults, unfortunately, slipping off the curb, finding themselves flying through the air is what kicked off this latest of our yellow periods, with now 2 hours left to go. And the good news is you caught us at a good time, Cameron, because we're getting ready to go back racing this lap.
Oh, that is that's good stuff. Yeah, I'm hoping that this restart is going to be pretty frantic indeed. It looks like we got the top 8, the top 8 prototypes all on the lead lap and all following each other. Therefore, they're literally just a couple of tenths apart from each other. So it should be a really, really fun next few laps at least to see how they're going to handle this restart, get back up to speed. And of course, with everyone being bunched up, they'll have a few laps of a clear track as well before they catch back up to the traffic. And then it's going to be carnage because it's going to be all of the GTs, all of the P3s in a big long line again. So it's almost like a race restart. So hopefully that is some good fun. And the drivers keep a lid on it because this is a good time to make some moves, but it's also a good place, or sorry, a bad place where you can actually lose time if you have spins because everyone is so bunched up.
Exactly. This is the danger zone that everybody's got to watch out for. We keep saying cautions can sometimes breed cautions, and though that hasn't as much been the case here today, we have seen at least a couple back-to-back yellows that have come out as we get ready to restart. They prepare the tires. Alpha Esports by G Performance with Jordy behind the wheel still after he took it over many laps ago from Ronnie Smith. Can he get the jump on the fellow Porsche of Alexander Walton in the car for Burkhard Mering? Coming towards the line, he has to wait patiently for the restart zone, and most of them have tried to give it time so that nobody can use the slipstream to try and attack them on the start, like we saw at the very start of the race, with the lead changing hands. Green flag is out, and the 77 gets the jump, so he takes off, is behind them. A little bit of flashing lights, I think, from, no, that wasn't Movano, that was Alpha Esports Red, who is trying to get in there, I think, and see if he can gain a few positions back. He's still some laps down on this one, and desperately, no, he's on the lead lap, excuse me, the 37's managed to make that back up. So much has happened here, Cameron, that some of the drivers I had written off back in it.
Yeah, and that is the good thing about endurance racing. You do have some time to come back into it as we hit pretty much exactly 2 hours to go on that restart, so it should be a fairly decent run to the end from here. And it looks like the top 3 have got away very nice indeed. There was a little bit of side-by-side between the Beerskin by Simsa car and then also the Slow and Confused car on the restart for 4th and 5th place, but looks like they've settled themselves down. But actually in behind is Altus Esport having a bit of a battle because the Alpha Esport car diving up the inside. As for 5th position now, up the inside of them as well. We're getting a Ford Zilla car, I think that is maybe trying to get up the inside of one of the other cars. Alpha Esports trying to get involved. They get past Altus as well, trying to make a double move down the back straight into a very tight chicane, but not able to do both cars.
A number of cars in here that have been sent back down the field. A penalty earlier for Slow and Confused has them in 5th. We talked about Alpha Esports Red having to make a recovery. Altus Esports 30 also sitting back there with Jordi Lopez in the car. And then Team Fordzilla mysteriously off the pace after they were fast early, but this is a pass for 5th position here. If Alpha Esports Red can manage to get through, and they do, Slow and Confused cannot hold the back.
Yeah, they certainly seem a little bit slow at this point, with Alpha making those 2 places in half a lap, which isn't necessarily the most common around a tight and twisty and short track like this, but they've made it work, so they've obviously got some good speed and now need to try and close that gap down up ahead to the Beerskin by Simsa, the number 11 car as it stands, as these guys try and work their way through, maybe get a bit repay a little bit lower down. That's the 6 car. This is up towards the front for 2nd and 3rd positions. That could be a massive dive up the inside into turn 10. I think it might just be very tight between the two. They managed to make that stick, and the OBS World car goes down to 3rd.
I'm not surprised. Movano is on the charge now. They've been bunched back up. They're a lot closer to the lead. They have a great opportunity. Took them a couple laps here to get by OBS World by Simsa, but once they demoted the 66, they can now see the 77 in front of them by about 1.2 seconds. Can they catch them up as we come back once again to Slow and Confused with Simonas Balciunas currently in the car and on the back foot? They got overtaken by Jack Badger, and now it's Jordi Lopez that's hunting them down.
Certainly is. Can he get the run down this front straightaway? Of course, with that new banking coming in, the very recently updated track, it's really changed the way that this track works. Actually, with a couple of banking corners, and really gives sort of an elongation to that straight. You can get close, but not close enough that time into Tarzanbot's first corner. As we see the pit stops there between a couple of these drivers, a couple of these teams, and yeah, there's one pit stop difference there between the guys up towards the front here. So maybe that is going to be a factor as we get towards this final 2 hours of the race. Normally about 3 stints, but there might be a little bit different with when they took their fuel, etc. at this point in the race, because of all those safety cars bunching everyone back up. But this is for second place. OBS World trying to get back the position that they just lost.
Yeah, they're not going to give it up that easily, but they do have Beerskin right behind them as well. So if they make a false move, then the 11 could easily try and jump on it. There goes the exhibition car of the Mission R with Maxime Grenon currently in that machine. That car currently in 47th. They've lost a few positions, unfortunately. It looks like they were up to 45th earlier. Oh, and there is a car upside down on the front straight. We're hearing that is Edgar Kitt for Turbo Turtles. A sad irony is the car has been turtled, and that is going to bring out the safety car once again. It's that last corner here in the virtual world. Thankfully, we're getting the bad accidents out of the way here where nobody can be hurt. But those high speeds with that wall right to the outside has shown just how dangerous it can be.
Yeah, it's almost a NASCAR style crash when you go up. Oh, that is huge, into the wall, pretty much perpendicular 90 degrees, head first into the wall. And for this BMW, that was a very lucky situation to be in. There wasn't so many cars coming, and yeah, that was a massive hit. And unfortunately, collecting a couple of other cars, that's really not what you what you want to see. And yeah, definitely getting tagged there by that Mercedes, couldn't quite control it. And unfortunately, a couple of other cars just being spun around from that.
Yeah, that wasn't Edgar's fault there. He definitely got the tip from behind, and it was Nicholas Jazowski in the HundredForce and Ryan O'Connor and RENEVERSE that piled in, that we saw just really no place to go, no time to react. Great escape, though, by Poulet in the Valkyrie Competition 177 and Brioso in the SR Technic Endurance. They managed to get out of the way just in time to avoid being a part of that. Also a stop-and-go 30-second hold for the number 59 for hitting car 315 we're seeing. That was a separate incident actually handed out before this big one. This has certainly been a bit of a change here at the end of this race now that we're getting a couple of these back-to-back yellow. Safety car back out once again, just under 2 hours to go as we slow up. And so the team that this is helping somewhat is WSR Esports by Butt Kicker, because all these incidents has meant that they're getting chances to overtake a few cars that have found some woes. Remember, they were involved in a big wreck at the very beginning. The 116 has managed to climb back up to 11th in class.
Yeah, that's one thing that you can really sort of, I guess, hope for if you're involved in one of the earlier accidents and incidents in the race, is if you keep going, surely, the law of averages is other people are going to have issues. So if you just keep going, hopefully if you stay clean from that point, you will be gifted these places back. And especially in a series like this where we have the safety car, that really helps bunch everyone back up. And especially if you get onto the same lap, onto the lead lap, then you're right on the back of the train up towards the front. So certainly an incentive to keep on going in these races. Even though it's 6 hours, it can really come down to the final sort of 30 minutes sometimes with just how it goes and how close everyone stays. So definitely something that you have to consider when you're going through these races. Have to keep it on going and not just give up in that first couple of hours if you have some incidents. And then once again, this will all be bunched up, and the Alpha Esports car will have to take a restart and try and get back up to speed once more. And it's certainly not easy to keep on doing that multiple times, because you've always got that pressure on that first restart of everyone trying to get the jump on you.
Yeah, and more, it's looking like this is probably going to be one of those races that comes down to the end of it if we keep getting yellows like this one. Now caught up to the back of the safety car. If you missed us earlier, that is a actual manually driven safety car and not just run by the sim. So they have a person that can manage the fields in there, and they'll hopefully not have to do many wave rounds since we just had them recently and there weren't that many cars involved in that incident to mix it up. But we'll see what happens, and especially if we get any pit stops, which, yes, I do see some drivers heading in. So Iglesias for Team Fordzilla and Jordi Lopez for Altus Esports number 30 are both pitting, and it's too far. It's way too far for them to get to the end from here. But this might be what we've been talking about for some time now, Cameron, that they are starting to work backwards.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the situation. And they were on the back of the train anyway. So you might as well go into the pit stop and then still be at the back of the train, but with, you know, fresh tyres, full tank of fuel. And this will give you more options later on. Obviously, you save so much time. Basically, you don't lose anything with how slow the safety car is. So in terms of your position. So yeah, it's basically a free pit stop, and if you're at the back anyway, you might as well just put yourself in the best position possible to the end from here. And as you say, I believe they'll still need 2 stops from here. I don't think they'll be able to do it from 1 more stop. So definitely be 2 stops, but at least they are, so putting themselves in that situation. Once everyone else pits in front of them, they'll then gain that track position up. And then if there's another safety car, at that point, when they're in the, when they have the track position, then obviously they've gained from that. So it is one of those things where potentially you need to, to risk another safety car coming, but at this rate, I've only been here 15 minutes and we've seen 2, so you never know.
And in that Team Fordzilla machine, we have noticed that the 966 has put Abel Torres back in the car. The reason that's significant is he's the driver that put this car on pole. Now, he made a couple mistakes in the first part, so will he be able to limit that, be able to charge back to the front and try and take that away, starting from 8th on this restart. It looks like now that he has returned to the circuit. They were just doing a couple of those wave rounds, but Fordzilla and Altus, the 2 that came in this lap and took their fuel and are back out and ready to go. Did Altus? No, Altus did not change their driver. It's still Lopez, it looks like.
Yeah, I think it's potentially at that point where you might want to go for 1 more stint, then it'll be double to the end, something something like that. But for Fordzilla, as you say, putting in a fast driver, that could be a good omen for how the second part of this race is going. And I haven't quite exactly seen where they are on the track, but I think they should be able to catch up to the back of the train, and then they'll be able to potentially work their way forward from that point. So that'll be very, very good for them to try and get up some of those positions. And as you see, all of these line of the prototypes, they're all on that lead lap, at least the first ones are anyway. So they're all on the lead lap. That's by position, and it's going to be a straight fight to the end from there. So if you can get a fast driver in there, slowly start picking off some places like we saw the Alpha Esports 37 do on the previous restart, then that's going to be good.
So far, the restarts, at least on the main straight coming down into Tarzan, haven't been too dramatic in terms of overtakes and whatnot. Drivers seem to be kind of cautious here today. That or just the difficulty in overtaking here has prevented much drama. It's into Gerlach and Hugenholtz that things seem to go awry. And the other one that caught us out here, Cameron, is Shivlak. The entry to Shivlak, actually, I should say, is the one that has caused perhaps the most accidents. There's a curb on the inside of Rob Slotemacher, the right-hand kink before that. Drivers keep clipping it, or there's been miscommunications between classes. And drivers at full tilt there at the end, because it's flat out all the way from Hugenholtz, have just been smashing into the walls. So it's been the danger zone, and thankfully we haven't seen some incidents in a while, knocking on wood, into that corner. But definitely not. I mean, in terms of places that I usually make notes for myself that, watch out for these spots, that's not one that I expected.
It's just so narrow, unfortunately, and because you sort of had the kinks, it makes it really one-line section of corners. And of course, these prototypes are so much faster than the GT3s. They feel like they just have all this grip and downforce to go around the outside. But you see here, it kind of looks wide. But if you think about the racing line, they're right on the left-hand side, and then they've got to get it all the way down. At that point, it's so narrow, and it's really sort of on the limit for these drivers. So yeah, if you make any sort of mistake or slight misjudgment, then you can really have a big one. And as you say, the entry curb to the kink before that, that is a big one, because you sort of come up over a crest as well. So when you hit the curb and then the front goes light, it's not a nice time. I'm not surprised we've seen a couple of accidents there, to be honest. It really is a tricky circuit, actually. It's not an easy one by any means. It's still got that proper old school heritage. And even though it had some changes in the last sort of 3-4 years, it really kept that old school vibe with the gravel traps, with the Armco barriers really close to it. It certainly didn't lose it with all this tarmac runoff that we see nowadays.
Absolutely. It has definitely kept its feeling, as it looks like, I thought maybe the safety car was going to be heading in, but no, they're going to stick with it here. We haven't got the message. Now, if you've been looking at this graphic at the bottom of the screen, you might be wondering, wait a minute, they pitted at the same time. Why is the tire age difference? Well, they've been double stinting, sometimes triple stinting some of these tires because they have a limited number of sets. And so Alpha Esports by G Performance looks like they are at a severe disadvantage to OBS World by Simsa. But that is not the car directly behind them. That would be Movano SimRacing in the number 6, and they have looked very fast.
Indeed, and they obviously made that move to get up into second place on the previous restart as well. So if they do that again, that will put them in the lead if they make another move. So it's certainly got to be something that you consider for Jordi leading the way. Because coming in behind is a car that's coming in very hot and is looking good at this point in the race. So that's definitely something that they need to consider. So I definitely think it's probably one of the bigger talking points when we get back to this restart, because this is the perfect opportunity actually to really make some positions when everyone is so close together, and especially the first couple of laps. Even if you wait sort of 5 laps, already by that time people have got back into the rhythm. They've sort of felt out the track conditions again. They've got back into the mind, because these safety car periods are fairly long. You really sort of do cool down, you get out of the rhythm a little bit. So by 5 laps at time, you sort of got back into it. So that first couple of laps, that's where you need to attack and really try and use an opportunity if it comes to you.
So as we wait for the cars to get the signal that it is time to go, we wait patiently for, I think we're at 7 or 8 now on the cautions. It's certainly, and yeah, there it is at the top, safety car in this lap. It's looking, unfortunately, maybe just a little bit more like what we saw with Long Beach last round back in November, where it was a lot of cautions. And the drivers are dealing with it quite well, giving us some good racing when we do get to racing. And it has been at least some decent periods of green flag before the yellow is thrown once again. So we should see that safety car peel off, and control will be given over to Jordi once again.
And I wonder how he's going to manage this restart, because he had a good idea of when to go on the onto the previous one, and now he needs to try and replicate that. He does have a different car, as we've been mentioning, though, behind him, so that is going to be a big factor. Maybe even someone else can try and make a bit of a jump in behind, and this is obviously definitely that opportunity, and especially for someone actually like Abo Torres from the Team Fordzilla, the 966. They're currently in 8th position, obviously a little bit further back in the train, but just made that pit stop, got a fresh, fast drive in the car. This would be a good opportunity for them to start jumping out of the way. You can just see them sliding in the back there as well, in the orange and blue car, just wiggling as we come around the final corner to get back racing.
All right. So 77 has been told he's got control of the field, but he has to wait for the restart zone. And you can see them, look at it, all lined up nice and orderly here in a straight line down through Ari Lyondike, looking for that restart zone out of the final turn before he accelerates away. Hour and 43 minutes left to go on the clock. There's still plenty of racing for these drivers. They can't be too eager, but as the green flag comes out, the 77 is on his way down to the inside, slow and confused, already popping out. Maybe he can make a move. No, it's going to be Jack Badger for Alpha Esports Red, getting to the inside of the ATRS car, who is a lap down, trying to get away from an attack from the purple number 325, and he's able to clear.
Yeah, certainly is. And now Stone Confused trying to get through as well. Tricky corner to do so, but they've actually done that. And in the background, I think there's a little bit of sideways contact as well with the two cars. I think there's a car up in the wall as well, coming through Hugenholz, and that potentially is going to be causing a wreck further back with all of the P3s and GTs, of course, following in behind that. So certainly a little bit of a messy start there. Nothing too crazy on the screen so far, but definitely there's some smoke in the background there.
Yeah, I see at least 4 cars that were turned to the side. I think we're going to get a replay. MTS Garage, I think, involved in it in the 111. Looks like SRB by G&E. Yeah, so that's Fordzilla as well. And Altus involved in that one. Again, 2 of our faster teams today getting caught up in messes. Grow Racing Team Blue also wound up involved in that one. That was certainly the less graceful moments that we've seen, and I see more GT3s off the course down at turn 9 as we take another look at the incident. Turned completely around that Altus car. That's got to be difficult to get it facing the right way.
Yeah, that's not a nice position to be in with all the cars coming through as well. And yes, certainly was just a messy one. And then as they sort of try to avoid each other, people sort of locking the rears, not getting the car quite settled into the corner. Very difficult corner indeed, with all the elevation change there and just losing the rear end. Certainly not a nice position to be in, as they all want to use this high line, which is actually the line around that corner, using the momentum as you then come back up this hill. And once again, back to live pictures, this is the top 3 starting to pull away, as we saw on that previous restart, the Alpha Esports, Movano and OBS World.
So another replay now coming down to explain what happened into turn 9. And, oh, that was just a little clumsy, unfortunately, between the pair of them. Thankfully, not a major wreck. They both get it turned around pretty quickly. A black flag, by the way, for car 10. That's 10 tenths, appropriately, who are taking the blame for the cause of the incident with Turbo Turtles, who we saw flipped on their lid just before Cameron came in here. Also, 177 is getting a black flag. That is Valkyrie Competition drive-through penalty for spinning around the 738 team of trail-breaking racers. So a few more drivers, unfortunately, getting on the bad side of the stewards as we come onto the main straight. It's a good run here from P3. OBS World by Simsa, but not close enough to try and get by Movano.
And in the background, there's some side-by-side action as well as they try and work their way through. That is Alpha Esports and Bearskin having some battles there, and I think it was Alpha Esports and Jack Badger who's able to get up into 4th place now. So 1 by 1, Badger has been making his way up the field over the course of the last couple of restarts, and now he's got the top 3 in his sights as they work their way up the hill through the fast section of track. It looks like they're already getting up to at least one of the P3s to start the lapping process once again. They had a couple of laps of clean air, and now this is where it could get a little bit dicey once more, though that first round through that P3 seems to have worked very nice. But in the background, Jack Badger's really starting to close in.
And Alpha Esports Red is getting awful close as well, as we take a little bit of a look down at this pass that took place between Alpha Esports Red and Beerskin, as Beer is just gonna pull off and not fight that one too hard, it looks like, allowing Jack Badger through, and he sets his sights on OBS World by Simsa.
Certainly does, but it's actually the OBS World car who's looking up the back of Movano to the high line as well. That gets chopped off to the left-hand side, but now back to the right-hand side and the low line down this front straightaway in towards Tarzan Box at the first corner, and around the outside it is going to have to be there for the 66. Can they hold it, or is Movano going to squeeze them out? No, they're not. They're going to give each other room up towards turns 2 and 3. Very tight section of the track. Movano dives up the inside there, tries to block that one off, and manages to still get back to the high line to have the momentum up the hill. But now Jack Badger gets the run off turn 3.
Great cut back there from the red and white machine. He's going to be side by side. This could go badly if they don't manage themselves up into Sheevlock, and Walton is going to give up the ghost as Badger moves himself into 3rd. Alpha Esports Red on fire right now.
Yeah, loads of speed in that car, getting so much closer already to Movano, and that could be a 2nd place, maybe even a 1st position in a few laps' time. We've still got just over 90 minutes to go, but this is looking very good at this point in the race for that number 37 Alpha Esports Red machine. They have the pace as it stands. On the previous couple of restarts, they're getting up to speed, and this is working out really, really well for them as They work their way through now this sort of middle sector of the track, coming through to the final couple of corners, and this is the important one. Kumo onto what is effectively the start-finish straight. They have the banking now, which makes it easily flat out through the final corner, and elongates that straight, but is Badger going to be close enough to try and make a move and get up into second place?
Going to hold onto him, but it doesn't look like he's near enough as they're going to stay in line. It's just as it's starting to get fun. It's my cue to step away, as you'll be in the hands of Cameron as well as Lewis McGlade, who is returning. Thank you so much, guys, and hopefully we get a nice clean one to the finish.
Cheers, Joe, and have a good one. It's been a long 4.5 hours. So Joe Peak jumping out of the comedy booth. I am back. I have had a pizza, yes. No, it was not a pineapple pizza, Cam. How dare you? How dare you accuse me of such things? You can see, obviously, in the top right, by the way, the Yellow Submarine Locals Autosport, the total pit stops for them. By the way, that is in the LMP3 category, of course. Yellow Submarine being those that are second in the LMP3, and Locals Motorsport, Autosport being those that are the ones in second place. But this is all very crazy indeed.
Certainly is, and Movano takes the race lead, and that is an awesome move for them as Kaulatz takes the lead for the number 6 machine. It's now the 77 Alfa Esports. Oh, one of the Porsches around there, though, coming in towards the chicane. That's an awkward position to be in as well. They're going to have to wait for all of the train of drivers. And, there's been further contact. There's the Ferrari going round.
Yeah, Valkyrie's the one that spun around there. It was the SR Technic Endurance car, the blue and green Porsche that we saw in the background. Valkyrie around, obviously. They've been in the bad books of race control as well, was heading back out onto the start-finish straight. We'll see a replay as to what has happened to Valkyrie. So we've got the Alfa Esports Red. I'm kind of wondering if they were starting to lose it before the Alfa Esports Red car made contact.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that was just Jack Badger pushing him around. Of course, he's got way more, power in that car. And it looks like maybe coming into the pit lane. Yeah, Badger, and then also his teammate 77 with Jordi Speggans in the car. He's come into the pit lane all at the same time there, and that is certainly a messy situation. And maybe looking again a penalty as well. The stewards think that it was their fault for spinning that car.
Maybe. All we know is that the Alfa Esports squad, they are in the pit lane, both their cars, the G Performance and the Alfa Esports Red, so preparing for what will be their penultimate pit stop of the afternoon. Obviously, depends on penalties and such. I do know that, of course, Jordi Speggans will be staying behind the wheel of the Alfa Esports G Performance car, mostly courtesy of his teammate Ronnie Smith. I don't think he's in the building anymore. He's departed. I'm not even joking. He's told me he's gone. He's out. He's had enough of this. There's all the doors open. Movano trying to get around the outside. Also, we got the Simsa car, the OBS World by Simsa cars trying to work their way through. Jack, sorry, what I was going to say was that Ronnie Smith is off to Coventry, poor guy, to do some award ceremony. I don't know if he's up for any award or anything like that, but either way, good luck, best of luck to Ronnie Smith, and I'm sure he'll be wishing the best of luck to his teammate to see if they can take victory in this race. I think they've got a good chance.
They certainly do, but it's always that's a bit wide though from Movano, and right now for the lead is going to be the 66 of the OBS World Car getting up the inside there. This BMW might get just in the way as they go side by side in towards this very difficult banking corner, and Movano just about get the track position, but they get an awful run off the hill there, Hugenholz, and as we come up through this very fast section of corners, the OBS World Car is going to come back side by side. We've seen contact between loads of cars around here and in towards Skyflag. One of them surely has to back out at some point, but they continue side by side, and it looks like the OBS World Car just about gets into the lead.
I think that's the second time that we've seen a move going around the outside there of one of the Movano car, of the Movano car today, and that one just as good as we saw in the first. Simon Kaulatz behind the wheel of that Movano sim racing team car. Of course, the driver indeed that has the fastest lap of this race is in the hands of that Movano sim racing team car, but it is in the hands of course of that driver. Yeah, very dramatic. Great move though. Like I say, the bravery to go around the outside there is ridiculous. And you do have the beerskins by Simsa car sat directly behind in that very distinctive, colourful livery behind. We need more sim racing liveries like that, just saying.
Yeah, we do see a lot of black and red, like we see on that Movano car. Yeah, the colourful one's certainly rather nice. Is in towards the GT3s. There's the 117 up the inside, just loses it. I think that was all on his own, trying to trail break in there. Oh no! And the Ferrari couldn't quite avoid choosing the wrong line there up the inside and making further contact.
Yeah, obviously the Mercedes was trying to get out of the way there, and unfortunately got on throttle and drove straight into someone, so that might be classified as an unsafe rejoin in all of that. So obviously all those things to add. Yeah, no, I will say with this, so I was also checking out the broadcast from Aragon. Obviously, Zach Sweeney jumped in on. Have a little discussion before coming into this. Genuinely, I saw that livery and I was like, oh, a red line in this.
Yeah,
because from that angle, honestly, I've said this. I said this so many times about Movano because I've commentated on channels where it's been Movano and red line. Please stop, please. Oh my god, that's insane.
And surely you sort of want to stand out yourself as well. So you sort of want to get a bit of personality. But yeah, no, I agree. One of them needs to choose a slightly extra bit of colour or something to differentiate those teams. But certainly in this one, at least with just Movano, it's a little bit easier to work it out. So you come to a very close battle for 7th place in the GT3. It's the 227 PPF Racing team getting close. BMW there trying to defend up the inside of RENEVERSE, of course, sponsoring this race, currently in that number 3 machine.
Yeah, and obviously we're riding on board with the PPF Racing team car. I think it's still got the damage on the rear end that we saw much earlier on. Now trying to send it around the outside of the M4 that's been battered and bruised his fair shout there. You can see that enormous dent on the rear end of the 911. Somehow not affecting the engine too much. We're okay with that one. Big snap of defence there coming in for the number 3 car, trying to cover off into the final corner, or really the final corner at Gumo as they drop back down into the banking at Ari Lyondike. And we'll see if PPF might try and make a move going down to T1. A couple of biters into the pit lane for what will be potentially the penultimate time for them this afternoon.
Or as they go 3 wide as the Altus car comes down the inside there, but it is there the Porsche of PPF who completes that move eventually in towards turn 1. Bit of contact maybe in the background, some lockups between those two Mercedes, and a little bit of smoke coming up there, but certainly that Porsche there on screen. PPF had to work hard for that one, took a few corners, but they've made it stick for that 7th place. It looks like there's a bit of clean air up ahead as well, so they can try and work their way into that gap and try and open that up as we come back to this battle for the race lead, as OBS trying to pull away there, but Movano not letting them get away.
We did obviously see, whilst we were looking at that GT3 battle, we did see the Altus Esports car go past. Just kind of reminded me of one thing I did read in chat as well. I was wondering, I thought Jordi Lopez was a little bit of a higher I-rated driver than he actually is, because he's about 6k, and I was like, that seems a bit low. I thought he was higher than that. No, actually turns out it's the oval side of things. I kind of reminded me, on the oval side of things he's over 8k. I was like, see, now it makes sense. I'm not a total idiot. There is some science behind the words I speak. So Matt Danson, thank you for that information. But yeah, this battle is absolutely enthralling at the front of the field.
Yeah, you're right. Of course, there's 2 different ratings as such for the oval and the road course stuff. But Jordi Lopez, certainly someone I've known for quite a few years now. Very fast driver. Great to see him driving once again and commentating over him in that car as it stands. Is in these LMP3s. They're having a bit of a train as the OBS wildcard tries to work their way through this bit of traffic. As of course we since the restart, all of it bunches all the drivers up, including those P3s, makes it slightly more difficult for these prototypes. The OBSP cars to try and work their way through, but it seems like they do have easily enough power on the straights to get past.
Obviously, close battle for the race lead in the OBSP category. Also, it's still fairly close in the GT3s as well. Blue by TC, really quite close with Over the Limit Racing. Blue directly behind them. As we can see a look at the driver that's and the team that's running in that 2nd place, of course, in the GT3 category. This is the Over the Limit Racing blue car, just as Piranauskas. It's a guess. It's fine. We'll see. We'll try and commit to it. As you can see, the blue by TC car. It has not been a great day for the TC squad. Obviously, the yellow by TC car has been running really strongly in the LMP3 until it got absolutely detonated. I think the pair of them got absolutely devastated by one of the safety cars. I think they both had issues like around the safety car coming out. But they find themselves back up in the race lead. It's Porsche 1, 2, 3 at the moment in the GT3 category, which is obviously very solid. Shows they get running quite strongly around here.
Yeah, and it looks like obviously stint lengths are about the same, so they must have equalised those. So obviously got the track position, and then they've equalised the pit stop due to the safety car as well. So it looks like they benefited from that previously, the 1 or 2. So you're going to be getting replay. Oh, let's see what happened. Oh no, LMP3 spinning right in front of them. Movano get caught up in that. Is in the background as well. One of the other GTP cars, the Beerskin car, also involved, but that's a huge one there for the number 6.
Do you know, I'm actually surprised it's not a safety car as far as... Oh, no, safety car's been deployed. Never mind. I'll counter that one straight away. Safety car has now been deployed back out onto the racetrack. And we'll see what's actually happened. This is obviously a bit further back. So seeing the LMP3, the Tutor Racing green car, that was where the the beer skins by Simsa car went into the barrier behind. Or no, actually no, sorry, that's where it went off of them. My goodness me, what a messy moment.
Oh yeah, that was 2 crashes. Biskin was not involved in this specific crash. There's certainly something happening a little bit further behind. Let's see. Oh, just catching the grass, I think, a little bit, and then getting a bit of a tank slapper. Wasn't able to save it. Do they keep out of the barrier? Maybe just. And they should actually be just about okay with that. And they may be losing a couple of places, though, actually, because I think we did see a couple of the OBSP cars. Yeah, I think... who was that? I can't exactly remember. One of them, at least, ATRS thinker was just going past. So, yeah, definitely a couple of places lost, but at least they're still in the race, and it's a safety car to bunch them back up.
Yes, indeed. Safety car back out for the 8th time this race. There's another look at the... Mavana just nowhere they could go in that one. And unfortunately for them, the race has come to a close. And we'll jump into the championship implications from all this in a moment. Just nowhere they could go, really. So, seeing that instant ahead, just kind of... As soon as you see that car sliding all over the place, you just sat there being like, well, I hope this is going to work out for us. And unfortunately, it didn't.
Yeah, and it's such a shame they got hit on both sides as well. So their front wheels are toast, and there's absolutely no way of bringing it back. So, of course, having to tow, and that is going to be a long, long time by the time they get back there. Fortunately, in terms of time, the safety car is actually quite slow. So maybe they won't lose quite so much as if obviously it's going at full speed. But yeah, that's definitely going to be a long, long time in that pit lane. As at least on track for now, Team Fordzilla take the lead. Jordi Lopez for Altus Esports in behind. They were the ones who pit on the previous one, and this is exactly what we were saying. So if there was this situation where everyone else pit, they would then jump to the front of the pack, and obviously they don't need to pit now for a while. So this might actually work out quite well track position wise.
And with how slow you run, with how much fuel saving you do, I think this actually works out really nicely in the favour of Team Fordzilla. Because I say, realistically speaking, they're going to stop once more in this race, and they'll be saving a lot of fuel here, so fair enough. They're going to be stopping once more, okay? So is everyone else. 1 hour and 26 minutes. You can't really save... Wait, no, you can't. You can't save enough fuel to do an hour and 25 minutes of racing around here. So everyone is going to owe us a pit stop. Obviously, some will be shorter than others. Fair enough. But this is big. For the championship, this is great for Team Fordzilla because... like I said, they've had a very up and down day. They've been arguably the fastest car at points, mostly in the hands of Abel Torres. But... Yeah, their main championship rivals being what was the Pure Sims car, which is now the WSR by Buck car. Well, they're still down the order, and they're not really gaining much from this. They're still, 11th in class. They'll be still scoring a couple of points, fair enough. But now Fordzilla have put themselves in position to maybe score 25 points. At the moment, they are 22 points off of the champ lead and in second place after just 2 rounds, which shows how good the 116's been. But yeah, very, very interesting in our top category. I don't even want to get into the implications in the other ones. I still will. At present, the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab would be taking over the lead of the championship in the LMP3 category. And in the GT3s, it's Valkyrie that are leading the championship at present. But I believe it will be the Blue by TC car that will take over the lead of the championship heading in to round 4 of the season. Lots of things happening this round to really throw the cat amongst the pigeons championship-wise.
Yeah, it's that sort of track, I guess, as well, as the LMP3s get sort of out of this pack and get the wave around. I guess it's that sort of track, though. We've seen some huge wrecks, huge wrecks, even just in the sort of hour or so that I've been really following the race. So it's easy to do around a track like this, and then you never know who gets involved in that, especially with what we just saw to bring out this safety car. There was 3, 4, 5 teams all involved in that, and if you get that at the wrong time for certain drivers, then their championship hopes, or at least certain points for this race, could be put up in the air. So it's definitely I don't know how you'd say it. So it's sort of a track where the consistency maybe comes out on top overall. Yeah,
exactly. It's to be fair, that instant was just crazy because there was about 3 different instances in there, and so many cars involved, and of course, some of those being heavy hitters in the championship as well. It's been a crazy run indeed, as once again race controller brought onto hand to help the drivers and teams navigate their way around a safety car period. We're having a chat with Joe Peak earlier on in the broadcast about how I do like safety car implementation in these kind of races, and I stand by that. I do. I think it actually keeps teams in the race, right? Which ironically can actually bring out more safety cars. But because if you have an incident, you're more inclined to stay in the race because you can get brought back into it. Take, for pure example, the Alpha Esports red car, which was involved in an incident, in quite a large incident, with the was it the? I think it was the Race Onion team, if I remember correctly. Quite a large bit of contact between a pair of those, right? And they were dropped 2 laps down. They're back on the lead lap now, and to be fair, I'm sure they still probably would remain in the race, but they'd never have a chance at winning. Not really. Not unless it's a safety car.
Yeah, the safety car is definitely a big thing that is lost in certain races, and I definitely love it when these when leagues bring it back in, because as you say, it bunches everyone up and it gives you, as you say, that incentive to continue going, because if you know that all you need is one safety car to get back in, the chances are in an endurance race you're probably going to get one, so you might as well keep going. And as you say, if it gives an opportunity for someone like that 37 car to come back in and give the race lead, then I think that's actually better for the show or for the spectacle, as well as such from a entertainment point of view as well. So it keeps the teams on their toes, and they also, every time safety car comes out, you have to completely rewrite your strategy to the end of the race. So it does leave it way open, and I do really like that. Definitely a great introduction from many leagues, and also the fact that we can have it manually driven, like here. It just gives the race direction so much more control of how they work it out, how you do the wave rounds, and you just end up with hopefully a better result from that.
Yeah, iRacing just need to implement a actual drivable safety car, so they're not driving around in a GT3 Porsche.
It's always a GT3 Porsche, isn't it?
I don't know. I guess it just feels right, doesn't it? We need lights. We need like all the bells and whistles and the ability to turn them off and on again. iRacing, sort it out. I wonder if anyone, by the way, is having a very long day today, because obviously, this race has been 6 hours. I wonder if there is anyone on this grid that will be taking part in the race for mental health, which has obviously started very recently. Which we've done before, sort of. We've not done all of it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, we didn't finish.
Arjuna put an end to that. Technically, we did finish because Dan Kell did go out for the final hour.
Yeah, true.
But no, we didn't quite reach the end of that. Mostly courtesy of Arjuna, so that's fine. I wonder if anyone's doing that. That's a long day, isn't it? Doing a 6-hour race followed by a 23-hour race.
Yeah, I guess it depends how you split it up, because if you were going to do the first few hours of the race anyway and then jump into it some hours later, then it's not really more as such driving time, but as long as they get a little bit of a break. But it's not uncommon, to be honest, to do multiple races at once, and especially with how busy the sim racing schedule is at the moment. There's so many races going on, and obviously a lot of teams want to drive in all of it, a lot of the drivers want to drive in all of it, so it's not it's not an easy one, but I'd be up for that, doing a couple, if I was still driving, of course. I'd definitely be up for doing a couple of them, but it's not easy. You'll be very, very tired tomorrow evening.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I will say in regards to that is, tough. Deal with it. If you are doing both, let us know. Drop in chat. I don't know. Who knows? Did say see Matt Danson say the pace car should mash the headlight button. I agree with that. These are some light flashing, although all the cars behind don't see, and brakes.
Yeah,
just constantly like tapping the brake. God, your left foot would get a real workout, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, it's got to be all about the macros, to be honest. Although I guess it depends what button you assign it to and such. That could make it a little bit more tricky. But as it looks like, we're getting back to green flag racing, as Fordzilla and Altis will jump to the front of the pack, and this sort of opens it up quite a lot, to be honest, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. Like I say, there's going to be plenty of time left to go in this race. An hour and 20 minutes. See who's going to come out on top. Abel Torres, pole position earlier on in the day. It's been a very difficult one for Team Fordzilla. But of course, we had the first safety car out and then the first restart of the race. Abel Torres was the one who restarted the race. It was, of course, from the front of the field. And it was a very late restart indeed. And Torres will probably try and do the same thing. You can see here the last pit stop that they did and the tyre age courtesy of it. Team Fortuna, despite stopping further back, have actually technically fresher tyres as we get back racing again because of the OBS World by Simsa car have not changed tyres in the most recent stop. There is a look down the inside. The Alpha Esports by G Performance car, and there was contact potentially as Altus Esports have been sent out wide.
Certainly have for the second restart in a row. They get caught up in a little bit of a spin, and that's a shame for them because they were obviously starting in a very strong position. That leaves OBS to go back up into second place with Alpha Esports following them through, and they've dropped all the way down, have Altus about sort of 7th place or so as it stands, but they are going to be losing some momentum from there as well as we go 3 wide towards turn 1. But there's already contact in the background. LMP3's without rear wings.
Yeah, 0 out of 10. Obviously a couple of issues happening here on the start finish. Come on. When it's the 8th restart of the race, there shouldn't be any major contact and silliness on that restart. Although as we're getting close to the checkered flag, I guess maybe we're trying to take some bigger risks as the slow and confused car trying to get down the inside. You've got the Altus Esports also getting themselves involved, as well as the Alpha Esports red car. Oh, it's getting very sketchy indeed coming down into the hairpin. I'm committing to that.
Chicane hairpin.
Okay,
I will try not use that one again because that's not. I don't know if that's going to run. We'll have to see how that goes over the next hour and 20 minutes. But yeah, so confused there, having some big battles as they have been over the course of this stint so far. A little bit of a look there to the inside for the Alpha Esports. Jack Badger still in that car. The 37 machine. His wheel was winning a lot there coming down that front straight. Hopefully he hasn't got any sort of major damage. That's just some force feedback in towards turns 2 and 3 we come now, and this is of course the important corner because you get the run all the way up the hill, but it looks like they've got through that rather nicely. And of course Altus Esports, Jordi Lopez on the back of that trying to work his way. He's already got 1 position back up into 7th place, but he's now 7 seconds off the lead, and that is going to be a big work for him, losing out to that Fordzilla car effectively in terms of track position.
Yeah, obviously we didn't fully see what happened at T1 there, and I do believe it was definitely contact between Jordi's, obviously Lopez and Spetkins. I think it was those two that made contact, but there might have been a little bit of a pinch coming in from Alexander Walton as well, and maybe didn't know it was 3 wide. So, there's a bit of a spin there from Slow and Confused, and they are round and off into the gravel trap. They're able to rejoin though. You probably see them pop round in the background. No stationary time for those. On the racetrack. They are back going again. Here comes a little bit of a replay of that.
Yeah, Andres Limber in that car just losing rear ends all on their own. Car's nowhere near them. Really obviously pushing into that corner. It's a very long entry. It really is actually a hairpin sort of onto that back straight, and unfortunately just losing the rear end, getting a little bit too loose. And here we see in the GT3 category as well, this is getting messy in towards Hugenholz, unfortunately the 533 just losing that rear end on that low line. You really do have to be high up really to keep that momentum. That low line is a very tricky one.
Yeah, Ryan Reed behind the wheel of the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car, having more battles with the PPF Racing team. Seen that so many times, as we'll see again on replays in the LMP3 category. Oh goodness me, just spins and plenty of awkwardness. That is the SRB Motorsport by R&R. The one that went for the spin. They were running SRB, running 3rd, 4th and 5th in category. I think now they're still running 3rd, 4th and 5th, just in a slightly different order, thankfully I guess.
Yes, it seems like they have just swapped around theirs. All that, I think that was a move out of turn 1 potentially there, as this is up towards the front of your GT3 category. There's the blue by TC 14 machine, but of course it's very close there in behind. The drivers try and work their ways again side by side up the hill. That is very tight and often a little bit too tight. Oh yeah, there definitely was one of the cars. It must have been the BMW has been spun around the Porsche as well. Gets involved, as we just said, it's too tight up the hill, and they made a contact since then.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, not 100% sure as to who that was involved in that. We'll take a quick look at a replay. This is obviously in the OBSP category, and unfortunately it is a spin for the Alpha Esports red car. Of course, going just for a little bit of a guide around. Jack Badger behind the wheel of that one. We've commentated on Jack Badger a fair amount, haven't we? But yeah, oh gosh, it's got very messy. I was giving a lot of plaudits to this grid in the opening 2 hours of the race. It's starting to go into a little bit more crazy town. We're starting to see the real difficulty of this circuit. Clearly, we'll go with that, shall we?
Yeah, is the
Fatigue.
I don't know, is the track temperature dropping really, really cold or something? Or I don't know, there are a lot of drivers losing the rear end. I know that is a tricky corner there at turn 10, but certainly, multiple drivers going around at the same time. Just wonder if there's something specifically going on there. As this is the Team Fordzilla car, the 966 of Abel Torres, starting to pull away 1.5 seconds from the OBS World by Simsa car, 66 as it stands, and really using that pace that we saw earlier on. And Torres getting back into that car, doing a nice bit of strategy there. They stopped earlier, and then this second, or well, really third safety car in a row has helped them drop back to the front due to them not stopping at that safety car, and it's given them the perfect opportunity now to run away with it whilst still be on a good strategy to the end.
Yeah, indeed. This is it. They could be in position to take the victory here. But again, it is going to be a long run. It's been a difficult race for them. Let's be completely honest. And for the Team Fordzilla squad, they're putting themselves back in position, mostly courtesy of the young superstar. Like I said before, if you want to keep an eye on a driver in the world of sim racing that may take the sim racing world by storm, Abel Torres is that guy. I say guy, kid. Just phenomenally fast. I've commentated on Abel Torres quite a few times. Just every single time continues to get a little bit faster and faster. Currently leading by 2 seconds. Obviously has had a bit of a spin this race. That was down into the hairpin. But is able to find its car back up into the race deep. I still, by the way, I'm just going to say it now. We've got an hour and 12 minutes left to go. Oh, we are guaranteed a safety car. There is absolutely a safety car coming. The 9th one of the race. No, there's no doubt in my mind that we are not going to see 72 green minutes to the end of the race. So
Fordzilla are in a good position at the moment, but I guess it depends when they go past the mission R car there. It depends when the next round of stops, or when the next safety car is, and therefore the next round of stops, because it might push them or push everyone sort of off strategy a bit. So they're looking good as it stands if it goes green, but you sort of chase a number, but then that number moves, so it becomes very, very difficult to try and work it out. As there's the Sapphire Sim Sport Voltage car, Dario Frantiti adds to the wheel, trying to work his way through. What a pretty awesome car is, in the fact that they've been able to get in this race, going a little bit wide there. It's prototype to come past, but it does look pretty cool. Yeah, obviously we saw, we spoke to Patini a little bit earlier on in the race, and we're loving this car and the team. Obviously, I say it's Garage 56 style entry in this. It's something different. Again, I've not seen that car race. I've driven it. She's a tank, but it's. I think the way they were saying it is that the difficulty is for them is it's where they get their speed from, right? Because it's not in the corners. It's like acceleration, basically. That car is so heavy that going through corners, she's pretty slow. Okay, we can see on here then the last pit stops and all this kind of stuff. It might look like a confusing graph. It's fine. No one panic. Abel Torres, of course, last pitted on 142. Alexander Wharton, of course, in the OBS World by Simsa on 156. So 14 laps later. In the middle of all of that is the Alpha Esports by G Performance car on 150. And, of course, also on the previous pit stop, we saw Christopher Kindler into the pit lane in the number 11 Beerskin by Simsa car, and Jordi Lopez obviously at the bottom of that was running a little bit earlier on before contact between himself and the 77 at the first corner, potentially a little bit with the 66 as well, obviously making his last pit stop at the same time that we saw from the Fordzilla team. Not too bad. I like that graphic. Yeah, that is a great graphic, and it really works out. But what we don't quite see from that is when the tyre changes were, as well, as this is getting very close. The OBS car didn't get the run at Hugenholz that they would have wanted, and that's a very important corner, as been mentioning. Now it's getting tight with these GT3s, the Alpha Esports by G Performance, trying to get closer in towards turn 9 and 10, and it's very tricky part of the track, but it seems like they navigated those GT3s just about good enough to hold on. Of course, the 66 in second position. They are 3 seconds off, so this is the battle they really need to be focusing on, and they worked hard to get into that position, and now they need to just keep it going for a good long time, because Spegan's in that car. The 77 was leading for a while, but has now dropped down into third place. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the whole thing. I was talking about this when Joe Peak was still on, when it was me and Joe. I'm pretty sure most of this category is led at one point. Genuinely, I'm very curious to see that stat at the end of the race as to who's led and when they've led.
because genuinely, I think pretty much everyone in the category has led at some point, with the exception of maybe like the Grow Racing Team Blue, ATRS, and maybe the WSR Esports butt kicker car. I think other than that, pretty much everyone has led. As we see this dicey action coming down in the first corner, you've got the Alpha Esports Red trying to get past the Grey Racing team, also dragging through slow and confused. That's where the fight is. The red and black cars come through the foreground of shot, and that distinctive purple beast of Andreas Slumber.
Yeah, they are certainly slow and confused by name, but they haven't been too slow, actually, over the course of the time I've been here, at least. Maybe confused, though. Yes, maybe confused, but at least also... Oh, there's been a big wreck there. Have they been able to get back on the track? Couldn't quite see, but certainly some dust being kicked off. And, oh, there it is. There's the Porsche, and now huge damage on the rear end, crabbing all over the place.
Yeah, let's see what's happening. It's the PPF one. Oh, my goodness. That is contact with a WSR car coming through. A bit of a naughty moment there. Obviously, the WSR car quite a bit down. And like you say, that Porsche is... Well, it's seen better days, let's put it that way. I believe it was the PPF racing car, which... Yeah, it is indeed. They were running third in class. So in my opinion, that's very naughty from the WSR Esports butt kicker car.
Yeah, especially when they're quite a way down. They're now 10th in class, but they are 8 laps off the lead. So they don't need to be taking the risks like that. They're not going to be gaining their laps back by doing that. If anything, they're just going to be losing, so that's not the ideal situation. And also, they are championship leaders, are they not, in the 116 car? So
yep.
They do have a decent championship lead, but still, you don't want to be doing things like that when you're already having a difficult day. That just makes things, even more difficult, and possibly you're going to be in some penalties and losing further time or places from that. It's just in the background. I see there's an LMP3 still without a rear wing driving around, so they're having a fun day.
What this does mean, by the way, is that in the GT3 category, that working their way back through the field, which to be honest, I've ruled them out earlier. The Valkyrie competition car, the champion leader in the GT3, finds themselves back in third place. Honestly, I'm just baffled by that. That Ferrari has been down the order, back up the order, down the order, now back up the order, now finds itself on the podium, and hey, with that safety car that we're still expecting. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not ruling out a victory. I'm genuinely not. I have no idea who's going to win this race. I'm so glad that at no point at the start of the broadcast did Joe go, who do you think is going to win? Because honestly, not a clue.
Yeah, that's always it's good though when the races are like that and it goes up and down, and I really do like that aspect, to be honest, when you you really have no ideas. That PPF car has got back to the pit lane, so they didn't tow. They did manage to work their way back around, but they lost, of course, a lot of time from doing that. And as you say, I believe it was about third place in class that they were sitting, and that is obviously is what's opened the door for that Valkyrie competition car to jump back up there. But certainly that has worked out rather nicely. And looking at the gaps, Valkyrie do have some fairly decent gaps in behind as well to a couple of the cars, so they should be good to at least hold on to that for the time being. We'll have to see obviously how the race unfolds from this point, as this battle between Alpha Esports Red and Slow and Confused gets close once again, as Badger needs to be careful, of course, going around the outside of the GTs here. We've seen many crashes in recent times.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know which is the corner that's bitten the most, to be perfectly honest, because the last corner has had its fair share of crashes. I've got to say, it's the run into Shivlak that's surely the one that's caught them out. I mean, obviously you didn't see most of them. I think all the drivers have decided it's a good idea to avoid the curve on the inside to it. Finally, it's only taken 4 hours, so you missed quite a lot of those. Genuinely, there's so many incidents going into that corner, and yeah. That and the final corner have really bitten. The final corner, I think, is the one that's slightly more unacceptable. It's kind of like, I mean, it's basically a straight. Let's be honest.
And crashing in the straight line is always very difficult. And also, it's easy. I would say it's easier there, of course, for people to hold their line. In Skyflak, it's a bit harder to hold your line just because of the nature of it. Well, as you say, yeah, basically impossible. And even on the entry as well. It's sort of the kink before where they're hitting the curb, like it's a bit more difficult, but that's final corner is easy flat out. You can easily hold it to the low line, go to the high line, etc. And yeah, hopefully we don't see any more crashes, at least in that corner. But we did see some contact actually between drivers in class, which was brought out, I think it was the penultimate, or like 2 safety cars ago. That is what brought it out. Unfortunately, was GT's in-class being spun up into the wall. But at least, yeah, it's certainly a tricky track, isn't it?
It is brutal. Well, like I say, when you look at the calendar and then you got places like, say, Long Beach and Road Atlanta and Sebring and this, I don't know which one the hardest circuit on the calendar is. I'd still argue it's probably here. I'd argue it's probably the hardest track on the calendar. Long Beach will give it a good run for its money, but I do like myself a little bit of Long Beach. This circuit's it can just be a nightmare, as we're seeing some very thick and heavy traffic as we head down into the hairpin. And you can see going straight on. Careful, it's fine. It's not no major dramas. Graphic at the bottom showing the last pit stop and the important one for me, the tyre age. This is further up the order for second position. The OBS World by Simsa car, the one on the left-hand side. They last pitted on 156, and their tyre age is 34 laps. You can see there's one stop remaining. That'll be the same for basically everyone on the field. But the tyre age is the important one. The Alfa Esports by G Performance car should theoretically start closing in a little bit, but where the closing's really happening is between first and second. Abel Torres is getting closed down here by the OBS World by Simsa car.
Yeah, Speggans for the Alfa Esports by G Performance hasn't been able to keep up, as he's lost it over 4 seconds, or sorry, close to 4 seconds, I should say. And I just wonder, is that a bit of pace, that bit of traffic management, maybe something that we didn't quite see, but maybe it actually is. The OBS car has just got some speed as it stands. Team Fordzilla, Edward Torres, being closed down up towards the front, and he has had it pretty easy over the course of the last 15 minutes, and maybe needs to start looking in his mirrors. But this battle continues for always 6th and 7th place. These two cars have been next to each other for a long time now. They've been up and down, various different positions, but they seem to keep on finding each other, slow and confused, getting closer in that purple machine, just choosing to sit behind that LMP3 for now, and just losing a bit of time because of it.
I guess that's the joy of endurance racing, especially when there's safety cars, isn't it? Is that generally speaking, you're always sat around the same car thinking, oh God, not these people again. I mean, we've certainly had that in our endurance racing days, where it's just sort of like, you do a 6-hour race and you think there's no possible way that you would see the same team for the entirety of that 6-hour period. And yet somehow you just do. It's like, oh, no, there they are again. Yep, there they are again. Oh, there they are again. And I think that's how it's been between these two. They just keep finding each other on the circuit. And to be fair, it might be leaving the Alfa Esports red car slow and confused by what's going on. Alas, it's that bright purple machine behind trying to work their way up the order. No opportunity to make that pass just yet.
Yeah, not not just for now, but Jack Badger, he was having such a good run before one of the previous restarts, really sort of getting up towards the front, challenging. We even mentioning maybe getting up to the race lead at one point, but it's sort of spun around. The prospects have spun around just a little bit, and maybe some damage on that car as well. I'm not sure, but just because the speed has been there, but of course the spin that we saw a couple of laps into this restart, maybe the tyres just not working for a couple of drivers. We saw a few spinning in towards turn 10. He was one of them, and unfortunately just not able to do so, as this is a little bit long ago. This is Movano for second place.
Indeed, it's highlights of the race. We can see what caused the safety car, of course. The Turtles turtling their way down the start-finish straight caused the safety car. Once we got back out, wasn't very long before more drama was caused. Esports going for a bit of a spin in front, of course, and again, just literally everyone else was involved in this one, causing yet more of a safety car. The PPF car getting involved with the transport team, and straight out they went into the first turn. Great moves were being shown. Valkyrie going for a bit of a spin, the championship leaders in the GT3 category. Also dramas behind all of that. A great move for second position, also being shown by the OBS World by Simsa car. This is what removed Movano from the race, though. Got one of the Porsches off in the background, Movano out of the race, and then just honestly everyone else. This brought out the last safety car and probably the most retirements. This was also involved in that wreck. On the restart, there was even more crashing in the LMP3 category, showing it really is the dentist class, and slow and confused, working their way back past. Unfortunately, going for a bit of a spin before working their way back into the scene. Plenty more spins as well as we rejoin live coverage. I mean, that's literally just the last hour and a bit, right? That's how this race has been at the moment, with an hour left to go in the race. Team Fordzilla lead proceedings in the OBSP category. The yellow submarine squad SimLab car leads in the LMP3s, and the blue by TC car leads in the GT3s. I think we're in for another crazy hour. I'd like it to calm down maybe a little bit. That hour really does show how crazy this race has been.
Yeah, that was quite something, the amount of sort of spins and accidents that we saw. And of course, with the safety cars, it leaves us with some pretty close battles for the race leads, as it's about 5 seconds, or under 5 seconds for all of them. As it stands, although Locals Autosport just dropped out of second place, SRB Motorsport jumping up into second. Is that thanks to a pit stop? I don't think so. I think that was just for track position in your LMP3s, all just running up a little bit wide there, as the Grow Racing team unfortunately just missing out from that one. But yeah, definitely a swap for second place as they try and chase down the yellow submarine car.
Like I say, there's plenty more drama left to go. And yellow submarine car maybe having a bit of trouble here. Tyre age once again, just to remind you, we were talking about the tyre age between the Alfa Esports G Performance versus the OBS World by Simsa car. I think the Alfa Esports by G Performance and Team Fordzilla are on basically the same tyre life, as you can tell there by the tyre age, because Fordzilla on 31 laps of tyres. It's kind of what we were expecting. I'm not sure if this is their third set of tyres or if this is indeed their fourth set, but they might be in for, I think it might be their third set of tyres, you know. That's a really aggressive look to the inside from the ATRS car, and to be fair, I don't want to be that guy, kind of deserved that front damage. That was a little bit too late.
I was thinking that as well. That was way too late. Nowhere near really getting alongside, and then they were just at that awkward point where it was just sort of their nose down the inside, and then it just, yeah, they're sort of not going for it. They're not backed out of it. It's just, yeah, and then some contact is made, and unfortunately at that point the LMP3 isn't going to go anywhere apart from right and push the ATRS car into the wall. So yeah, a little bit of sort of self-infliction. They're losing their front nose.
Yeah, and there is the local Autosport car with the damage on the side. And now maybe, I was going to say starting to feel the pressure. That car behind them is not for position. In fact, they're just trying to close up to the back of the SRB Motorsport Spilent Vega car at the moment, as I'm sure Race Control will jump onto quite a few more incidents and stuff. Obviously there's a lot to look at for them. They've been very busy this race, especially in the last sort of couple of hours, and yet still they're doing their job very well just to try and piece their way through the race. Things are closing up though for the race lead. Team Fordzilla, maybe the tyres are starting to go off a little bit for Abel Torres, and he's starting to come into the clutches of the ABS World by Simsa car.
This is the trade-off with the strategy that they did. Of course, they went first and they gained the track position, therefore, but because you went first, you now have older tyres. So you gained at one point of the stint, and now this is your point where you potentially are losing. The OBS actually have lost some time and through the first part of this lap, not able to get through the traffic quite as cleanly, which is always a factor in the endurance, that even though you do have older tyres, sometimes with the traffic you can hold on to your track position a little bit longer. But maybe for OBS World by Simsa starting to come down, that would certainly be a nice one to see. Have SRB second place in MP3 had an issue? They've dropped way, or they are still dropping way down. They were second place. Locals Autosport have got back past, and now that gap has gone up to 6 seconds in the matter of one corner.
It's because they're in the pit lane, I do believe. So they've come into the pit lane for what will be, it should be their final stop from this race, so it should be fine. We'll take a look at a replay as to what happened. This is of course the local Autosport car down the inside, a little bit of contact and went for a spin. Driving it in a little bit too aggressive there, it seems.
Yeah, that was the 113 machine with Villiers at the wheel, and yeah, they did seem to be fairly far down the inside because they were obviously ahead, but the GT on the outside just touching their rear left tyre. And when you're at that point, obviously the P3 is trying to turn right, but when there's pressure on the rear left, it's sort of rotating the car the wrong way, and that's obviously why he spun left in a right-handed corner. Unfortunately, that dropped him out of that second place position as it stands, and just really swapping things around up in that LMP3 category. And although this is back to the race lead for your OBSPs, and it does seem that gap has increased once more. Fordzilla was under a second at one point, now getting back towards 3 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those ones that's going to ebb and flow. You know the old saying, Cam, the traffic giveth, the traffic giveth, taketh away. I can't.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like
We
that.
try avoid it in
Yeah,
modern
'cause
commentary.
It's just, well, I heard it too much. It's very true though. It is.
It's
It is on, but it is on my bingo sheets for a certain commentator. So it's fine. Along with Indeed.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where it's like an old wives' tale, or however you want to describe it, where it's literally the oldest trick in the book, but it really makes sense because sometimes you gain, sometimes you lose, and that is about it. Of course, there's some things you can do to help your chances with that, but it's still most likely that what goes around comes around in these sorts of things. And I was actually speaking to my teammates a couple of months ago about this, and we find, especially in an endurance race where it's fairly stable for a long green flag section, you end up getting, if you think almost in terms of, without getting over complicated, like thermodynamics or something like that, there's always these flows that work around, and you sort of get into this rhythm with the GT3s, and if you sort of get ahead of that flow, then you're always sort of on the back of them at the wrong time, because if you were a car length or two behind, you've actually get through rather nicely on the corner exit. And also, if you then slow down and you fall behind, again, you're always getting to them at this wrong point. So you need to find the flow where you can just get past them rather nicely. So there's Altus down the insides. There's going to be some contact there with the Ferrari. Yes, it is exactly the same as what we saw with the 113 a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, just a little bit too much, I guess. No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I always remember when I was in LMP1s. We obviously this was on R-Factor 2, so you didn't actually have the relative work in the same way that it does in iRacing. Until a guy called Pavlas Maciunas did actually set it so that he made a relative that would work and to show you all classes, not just the ones for position, but all classes, so that you could see what you were actually coming on. I.e., it worked like the relative works in iRacing. It was the most powerful tool in our arsenal, because using that to work out how you were going to work your way through the GT, obviously it's GTEs at this point, through that traffic. Honestly, so important, because you could see when you were approaching a tight corner, and you'd look at it and you'd be like, right, okay, I am 2 seconds behind, which means that right now I'm probably going to catch them on the apex. So I'm going to lift and coast now, going into the corner, so that I'm getting past them on the exit of the corner. And honestly, it was like looking at your relative constantly. I look at my relative when I'm in a higher class. I look at my relative so much to try and work out how to get the exit off the corner. You work out how long it takes you to catch a GT3 in this case at a given corner, and then you work backwards from there. And knowing all those numbers, like you say, you can get into the flow. Our racing, by the way, in the LMP3 category is into the pit lane. They were recently given a penalty. I'm not sure if this is them serving that. I don't believe so. After contact, they might have already. I think they've already served the drive-through penalty, but they're in either way for what will be, I believe, their final stop of the race is the Yellow Submarine Squad SimRacing Cup.
Yeah, hopefully not coming in, but you never know if there's safety cars or having some fresh tyres at the end might work out. I have to see. Obviously how the race develops from that point, as this is back to the Fordzilla car, and this is a little bit messy. Up towards the track ahead of him. He should get up the inside there on the inside of the LMP3, but then he has to slow down massively for the GT3s. Just saw just how much slower he had to go at that point, so the OBS car in the background will close up. Then, of course, is one of those things that goes each way as you jump back towards the hairpin as they try and work their way through. And this is getting dicey. A couple of the GT3s trying to make some moves. The 14 machine, they're diving up the inside. That is your race leader getting past one of the lap traffic.
Yeah, second and third, the battle in the LMP3 category. The Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car is already out of pit lane and already into turn 3. So this is definitely the fight for second place. The locals Autosport car trying to get around, but they're getting attacked by the GT3s going into the first corner. Maybe some of this is courtesy of the damage, but also the GT3s are pretty quick in a straight line. The LMP3s aren't that much faster in a straight line. They're faster off the corner and they're faster in the corner, but actual top line speed, they're not much quicker than a GT3 car, if faster at all, right?
I believe they're the same engines.
Pretty much, yeah.
GT3
so
engines
it's a
as well.
V8, isn't it? Yeah.
I believe they are. So they're basically just slightly lighter. So yeah, as you say, off the corner, in the corner, obviously a little bit more downforce, that helps them. But in terms of raw power, I don't believe there's actually too much difference between them. So it's definitely it's a tricky one having P3s and GT3s, because they're literally just a couple of seconds lap really faster. They're not too bad. It's only about sort of 4 seconds, I think, on average around here, which if you then divide that over the course of the whole track, even this being a shorter track, it really isn't too much at certain points of the track.
But it is good seeing the Dentist class out in action. We do like a little bit of the LMP3s. For one, they actually sound sick.
Yeah.
But for two, they're just cool. As we see into the pit lane, not sure who that was, but there is someone most certainly in the pit lane. As, like I say, people are preparing for their final stops of the day, which, like I say, for some teams, they've already ticked off. For the majority of the field, they've not. In the OBSP category, they won't have ticked them off. They'll be getting ready basically for them.
Yes. Yes, certainly. That's something that you have to sort out over the course of the race. There's actually quite a few drivers in the pit lane as it stands. A couple of the... actually quite a few of the prototypes coming in there as it stands, and also the 14, which is of course your class leading GT3, also coming into the pit lane as this battle in your GT3s is going on and continuing. SRB, they were back in third place, they got up back into second, and they swapped around a few times over the course of the last half hour. So really nice battle developing here.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. Well, that was a car. Not sure which one it was, but it certainly was a car. And it was stationary on the racing line, basically, as they were working their way through. I believe it has got back going again. We'll take a look on replay as to exactly what's happened. And, well, there we've got an answer. It is a slightly lacking of the rear end Grow Racing Team blue car. I say, coming to a... I mean, holding brakes at any point would have been great. Oh, my goodness, that was scary.
Yeah, that could have been a big crash between second and third place in your P3s, but he's obviously had a crash before, already losing the rear wing coming into that point, which didn't help the aero balance. Also all on the front end at that point, and a very, very tight corner there, Master's box, so not exactly what they would have wanted to see, and they're going to be obviously having to try and get back to the pit lane and continue the race from there after some damage repairs, as this is the battle in LMP3 second place, still continuing on, and this battle though has dropped them way off the yellow submarine cars now, over 20 seconds. They've really lost a lot of time here.
Yeah, exactly. As we see them drop down once again into the banking at turn 3. Did see the Grow Racing Team blue car has got its way back into pit lane, by the way. So any question marks as to whether they'll be able to work their way back without causing any more problems? No more problems has been caused. Oh, I believe the AKM Racing UK car in the GT3 category that we've seen on the podium earlier on has been given yet another penalty. Second one, maybe third one of the day, as they work their way back down onto it. Although I think they're already into effectively serve that one. Been a busy day for Race Control. This is definitely the closest battle on the race circuit at the moment. This battle for second and third position in the LMP3 category. Of course, the SRB Motorsport Violent Vega car, and then you've got the local Autosport car, still with obviously quite a lot of damage on those. I mean, you can really see some of it there. Like body panels have fallen off. This is proper endurance racing. This is.
Yeah, it certainly is. Unfortunately, we don't have virtual duct tape in iRacing, exactly. But there definitely would be quite a lot of it out on the track. If this was in a real life situation, for sure, as the teams try and get their cars to the end. But it's certainly been a carnage-filled one. And if there was a budget, I think the bumper budget will be out of the roof, whatever you want to call it, out of the budget for loads of these teams. There's been a lot of front wings, front noses, even rear wings going around. So that's getting very close to that. The 77, I think, Alpha Esports car almost spinning around there on the back. That's close there of Altus as well, and they've lost another. There goes another rear wing, as there's some further contact with the Altus car.
Yeah, and Jordi Speckins probably won't know that there's no rear wing on the car because it wasn't that large of a hit as he works his way down the hill. You can see Abel Torres into the pit lane. It wasn't a particularly large whack on the rear end. But like you say, Altus Esports just a little bit into the rear end of the Alpha car. Honestly, it really wasn't that hard of a hit.
No, that just shows you, though, how that inside line coming through Hugenholz is so bad. Like, it's so slow, the run that you get. That's why they try and use that high line to use the momentum, because he just had no speed coming up that hill. The Altus car came round, normal speed, probably just wasn't quite expecting that. And the overspeed wasn't crazy, but yeah, it was enough to take the rear wing off that Alpha car. And that is, that's going to have some big implications, because that was team right up towards the front. And certainly not ideal with Altus, I believe, they were being a lap down at that point.
Exactly, yeah, the Altus Esports cars. It's the second time that we've seen in this stint that the two Yordis have come together. The Altus Esports car has now worked its way through to T1, and I will tell you that the Alpha Esports by G Performance car is staying out on the race circuit. So they're all dropping down the order. We've now got the all of what you would expect. There's a Porsche on here, there's a Cadillac, there's an Acura, and of course a BMW. And now we effectively have a budget Peugeot, as there's no rear wing on the Alpha Esports by G Performance car anymore. As we can see, our race leaders now, the OBS World by Simsa car, 9 seconds clear, 10 seconds clear now of Jordi Spetkens, who will probably just try and wrestle this car to the checkered flag.
Yes, I would think so, but of course another pit stop coming around, and that's probably what they're staying out for. They want to make sure that they can get to the end when they take that stop, so they're not having to do the stop and then another splash right at the end. I would assume that's probably what they're going for at this point, because we are getting very close to that final pit stop time, which is going to be the all-important one. Of course, because there's a few different strategies going out there in terms of how much fuel they need to take to the end. So, of course, the least amount of fuel you can take, the better, because your pit stop will be ever so slightly shorter, and those seconds that you save in the pit lane are, of course, a lot easier there than trying to gain them out on the track with all the traffic and everything that we've seen happen.
Yeah, exactly. And I say, as much as there is only 42 minutes left to go, still not going to be an easy run to the checkered flag for anyone on this grid. As we can see, the Alpha Esports by G Performance car is onto the lane. Now, I would say, I wonder if they're going to repair the car. I think because of the rear wing, I don't think they actually have a choice. I believe that's a required and mandated repair within iRacing. As you can see, the last pit stop was between our top two in the GT3 category. Of course, the blue by TC on the left, and the over the limit racing blue by no one, because that's the team name, over on the right. Their last stops were pretty much identical when they came in, which was not very long ago, meaning that these two are definitely running to the end of the race. And over the limit racing blue, if they want to win, they have to absolutely fire on all cylinders to try and close down on the blue by TC car.
Yeah, they certainly do, especially in a category like this where there's a little bit less sort of traffic implications. There's going to be a lot on pace, and that 5-second gap on pure pace when we're seeing, such a competitive fight is going to be quite difficult. So they need to slowly but surely open that up, because obviously they will need to overtake at some point in that battle as well. So they've got about half of that front straight to try and close down in this final part of the race, and that is going to be their sort of biggest goal at this point, as we see your race leader Alexander Walton, then 66 machine. It's got a 21-second gap, but of course the 966 Team Fordzilla already pit, so they'll be going to the end. So it's just about now when OBS come in, and then how much time they've saved in terms of the pit stop.
Wow, something that we've not seen for a while. I did notice that Abel Torres has set a fastest lap of the race. I think that must have been fairly recently. Of course, we were kind of wondering and questioning as to whether the Fordzilla car, whether they'd taken 2 tyres or 3 tyres or whatever by the time that we got into this. Well, the answer was they'd only taken 3 sets of tyres over the stint of the race. And again, they have a maximum of 4. What that means is they are at the moment on fresh tyres, and I don't know if there's many teams in this grid that have a spare set of tyres left. Fordzilla have played their cards brilliantly so far through this race, and they could be staring into the eyes of victory. But again, it all depends on when the last pit stop for the OBS World by Simsa car, when it comes into the pit lane, and how long it is stationary for, because it may only require a bit of a splash.
Yeah, exactly. So if they go long enough and they don't take tyres, and they only have half a tank of fuel, say, then they're going to save a fair amount of time. So they're going to be a few seconds up the road, and that is probably why the 966 has taken those tyres as well, because they know they need all of the pace that they can. They would rather sacrifice a couple of seconds extra now, although to once they probably had a full tank, they would have needed a full tank of fuel anyway, so might as well change the tyres therefore. But yeah, certainly for OBS, it might be a risk on staying out on those old tyres, but at least they will have track position in that situation.
Right, perfect. We can see the last pit stops for them. Obviously, Abel Torres in very recently, just 4 laps ago. Still awaiting that pit stop inquiry from Alexander Walton, and I'm pretty sure it's not going to be too long. Like maybe, I'd say, based on what we're seeing here, within the next sort of 2 or 3 laps, we'll expect the OBS World by Simsa car into the pit lane. The only thing that's going to really ruin this for Fordzilla right now, I believe, would be if we had and it's not a commentator's curse.
It might be.
It's not a commentator's curse. If we had a safety car come out.
Yes, I guess, because then OBS World would get a little bit more of a cheaper stop at that point. But does the only thing I didn't quite appreciate was if the pit lane opened straight away or not. Because if the pit lane was open, then yes, definitely I'd say so. But I think if it closed up, then maybe they wouldn't be so bad. But yeah, things definitely looking in favour, at least, of OBS at this point. But it just depends how much further they go, because the bigger offset they go, the shorter that stop potential can be if they stay on the tyres.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to wait and see. Still 37 and a bit minutes left to go. It's a lot to keep up on. But again, we'll wait and see. Expected pit lap is in around about 10 laps. So once again, thank you to Larinus Vitakulis, who's giving us the information that obviously we heard from him a little bit earlier on in the race. Basically being a little bit of a pit reporter, handing all these stats and stuff out for us. Expecting within the next, in about 10 laps time. To be fair, that's like, if they're able to go that long, that's like 25 minutes left to go in the race. That's not going to be a very long pit stop at all for the 66.
Yeah, that's getting close to half a tank, so they're going to save a fair chunk of time, to be honest. It just depends, in that case, what speed do Fordzilla have. And if we look at the last lap, it was, unfortunately, timing just froze a little bit, but it does look like Fordzilla have got some decent pace, but so do OBS World at this point, because they are also on a lighter tank. Because Fordzilla have stopped, they've got more fuel in the tank, so it's not massively faster for Fordzilla. So this could be a bit of a tricky one to the end. I'm not going to lie. Torres is going to have to work hard for this. If this remains green to the end, we could be having a very nice battle.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Every time, the more I think about it, the more I'm swinging my way of it being, oh yeah, no, this is Fordzilla. No, this is the OBS World. No, it's Fordzilla. No, it's OBS. I've got no idea. At this point, again, depends on that length of pit stop. I'm leaning a little bit more towards 66. If they can get it 10 laps more into this stint, I'm leaning a little bit more to the 66 being the one that could potentially be victorious. Looking back in the GT3 category, there is the championship leaders in this one, of course, being the Valkyrie competition car. They've had their fair share of drama this race, but they still end up finding themselves in the right position.
Yeah, it's funny how the game works like that. You can have you can be spun around, you make mistakes yourself, but just by staying in it and then just by being there at the right time, pitting at the right time and doing what you can definitely get back up there, and it's looking very nice for them. And they're actually not too far off the next car, really. That must be the car actually just up ahead of them, isn't it? So that is looking very good, potentially for a second place. The 747 over the Limit Racing Blue, just about a second up the road, and that could be coming the way of Valkyrie very shortly, who are starting to have some very good speed at this point. They were on the last lap, it was only about 2/10, but if they do that every lap, then that will certainly give them a great opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. It is looking very close in the and the chance of them grabbing another podium, but not only that, a second place finish and the points that go with it. It's probably not going to be super easy for them to gather up to the back of the Porsche, which have been so strong this race. The chance of a victory is most certainly out of their hands. They need a bit of luck to gather their way into that one. I thought they were coming to pit lane, then they're holding it that tight, but it was more just let the LMP3 work their way past. Of course, that one being the SRLB Motorsport by Vega car, the one that's running in second position in the LMP3 category. Only about 3 seconds clear of the local Autosports car, but they've gathered a lot larger gap over the last few laps. So it's most certainly growing. And again, maybe I would say maybe pressure's building for some people. It's certainly being relieved for quite a few, and it's just hard to work out who it's being applied onto. The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm thinking Alexander Walton is in a great position in our race-leading car. It's a safe crash. It's the Alpha Esports by G Performance car at the Hugenholz.
Yes, there's the P3 without
goodness.
rear wing. Let's have a look how this one has worked out. 77 coming in there. Just losing the rear end. Huge crash up into the barriers. And this is okay at this moment in time. But no, do not roll straight back onto the racing line. That is a terrible position to be in. And I'm not. Worse. Oh no, I'm not looking forward to what we're going to be seeing after that one.
We cut away. It's fine. Whew. Slapped it in reverse straight into someone.
Was that the LMP3 that we're looking on board with?
No, I don't believe so. Yeah, it was all very messy. Unfortunately, is what it is. That one being the 23. This is the car that's running in fourth position in class. Obviously, just really not that far behind the locals Autosport car, and they're genuinely fighting for position in this. Clearly showing that the LMP3s work absolutely fine without the rear of the car, basically.
Which just shows you how much downforce that rear wing, which is always pretty much flat anyway, is producing. As these guys, of course, continuing their battle through the field, and this is getting very tight, diving it up the inside there. That's going to be contact. It just doesn't work at that corner. Going up the inside just doesn't work. How many times have we seen it today?
But I've got to say, the car on the outside, they're like 5-6 laps down on this battle, and you're looking at an actual battle for the podium. So my point to that is get out of the way. I don't want to be that guy, but no, seriously, I am going to be that guy. Get out of the way. You're looking at a battle for the podium. I think the SRB Motorsport by G&E car, they're wanting to get past to get onto the rear end of the local Autosport car, which seems to be struggling quite a bit now. And then you've got the MTS garage car sat in between them, not moving. It is really frustrating for them. And for us to watch as well. We want that battle for the podium, maybe.
Yeah, we certainly do. And yes, when you get cars a lap down, it sort of just ruins the battle a little bit more. And I think they're still actually having a bit of a battle in the foreground there. So still getting involved, trying to get themselves back on the lead, well, not necessarily on the lead lap, but a lap back at least on some of those drivers. And that it just turns a bit messy. As you say, you try to sort of stay out of the way in some ways, or you'd like to think so, that you try and stay out of the way, but some drivers obviously don't because they think they have the speed to hold on in those battles.
Well, you know what I'd always say? I'd always be much happier to be 5 laps down on second place than 6 laps down on second place, and that's why I'd risk everything to rest on my way past. No wait, hang on, that's crazy talk. As we can see, our race leader currently working their way through some of the traffic. Again, we were expecting them to come in about 10 laps time from when we were last looking at it, so it means it's probably about 5 from where we are, expecting with roughly 25 minutes left to go. Before we'll see this car dive down into pit lanes at some point over the next sort of 3 or 4 laps. Could they be on this potential charge for victory? Started this race in 4th position. They've been battling for the race lead basically all the way through it, and it's been very hard to work out who's actually up for the victory. I believe the 11 and the 325 are also in the same kettle of fish where they've got to pit as well before the checkered flag, with there only being 30 minutes left to go, which means the highest placed team that has made that final pit stop is the 966 Team Fordzilla car.
Yes, exactly. They pit right on the bubble of really getting to the end of the race as well, so they're going to have the full stint. And it's so funny how these strategies work out sometimes, because we really thought Fordzilla were in such a strong position after we saw that safety car. They were already at the back of the train, so they stopped. Fresh tyres, full tank of fuel. They got I think, was that maybe when they got Torres in the car as well? Just thinking back of it. And then they just slowly started working their way through the field. And then, perfect timing, the safety car came out. So they went to the front of the field because they'd already made their stop. So again, it looked like they're in such a strong position. But actually, they might not be, because when you make your stop too early, you then have more fuel effectively, as we've seen, to take. This final stint has been longer for them. So even though at one point it looked good, it's now flip-flop back. So strategy can be funny with how those situations work out. And with the speed that we've been seeing, actually, Alberto Torres was a little bit faster on that previous lap once more, but still, I think OBS World are in a pretty strong position. They should, I think, have track position by the time the pit stop happens, at least.
Yeah, I believe they will. It's more just like whether they have tyre life expected lead after the lap. Oh, 7 seconds. Oh, there we go. We've got the information. This is a... Oh, my goodness. That is a large question. That was with second in the GT3s as well. That was the over-the-limit racing blue car, I believe, that was involved in that incident. So from second place they were, and it's going to allow Valkyrie to have come through. This has all been very messy indeed. I'm double-checking safety cars remaining very much stationary in the pit lane. Now we'll see the OBS World by Simsa car in the pit lane, and now we really get to challenge the mathematics of Larinus Vitacanus. See where we're at when it comes to the lead. Expected gap of 7 seconds.
Yeah, let's see how this one works out, and that stop time is going to be quite interesting as well. Oh, wow, they are quite far behind, aren't they? And that is going to be something quite interesting there for Fordzilla. I think they're definitely going to have a big gap, aren't they, to try and close down, and it's going to be all on the speed, all on the pace of that machine, and that is going to be a very, very tricky one. Indeed, a safety car has come out.
Oh, no.
And this is perfect timing for OBS.
Yeah, exactly. This could not be better. Safety cars leaving pit lane, and the OBS World car by Simsa is now leaving pit lane right behind the Porsche safety car. So already being picked up by them, and the Beerskin by Simsa car is in the pit lane already. Believe Slow and Confused not come through because obviously... Well, I'm getting Slow and Confused now. I think I've already pitted. Because obviously Team Forza are ahead of them on our time screens. But it is the OBS World by Simsa car that are leading. I think the big question is now, how long until we get back racing is one of the major questions. And who has the best tyres? This could be a very interesting end to the race.
This is going to be, as you say, interesting. Everyone's going to be bunched up, and everyone's going to be going to the end. So the gaps are obviously actually going to be pushed together, so it's just going to be a straight fight. And to be honest, I'm going to be looking at Avatars there for coming through the field just with the speed that we've seen from him. Obviously, he's going to be not in the track position that he once had, but it could at least be something very interesting. Although OBS World, according to this, brand new tyres at that stop, so actually. Maybe they are in a good position because the fuel, of course, is going to be basically the same because they're both going to have enough to get to the end.
Yeah, like you say, Team Fordzilla might be find themselves with a huge mountain to climb, and the OBS World by Simsa car could be in the best situation possible. Not only that, but who's the car that's directly behind them? It's the Beerskin by Simsa car as well, so they can afford a little bit of assistance to their teammates. The 11 playing the 66. And it might be a bit difficult for the Team Fordzilla car to work their way past. Safety car deployed for the 9th time in today's race. Of course, the RENEVERSE 6 hours of Zandvoort. We've seen it out on circuit quite a bit. We did there was the calculation of total time that had been out on the race circuit. It's before the last safety car improvement. I think was an hour and 20 minutes. I think by the end of this race, we'll be pushing 2 hours with the safety car out on the race circuit, which I'm not surprised by around here. I'm not going to lie.
2 hours of the whole race.
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow.
It does take a while for them to race control to sort them out. That's why.
Yeah, that's true. But that is a lot, a third of the race. That's quite something. So potentially the safety car does more laps than some of the couple of teams.
Almost certainly.
Obviously retiring earlier in the race. That is a crazy stat, to be honest. But that's Zandvoort for you, especially with multi-class.
The safety car has done more laps than Alpha Esports Purple and the Tutor Motorsports GT3 car. And it's only 11 laps shy of also overtaking the over-the-limit racing red car, which is a shock to me because I was like, oh yeah, no, I remember that car being in the race. No, ages ago. This will be the 38th lap or 37th lap of the safety car being out in the race.
Yeah, but obviously it's quite slow.
Very slow. Very slow.
Yeah, nowhere near full racing speed of that the Porsche car that they're driving. And one thing I've noticed as well is that the name of the driver in game is also safety car.
Safety car, I know.
So it's safety car, which is quite
great.
Amusing.
Because it shows safety car if you look at the windscreen, it shows safety car. Because obviously if it didn't, it would show whoever's driving the safety car's name.
Oh, that's
now,
cool.
my bigger question is how have they got someone called safety car? Like, did they bribe iRacing, or is there a safety car account that people can log into? I don't know.
Maybe
What's
they
the
did
science
it
behind this.
Maybe they made that. That'd be quite cool. That's a good point actually. Because you can't just change your name.
I think you can, like with email stories and stuff, isn't it? I'm just now very curious as to how we have someone in here called safety car. I find that very amusing.
I love that, to be honest, and it's yes, as we were mentioning earlier, it's a great thing to have in this championship, and what it's brought us is a very close battle towards the end. Unfortunately, we do have a couple of lapped cars in between. So we've got ATRS, who is second in that train, and I think it's the Alpha car who's fourth in the train, who are splitting up the 1, 2, and 3. So Fordzilla are effectively fifth in the train, but they're third overall. So it's still brought them back together, and it should be a very close, 20-minute sprint to the end. So it doesn't matter. At this point, the last 5 hours and 40 odd minutes does not matter. This is a 20-minute sprint race to the end.
Yeah, and I will say, by the way, it shows how long it was since we had our last safety car. The last lap from the safety car was 54 minutes, which means that obviously we saw them out on circuit 54 minutes ago. What's the longest lap from the safety car? Is that the longest period? I think it is. That is the longest period without a safety car this race.
Ah, so I was treated to that.
Yeah.
Wow, that's... I guess we mentioned this earlier. It's just the nature of the track, I think. It's so tight. It's so twisty. These OBSP cars are so much faster than GT3s. You get caught up so easily. Certainly an interesting track choice. I will say that, but it's not actually as bad as I was expecting. At least, but then you say I had the longest run of green flag, so maybe I had a slightly different perspective.
No, I honestly, this has been much better than I expected. I've said this before quite a few times. This has been much better than expected. It has been crazy and ridiculous, and probably very frustrating for our drivers. But it has still been better for how this has gone. Gustus Grimberger says legally it's named Safety Car. It's illegal. No, apparently you can change the nickname in the league. I did not know you could do that. I honestly had no idea that you could do that in a league. You could change the nickname. That makes more sense.
I like that. I wonder if that is for the purpose of this.
Yeah, surely
that's the way of doing it, because I don't know why else you would change a name.
Generally, I think to remove the
the A's and the 2s. And
exactly. Yeah, exactly. You want to get rid of all the numbers. You'll want to get rid of, like, say, middle names. Obviously, Josh K. Rogers. I've known Josh now for years. I still have no idea what the K means.
Karen.
Probably not.
Christoph.
Probably not. It'd be a C, wouldn't it? For generally speaking, it can be a K, but it's more likely to be a C. Kurt, no idea.
Carl Rogers.
CMR.
That's me.
Yeah, exactly.
What's yours? G.
It is G. Yeah, it is. Well done. What does it mean though?
Gary.
It means, Lewis Gary McGlade. That is me. That is indeed me. Do you know what Ewan's is?
Oh.
This is such a random test. 20 minutes left to go.
Actually, Gary.
It's not Gary, no, it's Michael.
Oh, Michael.
There we go. Now you know. But it's fine, because we're allowed to talk rubbish about Ewan O'Leary, because he thinks that Sebring should be repaved. So...
I would like to see it. I don't think it should happen, but I would like to see it.
I said as a scientific experiment.
Yes.
I would like to see it in-game, in sim, because I think it would make it a really tragic circuit. I think it would make it really boring. It can never happen in real life, but I would kind of like to see it. The thing is, though, is I get the feeling at some point they will have to repave Sebring, sort of, in real life. I think they will have to.
But some of it is, so from like turn 3 down to through the big bend down to the hairpin. I mean, that is like, you know, a more modern bit, and it's still bumpy. So
yeah, this is the things. I think they have to repave bits in sections intentionally to make sure that it gets more bumpy. Like to repave, not repave it with bumps, but repave it, but not repave most of the circuit, just that bit. Then when that bit gets bumpy, then you can repave another bit of the circuit. If you get what I mean. You
can never do the final corner, Sunset, because it's still the old original concrete. Never been touched.
Things I think they'll have to do it at some point.
That bump is getting pretty crazy.
I think when they do it though, they have to they would have to because it's big concrete slabs.
Yeah.
I think they'd have to repave it with big concrete slabs. You couldn't tarmac it. You know what I mean? Can you imagine Sunset Bend tarmacked? Oh my god. No.
Flat out and prototype.
Well, I don't think it'll be that fast. It'd be pretty quick though. It'd be pretty rapid. Let's give you a bit of an update, by the way, as to where the Delio is in the race. Actually, before we do that, we'll bring in our good friend Larry, Larinus Verticanus, who will be here to discuss a little bit on strategy. What have you found? What's the Delio?
Yeah,
obviously, we've got 18 minutes left to go.
Yeah, so a couple of minutes left of racing, and we will actually have some happening because basically all the OBSP leaders have new tires. Some of them have slightly older ones, some of them have fresh tires, but basically all the tires are new. So the oldest tires so far are on the car 37, which are basically 20 laps of age. Leaders have tires of 13 laps of age, but the chasers have fresher tires. But yeah, basically it's all up at the drivers to finish this race on the highest position, because no one has to stop and all have good rubber on the cars.
Yeah, indeed. Cheers, Larinus. We'll probably catch up with you in a few moments' time, because I'm pretty sure we're going to have some fair share of drama. We are green flag racing what will realistically be for the last time here around the RENEVERSE 6 hours of Zandvoort. Excellent restart from the 66 cam. Just timed that perfectly, did Burkhard Maring, and was able to pull out an absolutely exceptional margin. As you can see here, the beerskin by Simsacar under a lot of pressure from Team Fordzilla.
Yeah, they certainly are, and of course, Altis just in the background of that one as well, and they are on the same lap now. So that is 4 positions. So this is the three-way battle for second place, and this is something that we've been waiting for. It's a sprint to the finish inside the final 17 minutes now. A little bit of a look there to the inside, but a big slide as they try and get the tyres up to temperature once more. This is going to be a cracking finish to this race. Let's see how long we remain green. Hopefully all the way, because of course they've got clear laps now. They have a few laps before they get back to the traffic.
And whilst it's happening, I am keeping my eye on the GT3 lead. Things are fairly settled in the LMP3 category. They're definitely not in GT3s, as we've got the Blue by TC car under a lot of pressure. There was a bit of smoke in the background, and there is indeed a spinner in the background. We'll catch up with who that was in just a second. It was one of the Porsches that drops now to the rear of the train. It's the 4X Racing yellow car that went for a spin cam. Just a little bit too much speed in the corner.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do think it's potentially a tyres thing. We saw this on the previous restart as well. A lot of people losing the rear end into that corner. And up towards the front, though, Team Fordzilla have got past Beerskin for second place in the OBSP category. And that is looking really good for Abel Torres. Let's see a replay of how this happened down the front straight.
I'm assuming it's going to be a big dive straight down the inside. It was covered off quite well from the Beerskins car, but then as soon as that secondary commitment in the braking zone came in, and Abel Torres was able to fire it down the inside. One more target for the 966 to go through to take victory here, and 15.5 minutes left to go on the clock. It is going to be a tall order, but Torres has been the fastest driver of the day. And obviously starting from pole position will give you a bit of plaudits. And I will tell you this, with 15 minutes left to go, they will absolutely have to deal with traffic once.
And that could be a big factor because obviously on a restart, everyone is so close together that it becomes even more difficult to find a gap. So this is going to be awesome by the time we get to the finish of this race. 15 minutes to go now, and it is staying rather close as well. Altis trying to get past Beerskin and trying to follow through Fordzilla, but they haven't sort of stayed too close. Actually, as we go back to this battle for the lead of GT3, which is important because Valkyrie, they were third place. They then got up into second, thanks to the over the limit racing, getting caught up in an accident, and now they're looking at first place.
Yeah, looking at their second victory of the season, of course, one at the opening round of the championship, and would dearly love another one, closing right back onto the rear end of the Blue by TC car. Of course, things were looking great for Blue by TC to move up the order and take over the championship lead. They finished second position in the first round of the championship. Things definitely not going to. They're not going to see themselves at the top of the championship table after this round if Valkyrie Competition remain in second position. So it's not quite as good, but still an excellent drive at the moment. They've got 22 points to their name in the championships. They're 9 behind Valkyrie, who are our championship leaders. Valkyrie would like there to be a slightly larger gap, though. They'd like to see an extra 7 points added to that gap.
And it looks like, the points have been sort of all over the place in this category. The two race winners of Valkyrie and then the transport engineers by Venus Tech, they sort of won a race each, but then they've had a terrible race each as well. So this is certainly opening up, as we initially had a purple lap time there from OBS, but then Team Vodzilla take that over on a 20.44 as they're starting to push at the end of this race. They're going fastest lap, trading them out the front. Yeah, and unfortunately that one for Fordzilla. The bad news, as much as that is fastest lap of the race, showing again the incredible speed and skill from Abel Torres. It was only 0.04 of a second faster. It isn't enough at the moment to close the way. It might have to be a little bit of luck through traffic that you'll be relying on to take victory this afternoon. It's been a long time to get to this point, 5 hours, 50 minutes nearly. It's got just the 13 left to decide the victor in this category. I think things are starting to settle themselves in the GT3. Less so, though, in the LMP3s, because look at the SRB Motorsports by Vega car right on the rear end now of the yellow submarine SimLab car. This safety car has really thrown a spanner into the works. Yeah, it has closed up all the gaps. This one was a fairly decent sized gap, actually. Yellow Submarine SimLab really had that one controlled, but not anymore, as it is looking to be under a second with SRB Motorsport getting close, and they certainly are up towards the front. Visually, you can see just pushing each other through the corners as they try and work their way through. This is getting to a point where it's actually quite difficult to start seeing the apexes. They're that close, and they need to try and get the run, get that slipstream onto one of the straights to try and hold on to this one. But it's going to be a very tricky task with how close they are. Yeah, it's kind of one of those weird ones with how it's kind of flown around, is that this was the LMP3s was the most distant of the three categories on the restart, and then the other two have separated themselves a little bit, and the LMP3s have come a little bit closer back together again, navigating the first bit of lap traffic, and the gap comes under a second. Abel Torres closing in on Burkhard Maring, and now as they head their way through the GT3's traffic and of course our Porsche Mission R car, this is where things are about to get tight. Every single decision from now to the checkered flag from the pair of these drivers has to be absolutely perfect. Oh, huge crash there for on the Ferraris off to the left-hand side. Fortunately, doesn't collect your race leaders, but you are correct. Any little mistake through traffic is going to be a big effect in this battle for the lead, and that was at least one of the potential obstacles in their way that has now gone out of the way. And I don't know if that's going to bring out a safety car, because it was just a one-car thing. They might be able to continue from that one, but certainly that just shows you how easily things can change in traffic. It was the Icarus International car which has got back going again, so no worries on that side of things. We do still remain green here, but the traffic's getting thicker. The up and under having to work here from the OBS World by Simsa car. This is where you got to take the big risks, and Abel Torres, who's been so patient this afternoon, is now starting to take those big risks. Now going straight up and under the Mercedes. Great drive off the corner. The gap will be under half a second as they get into the braking zone. Shivlak, this is getting very close indeed. And this all depends on where they meet the traffic. They should be just about through the GT3s fairly shortly, but it's difficult because the OBS World car, as much as they can control it, they can't slow down too much and do what we were mentioning earlier, where you sort of deliberately slow down to get the exit of the corner, because if they do so, the Fordzilla car is just going to be slamming up the inside into a corner. So it's sort of puts more pressure on you to make those moves, and then mistakes can happen. You never want to be lunging up the inside if you can avoid it, but somehow it looks like the the OBS World car has been able to get through and to hold on, at least for now. But Abel Torres is getting close, and this is going to be a very tricky one to hold on. Torres has definitely got the speed between these two at the moment.
Look, the worst that the Fordzilla car realistically, let's just put that right in there as well. The lowest it's going to finish is 5th place, right? It's going to be, it's likely to finish on the lead lap unless the crash is horrendous. At which point you're kind of like, how much do you want this win? I kind of want this win quite a bit. And so you are going to take a couple of risks. You are going to really push it as hard as you can just to try and find it. But of course, they've got a championship to deal with as well. They're juggling quite a few things in here. Abel Torres being one of the youngest drivers, in fact, probably the youngest driver on this entire grid, but showing so much maturity in this fight. We ride on board with now. Slipstream being taken straight over to the right-hand side by the OBS World by Simsa car. Here we go past the blue by TC, the racing of the GT3 category. So they've cleared all the GT3s now.
They'll have a trade of LMP3s at some point soon, but of course for the 66, they are way down in 9th place in the championship, so this would be some great points for them. And also for Team Fordzilla, they want to get some points on the WSI Esports car, obviously formerly Pure Sims, leading the way in the 116 car. See, they're so far down. This is some great points to overturn, and then this would be another handful of points, another 7 points to gain. So this is potentially great for both of these in the championship, and that's why they're fighting so hard, as that is getting very close, and that's how traffic can change things.
Yeah, that was not the gap. Did have a bit of a look down there. Got pinched over the nose. I think was on the brakes, rightfully so. Just to arrest the car. Was able Torres not trying to slot that gap, but this could be it on the start-finish straight. We head up the banking at the Arrow Line Dyke curve. The inside line is going to be taken. Trying to break the slipstream is the OBS World by Simsa car. We've seen some aggressive lunges down here. Abel Torres is going to try and give it a go. Not able to do so. Almost into the rear end of the race leader. The two of these, after nearly 6 hours of racing, separated by 0.3 of a second into T1.
Love to see it, absolutely love to see it. They've pulled away so much, they're almost 5 seconds ahead of the Beerskin car. These two are the fastest guys on the track, and they're showing it out towards the front. Abel Torres maybe ever so slightly faster, but as they hit the LMP3 traffic, this could change it once more. Is the OBS car going to catch the traffic out of the bad time, or can they judge it perfectly?
Stunning. Again, beautiful display between the pair of these. More navigation of lap traffic, but the two of them separated by very little indeed. It's Porsche versus BMW. Kick of oversteer there coming in from the Fordzilla car. Maybe just getting on the power ever so slightly too early and not quite getting the drive of the corner that he needs. I mean, it's all about setup. Maybe saving battery and set up onto the front stretch, right?
Yeah, not using too much at this point as well, so that you're sort of not saving into those last couple laps. Got to be perfectly managing that, as this is very tight 3 to get through and towards the final corner. They get 2 of them, and then should easily get past this final one around the outside, but certainly the gap closes down once more, less than 2/10.
Yeah, and there we go, instantly breaking the slipstream once more. As soon as he's clearing the lap traffic, Abel Torres follows him back over to the left-hand side, looks down the inside, sends it in. It's always going to be a bit of contact between the pair of them, and they are going to make a bit of contact at Tarzan. It's the OBS World by Simsa car on the outside as they depart the corner and hangs on to the race lead. That is as close as you could possibly get. Such a big lunge from Abel Torres, but was able to hold it down to the apex. Now getting wrong-footed by lap traffic. Here comes the big drive off the corner, though, as they head their way down this back S's section. I think Abel Torres had the lift.
I think he did. He had a little bit of contact, I think, with the traffic, but was able to hold the momentum coming out of the corner. OBS not getting the run that they would have wanted, and that was almost a swap of positions, maybe just using the deployment at different parts of the track. And this is getting close once again in towards turn 9, and with these LMP3s, they're having to go all over the place, swarming, trying to find the gaps on the track, not to lose time to each other, and to try and get through. Oh, that's very tricky. There's a lap spinning LMP3 in front of them, and that has opened up the gap between them.
Yeah, the person who got wrong-footed mostly by that, unfortunately, was the Fordzilla machine. 6 minutes left to go. The laps are ticking down with 1 minute 20 odd seconds a lap. There's still plenty of laps left to go in this race. It'll be about 4 from now. This battle for the race lead has been top draw, world-class type stuff. And once again, that title line being taken on entrance by the OBS World by Simsa car. So Team Fordzilla might have an opportunity down to the first corner. Once again, following the slipstream. This time it is most certainly not going to be close enough. There is not going to be an opportunity for Torres to make a move.
And although he does gain loads on the brakes, doesn't he? He's very, very strong into that turn one. That's where he made that move for second place originally. And is that going to be the place? But he just needs to try and work his way through the final couple of corners to get closer. And let's see if he gets the run off this corner as he has in previous laps. Not so much of a momentum shift this time around. So they're still getting past these LMP3s. It takes a good sort of 2 laps to get past a whole class worth of traffic up the inside into Skyback, maybe having to think about it. But this is where the tension is rising, and you can't make a mistake where you're sort of over pushing at this point, but they are pushing each other to the limit.
Yeah, exactly. Again, fantastic. Imagine the heart rates between these two right now. Obviously, the 6 hours of racing, fair enough, but you've got the weight of your teammates' shoulders as well on your own. And once more, awkward bits of traffic. Great drive off there by Burkhard Mering. Just able to pull the gap. They work their way into the hairpin. And once again, it's the Porsche that holds the advantage. But this is as close as it's been going out of the start-finish straight, Cam. There might be the opportunity to pass. As long as there is the battery left of Abel Torres, there might be the opportunity to pass. I think it's a bit deep.
Oh yeah, definitely lost a tiny bit of time, but is that going to be too much space? We know he loves the dive on the brakes. OBS World, the 66 Mering just going all over the track, trying to avoid any sort of dive, any sort of opportunity, and he does this time around. So if he can focus on getting that run off the final corner, then I think that's probably going to be the one, because the other parts of the track, I don't think you're really going to overtake in normal terms without some traffic, and as they've got past all of the traffic, it might be a little while before they get back to those GT3 cars. So this is going to be a clear couple of laps where they have empty track to at least have their battles, and it looks like OBS World there just doing a good job, but Fordzilla are certainly putting on the pressure, and you never know when a driver might crack.
I think they're absolutely going to catch some GT3s again, though. That's the important bit. I know we're about to head onto the penultimate lap of this race, but I do believe they are going to come across some GT3 traffic once more. I think they're both well aware of that. By the way, what would you do if you're in Torres's boots? What's your game plan right now?
Full send. Just put as much pressure on him as possible. As all you're trying to do is almost force him into a mistake as well. He's not going to absolutely fly past on the straight. We've seen that already. So you need to put pressure so he makes a mistake into one of these penultimate corners potentially. But actually, Maring's doing a really good job, but he's actually brought out a bit of a gap on this lap. So I think Abel Torres, he's just going to do full send, get the head down, a couple of laps to go, and he's not going to have many more opportunities.
Yeah, again, I think there might have been a bit of battery save as well coming in there from the Team Fordzilla car as more lap traffic navigation going into the first corner. The 4X Racing car gets up onto the high side, gets out of the way, as we can see the OBS World by Simsa car working its way through. Bit of curb being taken there from the Team Fordzilla car. Big snap of oversteer, penultimate lap of the race as they leave the Hugenholz box. One more bit of lap traffic as they head their way up to Schieblack. This could be in the wrong place at the wrong time. It is, of course, the Porsche Mission R car that will be there. It's going to stay high, though, and get out of the way and even do a little bit of rallycross.
Oh my god, he is obviously a bit shocked by that, with the race leaders coming through, went off the track to avoid them, and potentially actually get him off into the marbles, to be fair, but certainly not losing these leaders any time, and it's been within half a second for quite a few laps now. But Burkhard Mering doing such a good job, putting his car in the right positions. He had one real big attack down the inside from Abel Torres in towards turn 1, but he was able to hold on to that on the exit in towards turns 2 and 3. Although he gets held up here by that GT3 BMW, that is going to lose him a lot of time. This is the closest Fordzilla have been.
Yeah, this is certainly it. Going down now into Kumo, just getting absolutely wrong-footed by the traffic, and Abel Torres will now come through to take the race lead. We go through the Ari Lyondike curve and onto the final lap of the race. There is absolutely going to be a move down into the first corner coming in from Burkhard Mering. It's just which side's he going to go. The defensive line's being taken by Abel Torres. He's been so good on the brakes in this first corner, and it is full send from Burkhard Mering.
Really is around the outside. He's just covered off there, though. Fordzilla putting his car in the right place at the right time. But here is some traffic in towards turn 3. We know that this is a tight corner. You don't want to be going too low down, and that's a bit of a wiggle onto this little straight, though, up the hill. Can they get past the traffic at the right time? All that is getting very close through these flat-out kinks. Don't want to be making contact now. Dive down in towards Skyflag maybe, but Fordzilla hold on.
Oh my goodness me, that was a big old look. This is it to the outside then once again into turn 8. They're going to try and go for the up and under down into 9. This could be it for Burkhard Mering as he sends it back through. This could be another one coming in though from the Team Fordzilla man. Abel Torres reading that one like a book, gets to the outside as they head down into the hairpin.
He's tight though, the 66 is tight. Oh, slide though, and he's around. Fordzilla have gone, and that is the race lead absolutely wiped out, and it's going to be OBS winning this race.
Yeah, certainly. So you've got to give the credit though to Abel Torres. Like you say, full send, didn't leave anything on the table. We'll take a quick look at the replay of it, just going in maybe a little bit too deep, and of course the regenerative braking on the rear end, just causing that car to spin round. It's a big shame for him, but through the final corner on the last lap of the race, the Reneverse 6 hours of Zandvoort hits 0 seconds left, and we head over the line to take victory. The OBS World by Simsa. I think are we starting the final lap? Must be.
I think it must be. I think it's given
down to the second.
Certainly has, as it looks like. Fordzilla, of course, are now still in that battle by 1 second. I thought OBS were going to slow down or something, but obviously not enough, because this has now opened up to a great battle between Altus and Fordzilla on the final lap. Of course, a little bit of contact on the front end of that Fordzilla car might be of damage, and Altus with Jordi Lopez is looking at second place.
Yeah, this confirmation is absolutely the last lap of the race. They made it by 0.00 whatever of a second. That was incredibly close. We are now on the final lap of the race. One more for good measure. Why not? And like you say, those tyres on the Fordzilla car is going to be a little bit overheated as they try and navigate the traffic. This is going to be very sketchy indeed.
Yeah, it certainly is. A tight run again onto this back straight. It's not what you want to see. To try and get that power down, very difficult. Jordi Lopez getting closer and closer in towards the hairpin for the final time. Can he get close enough for a dive? Not quite enough, and potentially not be able to overtake in the final corner either.
Yeah, certainly so. I don't think there is going to be the opportunity for the Altus car to get through, and no one is going to be passing this car here. Burkhard Mehring and of course Alexander Walton will try that one for a second time. They now cross the line to take the race victory in the Reneverse 6 hours of Zandvoort. Very impressive driving from them, and a very well-deserved victory. Dealt with the pressure of Abel Torres behind, and comes across the line as a very, very worthy winner indeed. Incredible performance. Up into the final corner as well, by the way, this time it will be the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car. And again, a victory for them. It's been a very long day in this category. A 3-driver team. Tommaso Basile will come across the line as the driver to take the victory for them. But of course, Josh Toothman and Bjorn Claessens will be the other drivers in the car. Just one final category to come across the line. We do have to wait a little bit for the Blue by TC car.
Yep, certainly do the 14 machine, but it's not over yet, because Valkyrie are coming, and this is a little bit of an open door on this final lap. I think it is going to be too much, of course. That 14 car does have almost a second advantage coming in towards the final few corners of the lap, but just don't make a mistake at this point. Don't chunk a curb, don't go into the gravel, and you will be the winner of the 6 hours of Zandvoort. Just one final corner to go, and what a sort of up and down race it was for these guys too.
Yeah, indeed. One final corner to be ticked off, and it's not going to be the championship lead like we thought it might have been a bit earlier on in the race, but it is certainly going to be a very well-deserved victory. Pavlas Klimanskis and, of course, Mantas Povilaitis behind the wheel across the line. Victory here at Zandvoort. Again, very, very impressive drive from them. Just, to be fair, there were at points of the race where I thought they weren't going to win, where I thought it was all over, and yet still they came through. And they're going to say the same thing with the Valkyrie car, who rev up next to them. Again, a sign of respect in all of this, and a very well-deserved one as well. Again, great race.
Yeah, awesome stuff. And the late safety cars as well brought it to almost a sprint finish. And back to the OBSP cars. I mean, what a big job it was there from Burkhard Mehring. He held on. Torres, remember also Torres, first of all, had that big dive in towards turn 1. He held on from that. Then Torres actually got the lead, and Mehring did an amazing job to get that switch back through turn 8 into turn 9, and then held on to the lead. Then, of course, Torres then over pushing, trying to get back, of course, spun. So it's certainly well-deserved there by Burkhard Mehring.
We'll take a look at the, again, very provisional results from the round. Of course, the OBS World by Simsacar taking the victory. Team Fordzilla and Altus Esports rounding out the podium, all separated by 5 seconds before we get to the Beerskins by Simsacar. Slow and confused, they clearly weren't. They ended up inside the top 5 before we get to the Alpha Esports Red. Big shame for the Alpha Esports by G Performance Car. I believe there was 2 penalties given out over the last sort of 5-10 laps as well to them. Looking like they were going to take victory at one point, and unfortunately finished down in 7th position. WSR Esports butt kicker, our championship leader, still managed to rescue themselves 8th place in this after dramas early on. The yellow submarine squad SimLab car in 9th position with the SRB Motorsports by Limp Vega car down in 10th place. Obviously, we'll let the rest of those filter their way through. You can see some of the other winners. Once again, I'll remind you of the winners in category. Of course, the Yellow Submarine Squad by SimLab. Those being the winners in the LMP3 category, SRB Motorsport by Limp Vega and Locals Autosport on the podium in that category. In the GT3s, the Blue by TC Valkyrie competition and Over the Limit Racing Blue. Those three at the bottom. Those are the drivers and teams that are on the podium in the GT3 category. Fascinating race. Lots of drama to have been dealt with. Also, big shout outs as well to the Sapphire SimSport Voltage car. Of course, that one being the sort of the Garage 56 style entry, the Porsche Mission R car, Cam.
Yes, it's great to have sort of experimental cars like that, whatever you want to call them, in a race like this, and it's just a bit of fun. Necessarily, they're not going to be winning the race necessarily, but it's a great one to have them on that on the field, and hopefully they can continue with that as the 333 entry. And over the course of the race, of course, we saw the safety car come out there for, I believe, was a total of 40 laps in the end, for about 1/5 of the race or so. So it's a carnage-filled race from that point of view. But what it gave us was an amazing end with those late restarts.
Indeed. So you can see the final finishes. We will catch up with some of the podium finishes in just a moment, Cam, as we can see them roll their way through to the final few finishes and some retirements. We are joined by our GT3 winners, obviously Pavlas Klemanskis and of course Mantis Pavlaitis, who was behind the wheel over that final stint. So we're going to go to Mantis first. Talk to us about that final stint in the race. You had quite a bit of pressure there from the Valkyrie competition car. How did you deal with that?
Oh yeah, that was a bit of a nerve cracker moment actually. So yeah, I just kept myself focusing on apexes basically, and pushing to the limit. So yeah, and constantly was saying to Pavlas, like, tell me the updates about GTPs, tell me the updates about LMP3s, because the traffic almost made us go, almost lose a position. So it's mainly traffic management and focusing on apexes and not doing a mistake.
And Mantis, obviously the safety cars. We had 9 of them, I think it was, over the race. There's a lot to deal with when you're behind the wheel of the car. How much do you rely on your teammate Pavlas to kind of give you that information?
Yeah, it's constantly like both of us had a full focus, full focus on one is driving and one is watching what's around. So yeah, it was quite a few incidents which we, let's say, avoided due to good spotting. So big shout out to Pavlas for helping me out on driving on my own stints.
And Pavlas, of course, what that means is that you did the opening portion of the race. You don't get a break though. It's instantly out of the car into the spotters booth, so to speak, and instantly helping out your teammate. How hard is that over a 6-hour period?
Beer helps you a lot after the stint, but yeah, it was quite a job. I believe in Mantos. I believe that he can do it. However, yeah, the safety cars manage the gaps a little bit more. So each after the safety car, we need to open the gap once again. So each time it's like a mini sprint race until the next safety car, basically.
And of course, taking a victory here. Obviously, we're approaching the halfway point of the season. You got to feel pretty happy with yourself.
We are really happy. We're really happy.
Yeah,
it's quite a Porsche track, so we expected something, but yeah, we are happy.
Next race is gonna be quite a challenge because Pi is not very good for Porsche, and we should expect some additional ballast. So let's enjoy the moment and ignore the upcoming race, I guess.
Well, perfect. Well, let you go off once again. Big congratulations to you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, whilst we let those go, we'll tell you a little bit from the thrill of the racetrack to the next frontier of virtual connection. Welcome to our unique metaverse experience. Like the on track, of course, teamwork and community fuel our digital world. Here, every driver, every fan comes together to celebrate the spirit of racing, explore personalised garages, engage with fans in live zones, and relive the race's best moments in a vibrant, interactive landscape, and connect with fellow enthusiasts as well, share stories, or just unwind together after the intensity of the race. This is where our community thrives. Joining us is easy. Just download our app, create your avatar, and step into the world where the race never ends and the community never sleeps. Be on the lookout for exclusive events, behind-the-scenes content, and unique opportunities to interact with your favourite drivers. So what are you waiting for? Join us on the OBS World app, where we celebrate the RENEVERSE 6 hours of Zandvoort, and the adventure is just beginning. Excellent stuff there. And again, great to hear from our GT3 Podium, not the only ones that will be joining us in the comms booth, though, as we get ready to catch up with our winners in the LMP3 category as well. Of course, there'll be 3 of those. As to what's been a very impressive performance from them. They pieced their way together so well. Took victory by a fairly small margin over the SRB Motorsports by Vega car. And do you know what? I'm going to start here with Tommaso Basile, who, of course, was in the car for the final stint of the race and the longest stint from what I can see. You must be exhausted. He's muted his microphone. It's fine. It's fine. We'll go to Bjorn Claessen's then, because obviously you started the race. Hey. How was the race from your end? You obviously haven't been in the car for ages.
No, it's been a long afternoon for me. I think I started the race, stayed out of trouble, gained a few places, but we unfortunately lost behind one of the safety cars. We stayed behind one of the safety cars when the wrong person was behind the car, and we waited because we thought, we can't overtake. So we lost our advantage of pit stopping all the time. For the rest, stay out of trouble. That was the main reason. Like on Long Beach, stay out of it. Do your thing. We got one drive-through penalty at the end of leaving a gap at the restart. But for the rest, overall, I think it was a good race. We got 2 in a row, what we didn't expect. So, don't know what to say further.
Well, it's been very impressive, Bjorn. We'll also have a little bit of a chat with Josh Toothman as well, who you obviously did the second stint of the race, qualifying. Maybe a bit further down, but still, like Bjorn was saying, just kept out of trouble brilliantly. How hard is that to do around here of all places? Like I say, you did it at Long Beach, fair enough, but here, for me, I feel like something might even be harder around here, especially with the amount of safety cars we saw.
I mean, we got pretty lucky with the group around us. They were thankfully real patient, especially the GTPs, and just kind of tried to keep our head cool going around the GT3s and try to stay aware of where the GTPs are going. But yeah, we got pretty lucky with it in that aspect. So, and then, like Bjorn was saying, when just keep your head down, keep the car clean, and things will work out.
And Tommaso had a great pace.
Yeah, I was going to say we're not joined by Tommaso in here at the moment, so I kind of wanted to get both of your opinions on that ultra mega long final stint from him. Bjorn, I'll start with you. It's impressive. Was that always part of the strategy?
No, not really. It was like to be honest, we were at practice. We were really lacking pace, and we were most of the time 1.5 seconds slower in race pace than the other cars what we saw. So basically we didn't make a stint sheet or something. We just go with the flow and see where we're going. And Tommaso felt good, and he had some pace in it. So we didn't want to get out of that rhythm. He was just so good in the rhythm at that moment. So basically we let him. That was it.
He is back in. I wonder if can we catch a word? Are you able to talk, Tommaso? Are you here? I see the microphone's muted again.
Yeah. Now I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Talk to us about that mega final stint. I was just trying to get that word for you. But yeah, no, obviously your teammates are very impressed with you. So are we in the commentary booth.
Well, yeah, that to be honest also surprised me because I didn't think that I was able to put that out, especially because we had very worn out tires. So the last alpha of the race, I had to be very gentle with the tires, pay attention to the fuel. But again, in the end, we made it.
You certainly did. 114 laps. I make it for the final stint for you. So yeah, so it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I'm a bit exhausted. Yeah.
Obviously, major congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us. And again, a very, very well-deserved victory. Incredible stuff. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much. You too.
Thank you, guys.
There we go, Cam. LMP3 podium. What an incredible performance. Like I say, what a mega stint from Tommaso.
Yeah, I didn't quite appreciate it was that long. That is that's a good run. That's a really, really good run. Obviously, feeling good in car and just putting in some great laps. There's a lot to contend with in that race as well. So I'm sure all of the different restarts or different strategies that they thought they would have had to the end was really good.
Now, we don't have in the comms box Alexander Walton and Burkhard Mehring at the moment, but we'll touch on their race just a bit. Oh, I'm told they are actually in. Oh, we do have Burkhard. Oh, see, okay.
Yeah, I'm under a different name.
Sneaky.
Yeah, indeed.
Talk to us about that final stint and that final battle, of course, with the Fordzilla car.
I think that was quite a show we put on there. Like Fordzilla had definitely the pace. We didn't know where they came from. They weren't on our time sheet at all, and all of a sudden they were in front of us. And yeah, they definitely found something here. They had great pace. We had the advantage with tires. We still had one set spare, and we only had to take a little bit of fuel. They had to take more. And luckily, we went into the pits when the safety car was called. So yeah, after the restart, I saw that everyone was sleeping, and yeah, I kind of jumped the start. I had the pace, and I said, why not? So this gave us definitely an advantage, because in the beginning, Fordzilla was quite fast. But yeah, the second to last lap was quite a pity for me. I tried to sneak around the GT3 from the inside. He wanted to make space, and yeah, I got caught up, and this was the opportunity for them to pass us. And I said, all or nothing, right? So it was the last lap. We definitely had the advantage, and I went for it. And in the end, it paid out.
Kind of like talk to us a little bit about the difficulty of kind of navigating the lap traffic from that, because obviously it's a lot that a lot of our viewers and stuff probably won't understand fully how hard it is to navigate traffic as quick as possible whilst you've got someone battling for the race victory directly behind you. You're juggling a lot of things in that time.
Yeah, indeed. So I have quite a long relationship to long races, and I've been with Simsa for 3 years now, and I did some like 24-hour races and such. So, but especially here, the last 2 races I missed due to private stuff, and we have such a wide range of different skills and driver experience. So sometimes you get caught up in some weird situations where you don't expect them to move like that, especially the slower cars, and that's where it gets tricky. Like I saw on stream the crash with the P3s and Mivano, and that's just unmisfortunate. Like you can't judge this, you can't foresee this, and basically you have to judge. You have to see in the future, kind of like it's very difficult to describe, but judging the traffic, especially with this wide range of experienced drivers, is kind of hard, and especially if you're in the battle for the lead, it's I don't want to know what my heart rate was, but I think it was high.
More than 10 beats a minute, I think. No, honestly,
Definitely.
Honestly, Burkhard, thank you so much for joining. Obviously, passing our congratulations to Alexander as well. Excellent victory and a fantastic show you've put on. So major thanks
Thank
from
you.
all of us.
I want to thank our sponsors for this race, and also Alex for the good preparation during the race. He had also some great pace. He also fought back after the safety car. I think it was the fourth last one, where we fought back a bit, and he fought back. So I'm very proud of our race today. Thank you.
There we go. Very well deserved victory and excellent stuff. Cam, we've only joined us for a little portion of that, only a couple of hours, but what do you make of that one?
To be honest, I did quite like it. We had a couple of cautions to start off, but then once we got going and we went back green flag racing, it was awesome, to be honest. The strategies that came out and everything like that. And then the final safety car right at the end to have a 20-minute dash was an amazing way to finish the race. And I think it really put a great sort of some great memories on this race. And definitely one I think that will come back on the calendar for sure.
Indeed. Well, obviously, we'll be back, obviously, in the near future. I know Joe Peak, obviously, big congrats to him. We'll head over, though, to the podium, of course, and see exactly what's going on down there. Well, obviously, onto the top step of the podium, the OBS World by Simsa, obviously taking top honours. Team Fordzilla there over on the left-hand side in the Altus Esports car. They will be taking to the third step of the podium, which has been quite a tricky race for them, Cam.
Yeah, certainly. It was not a straightforward race by any means, but they managed to at least get onto the podium, and they're spraying some champagne now, which is, of course, the fun part, and that's the thing that you go for after 6 hours of racing, and it's great to see. And to honest, this is my first time seeing this virtual podium, and it's awesome to see the fact that the drivers can get themselves on and in a community with all the other drivers that they race against.
I'm not gonna lie, for me it was always a post-race cup of tea, but that's because, again, very British. It's fine. Obviously, that is the podium in the OBSP category. Of course, our prototypes, the overall, and again, a fantastic performance. I mean, I just don't know how many more positives to throw at that. For Altus, by the way, to have gathered their way back up into the third position is pretty mega, wasn't it? We'll go and look at the LMP3 podium as well. Of course, the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab drivers, they'll be making to the podium. Obviously, we were catching up to those. Bjorn Claessens, Josh Toothman, and that incredible final stint from Tommaso Basile, of course, taking the top step of the podium. Into second position will be the SRB Motorsports Bylint Vega car. Kasparis Vingilis was the one behind the wheel over the middle of the stint. We also had Vedas Andrius Skuvicius Really, it's a tall order for English people to do these names. And then Arumas Zelinskas will be on the podium with them. The local Autosport car as well, joining them, of course, Vakaris Vilas and Darius Rakuskas being on the podium. They're in the third positions. Again, shout out to them, but for the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car, I mean, they were up and down the order. They kind of just found themselves at the right point at the right time, and they had to work for that one. They didn't qualify particularly well, but boy, did they race well.
Oh, yeah, they certainly did, and that just shows you how the race is definitely where the points get paid out and where you have to keep it in there. And I definitely think we saw that, didn't we? Yeah, they were up 8 positions over the course of the race, and we definitely saw it was more of a race team sort of race today. You had to keep on top of it with all those safety cars, and if you could just work your way up slowly, which is certainly what they did, you can really sort of get yourself up there. And if you pit at the right time and you sort of were brave on the strategy at some of those safety cars, some of those pit stops, then you would really start to jump your way up. That's also what we saw for Zilladu, and of course in the LMP3s as well. For Yellow Submarine, that was certainly a very nice battle to the end. Obviously, Tomasu doing a long stint to win the race.
GT3's then onto the podium. Of course, the Blue by TC. Excellent performance from Mantis Povilaitis as well as Povilas Klemanskis, who we did catch up with a little bit earlier on. Second position, being called to the podium. Valkyrie competition. Championship leaders. Matthew Schroeder, of course, with Jonathan Poulet behind the wheel in that Ferrari 296. The over-the-limit racing blue car onto the right-hand side of the podium. Justus Stakoiskis as well as Justus Piranauskas. Onto the podium. I will say quite some mega stints from some of these drivers. I believe the opening stint from the over the limit racing blue car was 80 laps. Obviously, they did come into the pit lane between them, but for a driver, and then they jumped back in for a further 30 or so laps at the end of the race. So it's been a long day for quite a few of these drivers. I do hope quite a lot of them aren't doing the race for Mental Health 5, because otherwise it's going to be extra long.
Yeah, I guess they could have a couple of hours nap and some dinner now and then go back out over the course of the night stints. But of course, plenty of racing happening this weekend. But yeah, you're right. Some of the drivers, as you say, they do the start of the race and then they come back for the end. And that's quite difficult in many ways because you have to sort of, reignite yourself. You have to get back up, get your adrenaline going to get back into the race for that final part, where of course that's the most important bit, especially with how we had the safety car right at the end. It was a very, very tricky one indeed for lots of these drivers to get to the end.
You can see the OBS world there, and obviously I think it's kind of one of those ones where we've said about how incredible it is. Already done the read through, but once again, definitely a place to go and check out when it comes to the post event festivities. Of course, the OBS World app is where all of this is celebrated for the RENEVERSE 6 hours of ZANDVOORT. So pretty impressive, and it's kind of cool to see, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. I do like the fact you can, stand on top of an actual podium. We don't always get that in the sim world, but the fact that we can bring this in and the fact that you can spray champagne, it just adds that a little bit more to the celebrations. So, of course, get yourself on the app and involve yourself with those celebrations. It's certainly going to be a fun one over the course of the next few races. There are still 4 more races left in the series, so still plenty of action, plenty of races to get yourself up on top of that podium. So certainly a bit more of a unique experience.
Certainly so. Well, once again, thank you so much for joining us. We'll catch you in the next round. From myself, Liz McGlade, from Cameron Roger, from everyone behind the scenes here, and of course, shout out to Joe Peak. We'll see you in the near future. Until then, goodbye.